This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive for putting a position on me. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, Jack. Yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 297. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we have a profile of a sus lord, I think is a really mild way of putting it.
Yes.
Once again, we are profiling a sus lord. In keeping with at least, my New Year's resolution a little bit for 2026 to focus a little more on our brother continent to the South America. I think this episode fits the bill and talks about some
definitely
some intellectual currents that have been active in South America, starting in the early 20th century, but really kicking up, I'd say, after 1945. That's right. We are going to talk about esoteric Hitlerism in South America, and in particular, one of its leading lights. I think the coiner of that term itself, Don
probably
Miguel,
the leading light. Yeah.
Right. Don Miguel Serrano from Chile. Who, was, we're going to get into it, led quite a strange life, produced a strange corpus of work, and up to his death, I think in 2009, which means that for all the kind of sort of Cold War era Nazi underground figures, like he lasted quite long, and had an influence on, I'd say, like the extreme right, very much up to this day.
Yeah. I feel like I think one of the biggest misconceptions about Miguel Serrano is that he was this weird freak, kind of like a Turner Diaries guy, kind of writing in his basement, kind of marginalized, in the way that a lot of especially among Americans, when you think of a white nationalist or a straight up Nazi or an esoteric Hitlerist intellectual, you imagine someone who's very much on the fringes of intellectual life, if you can even call the kind of life they're having an intellectual one, and they have a small circle of acolytes and the best you could hope for is being a Bronze Age pervert type who isn't even as extreme in his views as Serrano in terms of his kind of adulation of Adolf Hitler as the ultimate avatar and such things. But
right.
Contrary to that, Miguel Serrano actually was a somewhat significant political and intellectual figure, who had a lot of connections with big intellectual figures and political figures of the 20th century, whom he met and who he had relatively friendly relationships with. Carl Jung stands out as someone who he had extensive conversations with, that are recorded in his books. Hermann Hesse, Indira Gandhi, right?
Jawaharlal Nehru,
Yugoslavia, right?
Yes. We'll talk about that today. He was the Chilean ambassador to Yugoslavia throughout the 1960s, and I think it's the only diplomatic posting that he goes into detail in his memoirs about. He says, I'm not going to talk about my diplomatic work in, I think for a while he was also ambassador to Bulgaria and I think Austria, but he doesn't really talk about any of those, but he does talk about his
Romania.
many years in Romania. They kind of tripled up some of the ambassadorships, but he was actually physically based in Belgrade throughout the 1960s. I found an interesting essay talking about that, and had, like surprisingly relatively like cordial relations with a lot of the heads of the Yugoslav government. And Tito, though, I don't think they were like necessarily besties. But even just that, like being accepted at all as an ambassador, given what this guy's like output eventually would be, is kind of like surprising, And I mean, we can get into Jung, I think, a little bit, but maybe we shouldn't be as surprised that Carl Jung is just hanging out with a bunch of esoteric Nazi freaks all the time.
Well,
but he
not
was
necessarily,
he was a serious figure.
Well,
right?
well, also like, I mean, yeah, like he was, and like in many ways is. Like, I mean, we were just talking about like the sort of influence of Serrano, like before we started recording. We were talking about like the influence of Serrano that can be felt, to what extent it can be felt in kind of the new age, like esoteric, like occult, and like sort of a parapolitical or conspiracy theory discourse of today. And like you can certainly sense it in certain ways. For instance, like I was saying that I think that like the prominence of Antarctica, like as kind of a topos and kind of like a mytheme, like a lot of that might be something you could credit to Serrano in many ways. But in terms of Jung, someone who like Serrano like definitely corresponded with, and like in some ways like I think Jung was kind of like almost pleased to meet as like a mystic, in the diplomatic service.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jung's ideas like have been so influential, like among like just like your witch talk girlies, like doing like all like they don't like necessarily know this is like from Jung, but like shadow work, et cetera,
Right.
like all this stuff, like a lot of kind of esoteric like psychology, right, as opposed to kind of like the Freudian model. Like Jung is like very influential, especially like kind of in the world of like pop psychology, and
100%.
archetypes and things like that.
Big like ambient influence on the Esalen crowd and all of their kind of stuff, I think from the very get-go.
Totally, yeah.
I think probably at least some people that were involved in kind of the propping up of that, or the establishment of that milieu on the West Coast. I'm thinking about like Aldous Huxley. I forget if he had sort of like, intimate friendship encounters with Carl Jung, but I would not be surprised at all. Other people as well. And of course, even, the spy master himself, Alan Dulles, used to hang out with him when he was stationed in Switzerland during World War II. And I think, as the lore goes, I think he asked him for his sort of like Jungian archetype, like analysis of Hitler's psyche and stuff like that. And actually, Jung, I think, was one of the early people that sort of referred to Hitler as like an avatar. Like I read some quotes about him, and I think it often gets spun today as like he was heckin' dissecting Hitler and exposing like the dirty
That's
little
certainly
methods
not
he was
how
using.
Serrano took it. Definitely not how Serrano took it. No.
It's like, what if that was the coolest thing ever, that he was the last avatar, and that all of his actions are almost subconscious because they are an expression of like the subconscious of his race or something like that. That's really kind of approximately what Jung, I think, said about Hitler at one point, in a way that it's like, okay, you could read this as he's saying like, and that's a bad thing, or like, and it's good. I mean, he wasn't like an out and out. I don't want to put him in exactly the same camp as like a Heidegger, but there was an element of like flirtation, I feel like, or kind of like neutrality, or floating above it a little bit in terms of his like anti-Nazism.
Not as extreme as Heidegger, but definitely. You're like Jung, you mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
yeah. No, not as extreme as Heidegger, but definitely. And also, like, he was kind of like known for having kind of Nazi adjacent views as well, like in terms, especially with regard to like Jews and things like that. I think like that kind of inflect, or like, it's hard to say like whether like Freud's sort of his hatred for the work of Freud like made him more anti-Semitic, or like his anti-Semitism made him hate the work of Freud more, but probably both. And but yeah, like certainly it's not like he didn't he was like deeply opposed to that kind of thinking or whatever. So
Yeah.
I think we talked about that before on the Joseph Campbell episode. Another person who had kind of ideas like that, who was deeply influenced by Jung. Or the Star Wars episode in which we talked a lot about Joseph Campbell. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. And so
I'm looking up. I'm pretty sure that Huxley himself actually came up in because Miguel Serrano wrote a book, C.G. Jung and Hermann Hesse, A Record of Two Friendships, where he actually talks about meeting Huxley himself. He says, much of my time in India I had spent trying to investigate the existence of what the Samkhya philosophers call the Linga Sarira, or what the Theosophists refer to as the astral body. I told Dr. Jung about these experiences in a letter to him, and had said that in my dreams I sensed the existence of a separate body within my own, which was capable of creating its own images. I had also talked to Aldous Huxley about this when he came through Delhi. He told me that he had been with D.H. Lawrence at the moment of his death and said that it had been an extraordinary experience. Lawrence told him that he could feel himself coming out of his own body as though he were standing in the corner of the room looking at himself lying in bed. I had also talked to the Dalai Lama about these strange experiences. Dalai Lama was another person who was really good friends with him and gave him like a pet dog. I mean, I don't know like how many like Tibetan dogs the Dalai Lama had on hand, but that seems like a nice gesture, or sort of an intimate gesture to give someone a pet dog.
That was
friendly,
apparently you got that big Dalai Lama seal of approval. Apparently, Serrano did. I thought he was a real cool guy. I guess Dalai Lama himself was mentored by a Nazi officer, I think in the 1930s, who like tutored him, right? I forget the name of that guy, but the Dalai Lama's Nazi ties or his like okayness with Nazism, I would say, and the fact that he was later basically a CIA agent during the Cold War.
Heinrich Harrer.
Yes.
The explorer, right?
I forget if he was like an Ahnenerbe officer or
he was an SS sergeant.
Okay, there we go.
Not sure if he was in the Ahnenerbe or not. I mean, that would make sense kind of with his interests, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat is asking, wasn't Savitri Devi kind of the original esoteric Hitlerist? In some sense, you could say that. She and Miguel Serrano, like we could almost do a whole separate episode about Savitri Devi.
We kind of skipped over Savitri Devi because certainly Serrano knew her, and certainly he was influenced by her.
Right.
And they were admired her very much.
They were both influenced by Jung and this idea of Hitler as an avatar, but they explicitly took that as like that's a good thing, that's an epic thing, and he's the last avatar, isn't it great? And Savitri Devi herself, what a sus lady she was, kind of I don't know, petty bourgeois French woman that became fanatically just like obsessed with like kind of Hindu practices and also Nazism almost simultaneously. And sort of helped frame a lot of like the groundwork for like an esoteric read on Hitler. But then I do think it was Serrano in the 80s who like coined the term esoteric Hitlerism as like his specific ideology, right?
Well, definitely he like foregrounded it. I'm pretty sure that he did like coin it. I'm not like maybe Davey had used the term before, but like he wrote like a book with that in the title, he used the term like very prominently. So I think it is like strongly associated with him in that way. I'm not sure if Davey ever used like esoteric Hitlerism per se. I think that might have been a coinage of Serrano, but certainly like she could be described as an esoteric Hitlerist. She's also someone who like deserves kind of her own episode in that she, I think is really like a very big influence that people don't appreciate on, and Serrano is as well. It's not to say that he's only an influence on South American fascism because he was South American. As we talked about, there's a lot of sort of a cosmopolitanism, perhaps ironically, in this sort of intellectual network, right? But
sure.
I think that Davey, and as I said, Serrano to some extent, there's a big influence on kind of the modern Hindu right wing. She basically wrote a book about the dangers of Islam. What was it called? I'm not sure. Let me see if I can look up the title. But it was kind of a book about the threat of Hindu blood being polluted by foreign things. Basically talking about Islam, and that book in particular is still a warning to the Hindus. It's called The Warning to the Hindus, which she wrote in 1939, and this book is still pretty popular among like Sanghi right wingers today.
I could see that.
Yeah.
And, they also, one aspect of esoteric Hitlerism that pertains to that is I think they really double down on some of the, like the earlier, even like Ariosophist kind of beliefs that were like prominent in sort of Austria in like the early 20th century, things that predated sort of the actual coalescence of Nazi ideology, about the misty race origins of like the Aryan people and how they really did come from like some area of like northern India and then like migrate to Europe. And so they really did believe that, at the end of the day, like Hindus and Germans like came from kind of the same like enlightened root race, which then, on top of that, then they throw all these kind of like quasi-theosophical ideas in there about like the root races and certain ones having like a spark of kind of like alien divinity in them, and therefore are, this is like they have they're descendants of the Hyperborean race.
Right.
That's where we get this idea from, mainly from Serrano.
And in Serrano's case, this blends like very interestingly with some like works of South American thinkers. It was the book like La Raza Chilena, which is like a super kind of like influential, like it wasn't necessarily like an esoteric book per se, but this is a big influence on Serrano. It was I have the name of the author taken down because I was only reading about this, and it was Nicolas Palacios, La Raza Chilena. And he kind of talked about how like the Chilean race was like a special people because they were a blending of like Visigothic stock and also like Mapuche lineage, right?
Right.
And so it's an important point. I think that Serrano in some ways epitomizes this, that like you kind of like in terms of what you're saying, like the idea that like the Germanic race was Aryan, like this, was not necessarily like an occult idea fundamentally in terms of like the networks that it like circulated in. This was kind of like a mainstream idea that was like promoted by like a lot of kind of, academic, like serious, like, Orientalists and, scholars of like philologists and things like this. Right. So sort of historians of language, stuff like that. Right. So Indo-Europeanists. Right. So, like this, this isn't like, obviously you can like spin this off into all sorts of like esoteric dimensions, but like on one hand, as we were kind of recently talking about in the Monroe episode, like I think people kind of like project backwards, like what it like is considered to be serious, like in their conception, like now, like not even like necessarily what's considered serious in all kind of contexts now, but like in their particular kind of their particular intellectual horizon, and they project that backwards and assume that was always like the intellectual orthodoxy. But it's not really true. Like things like about how like, maybe there is a collective unconsciousness that like is in some way racial or whatever, like that like might like not have been like something that would like it'd be super weird for like a serious person to believe,
That's true. Like certain ideas just get totally normalized, or like the white race is somehow like qualitatively better or smarter than like non-white, non-European races. Was almost like it was the weather, like it was just like that was just the background like assumption of a lot of these people and would never be questioned. And
exactly that it's hot, it's like hot in some places, and that makes people more dreamlike and lazy, and that's just simply like that type of thing. That's not so different from like and like invisible energies are being discovered like all the time. Again, this is kind of like things like radiation, right? We had like just split the atom like at the time when like Miguel Serrano was writing some of his earliest like esoteric works, right? Like that was kind of and he was sort of reckoning with the reality of this atomic bomb and things like that. So like to like the idea that like there might be, again, like this is the same time where the foremost British scientist, as I mentioned in the Monroe episode, right, was saying that the evidence for telepathy is overwhelming. The statistical evidence for telepathy is overwhelming, right? So, like, it wasn't like so, crazy. It wasn't considered to be so like beyond the pale, like to kind of credit things that maybe today would sort of read as like occult or woo woo and some like telepathy, sort of hidden forces, maybe yeah,
I mean,
yeah, like exactly, real power, things like that. So
somebody in the chat says here, it reminds them about for a long time mainstream academics were very uncomfortable acknowledging the influence of occult philosophy on canonical scientists and philosophers. Isn't that true of like Francis Bacon and Isaac Newton and people like that?
Yeah,
right?
that was like the big sort of contribution of Yeats. Like, even though her books like are kind of dated now, like her insight that basically like the sort of there was like a partition that was sort of held up between like occultists and like serious scientists of like in the sort of early modern context, right? And that like partition is like very much artificial, right? Like a lot like we gave the example of Isaac Newton, right? Like if you think about it in terms of like what he was most interested in, he was interested in things like like that would be considered to be like kind of the occult sciences, right?
Alchemy.
Like, but he didn't see like a difference between that and like his other work and like gravity and color theory. In fact, the whole 7 colors of the rainbow, right? He kind of like fudged this and like said like, oh yeah, there's an indigo band because like 7 was like a meaningful number, like he
Otherwise,
wanted there to be 7 colors rather.
Satanic,
Yeah, exactly. You could easily say that like it's like red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, or violet, just cut like that purple part. It's very rare that you see a rainbow where you can distinguish 2 separate like purple colors at the end.
Indigo and violet together.
Like,
yeah.
Like what?
You kind of cram that in there.
Like that's really, like what rainbow has like a resolution where you can see these like, or what, like a light beam that's like refracted, what prism.
It's actually a demiurgic rainbow. It has six rays, so it's a demiurgic rainbow.
Right. It's kind of like, but
but so there is this like false distinction that,
and another another thing like kind of on that same point is that I think we should maybe read like Goodrick Clark's like biography of Serrano, like just to give like some context like on his early life, because another thing that is like important like about him is that he also attests to something that we've hit before, which is I hit on several times before, which is that like in terms of the clear distinctions that sometimes like are desired, like especially like in the pre-World War II context, there's this desire to have this like clean divide between like left-wing ideas and like right-wing ideas, and like whereas like really like it's much like messier than that, and you see like a lot of movement like across these divides. It's really like a lot of the time in retrospect, and we can see this like happening like in our own lifetimes, right? Like we can look at like prominent public, like I don't want to call them intellectuals, but public figures, and maybe even some intellectuals, right? Who like at one time people were like, oh yeah, they're definitely left. You see this happening in real time constantly, where like you kind of like look back and you're like, oh wait a minute, how did I think that they were on the left? Like they were right wing the whole time,
exactly. I can think of many examples. Yeah,
exactly
Christopher Hitchens.
Who I was thinking of. Yes,
part of that British Trot legacy, where he was absolutely a member of the left, and he'd probably even call himself that. But he really was like a raging neocon by like the 2000s. And that's how I think he should be like remembered, or is like a typical of the Trot to neocon pipeline at the very least. But people sometimes they'll think they're in one category. Sometimes people are playing a more complicated game, and I mean sometimes they also evolve and then kind of crystallize. I would say Serrano by like the 80s definitely made it like extremely clear what side he was on, and very loudly declared his
for sure
his
in
esoteric
fact, I would
Hitlerism.
Say I would say that he like basically was like politically formed as like a right winger, like even before World War II, really. But he did start out being
as a
like
Marxist.
Involved in Marxism. Yeah.
He
actually had like family members who kind of encouraged him in that direction
to go fight on the Republican side of the Spanish Civil War, even.
Yeah, exactly. And imagine if he had done that, he would have been heckin' based.
Well, almost like perfectly emblematic of that. And I know because I was talking with a friend recently whose family is from Argentina, and I was talking about Perón and some of the stuff I dug up on I think the most recent Demon Forces 6 that came out talks about, Croatian Poglavnik, Nazi butcher, Ante Pavelic escaping to Argentina, along with, Walter Rauff and all these other big like Nazi war criminals that flooded into South America through the rat lines, like after World War II. And like I was talking with my friend about like the way Perón is like perceived in Argentina, because I'm like he was like inviting the Ustasha to like come live in his country and like loved them. Like he loved Nazis. At the same time, like today, the sort of like the Peronismo party is like still there. The justicialist like party is still like a major force, and like they're involved in politics, but a lot of people look at them as kind of like a left populist thing. And in fact, there are different like kind of tendencies within the Peronist kind of movement. And so even Perón himself, like in some areas was like more supportive of kind of like a Bernie Sanders style, like social democracy and like strong unions and stuff like that. And, he kind of swung in his first reign, like, between being very identified with the Catholic Church to then kind of taking an anti-clerical stance, which arguably might have helped him get couped in the 1950s. And then, he came back like in the 70s and died in office. But like it's kind of like it's a mixture of different things that like national sovereignty obviously is a big thing with like Perón, and with a lot of like populist currents in like Latin America, South America, which we see right now because Presidente Maduro was just kidnapped, and appealing to that kind of that Bolivarian legacy of like the continental and national autonomy from the Nortes, and getting out from under the Monroe Doctrine is a very big part that we can't fully ignore in either Chilean politics or Argentinian politics. And I mean,
no, and I think that is like kind of what is like a little bit interesting about Serrano, and like it's hard not to think of Serrano obviously like Guénon, like in terms of his like I would say that Guénon was someone who rejected like a lot of the ideas that Serrano embraced, as we talked about in that episode, right? But another thing that distinguishes them is that they're sort of like a feeling of kind of like epistemic autonomy, or like a sense of like epistemic, I want to say propriety, but I don't mean propriety in the sense of like politeness. I mean like sort of like ownership, where Serrano kind of is, I mean, as you like someone who was an esoteric Hitlerist, it wouldn't necessarily surprise you that they were this way, is a follower, right? He's someone who is looking for someone like, he's always getting one-shotted. Like he's always like coming across a book that is like one-shotting him.
Oh my God.
And like that's the thing. He doesn't have like the like, and I think it does come from that kind of emotional like sort of and like sort of political sociological condition of feeling like kind of on the back foot in terms of your like identity as a people, like
right.
I mean, actually, before we read this kind of thing from Goodrick Clark about him, I think it might actually be good to see in his own words how he like gives account of himself, towards the end of his career. This is from Adolf Hitler, El Ultimo Avatara, Adolf Hitler, the ultimate avatar, and this is what he says.
Or the last avatar.
Yeah. I do not intend to write a biography of the external events of my life, rich in deeds. He has in parentheses for, I went down to the huts and up to the palaces, though this is part of the fabric of the age of feuilleton, but to show the myth, the archetype, that is, that which is not only mine, but many. In a word, the mystery, to the extent this can be revealed. I have traced our family history upstream as far as possible, first in Chile, then in the north of Spain, in Asturias, Galicia, where neither Moors nor Jews have fallen, because that is where we come from. I can see only Celts and Visigoths, a lot more Visigoths than Celts, in my family tree. My mother's name was Bertha, a Germanic name derived from the goddess Bertha. Bertha was also the Merovingian mother of Charlemagne, who betrayed the Yggdrasil tree of his ancestors. He did it, but I will not do it. South America, because I was like, what is he talking about? But I guess he means that Charlemagne like destroyed, like pagan like sites,
Right. How dare he?
So South America, almost everything here has been changed by mixing and miscegenation. Not so much in my family, but I knew practically nothing of all this, even less in my childhood. No one here had been educated racially. On the contrary, America is the daughter of Masonic doctrines and of the Christian church. They push us irresistibly to miscegenation and the mulatto. This is a bastard continent in the midst of a bastard world. Concerning Chile and her ethnic drama, I have written The Chilean Race Cycle, El Ciclo Racial Chileno, a small basic work, no doubt. As a child, this topic was absolutely unknown to me, and no one in my house was in a position to teach me or to guide me through the torturous path. Only instinct, only the memory of the blood opened the way through this confused and dark thicket of contrasting mixtures. Because finally, this quote-unquote memory can only come up through the years. Then, mostly, it is too late. Too late to avoid damage to the hereditary genes and inheritance. There was, unfortunately, no one there who could warn us against that danger, for no one knew of it. So it happened that from the sky came invisible leaders who saved us from more damage and, in the most critical moment, took us by the hand and then brought us to where our place was in battle. Perhaps it is the same memory of the blood and the gods who live in it and circulate within who came to save us and to rescue us. We gratefully bow before them and ask them never to leave us because we are determined to remain faithful until death to the other side of this life in order to enter Valhalla. Yes, as a child I knew nothing of this important topic. I suffered from having blonde hair and blue eyes. I wanted to look like the other boys with bristly Mongolian hair and facial features. Up until recently, I was not aware of what this means. That is why I say that the memory of the blood is slow to appear, very slow. It breaks its way through the shadows of pain and penance. A lifetime is not long enough to listen to its messages, to read its wise book. In my family, one only spoke to us of class, never of race. And they are such different things. In general, there was class that did not always coincide with race. And so it goes in the rest of the world as well, especially in this darkest age. I shall return to this theme in my work, The Chilean Race Cycle, which I will include in this book. In my family, class coincided with race. A miracle. But we did not know it. It was all so feeble, so delicate, an almost random interaction, like a flower that blooms for one day, because the matter of race and quote-unquote racism is very badly understood, above all with human beings. Concerning animals, everyone is in agreement. Race, with a capital letter, no longer exists in this darkest time of the earth. It is something that once was, and to which one claims to return as an ideal, as with the Greek statues, whose models were never present. But it is a duty to aim at this perfection and this transmutation. This and nothing else is what Hitler taught us, the privileged generation who lived during this time. The life of a few in this world could be filled with meaning by means of a work in oneself, collaborating synchronically with gods of other worlds. Because at times, things come to us eager to transform themselves into symbols, as Nietzsche said. And Rilke, what other thing do you want, world, but to make yourself invisible in us? The symbol of our life must be created, invented. Other times it is right there in plain sight, even in one's own name. Jung said that Freud in German means pleasure, and Freud centers his theory precisely in sexual pleasure. Adler is a bird of prey in German, and his psychological doctrine took as its basis the instinct of power. Jung is youth, and the great doctor placed rebirth at the center of his teachings, standing on the prow of the ship of eternal youth. In his house, a plaque reads, "We were young. We symbolize eternal youth." He knew this. My name is Serrano. This means hills, mountain. I was born near the mountains of my native land, and I have loved the highest peaks. I have seen the stone giants, coming to believe the mountains were petrified giants that should be freed. This has been the work of my life, to liberate, give new life to the giants. For this, I've wandered through the greatest mountains on earth, the Andes, the Himalayas, the Pyrenees, the residence of Pyrrhina, the beloved of Hercules, and the Alps, where the dwarf king Laurin lives, with the elves. In the Himalayas, I searched for the enchanted cities of Agartha. In the Andes of my youth, the city of the Caesars, I am searching still. Paititi, Elenin, and Trapalanda, because I am also an Anacahuinica, an eagle initiate, in the initiation of the Incas. My mother died at the age of 23. 2 plus 3 is 5. I was 5 years old when she died. My father died at 32. 3 plus 2 is also 5. 5, 5, 5, the polar Hyperborean number of destiny. When my father died, I was 8 years old, the number of infinity. If my mother and father had not died, my life would be very different. I am an orphan prisoner of infinity, nourished by infinity, by her milk, her blue fire, her uncreated light. We were educated by a dignified widow, my grandmother. She was named Freya, like the goddess of the Aesir of Germanic legend. She could also call herself Woiversalda, the widow who guided the Minnesanger, the initiated German troubadours. So I grew up as a pure fool among the vernacular wild woods of my country in the south of the world, of the South Pole. And I had to fight with the Grand Dowager to free my soul from the terrible matriarchy of a devastated, involuted land. In Chile, from Chile to Denude, in Quiche Mayan, in Quechua Viking, from Chilean to unsheathe the sword in Old German. Therefore, I have all my life tried to bear the sword of the mystical fatherland. For those who know, this is the legend and mystery of the Graal, the life of Parsifal, his defeats and his triumphs, attempting to build again the devastated land of the Graal, the Terragasta, to return the crown to the sick king, decreased, to reconstruct the crown of Lucifer, from whom the Graal fell, as beautiful as it was before his stellar combat. So,
folks, we did talk about that a couple years ago in the Autoron and the Graal Quest,
another big influence on Serrano, who he mentions many times. Yeah,
right. He was very interested in like the what was it called? It wasn't the Merovingians. It was the
Cathars.
Yeah, the Cathar uprising.
Yeah, he was very into that. Yeah,
all that kind of
stuff, and
also
into the Merovingian dynasty and stuff like that too, as he mentions.
Right. But, so we're already on a pretty mystical plane by his own terms.
Yes. But you can see, part of the reason why the race obsession and how it comes from it's very interesting. It's one of those things where, he is a true mystic, as I'm always saying, that mystics are so verbose, and they always say I can't possibly speak about this and then give you a million pages about exactly that. I'm not going to tell you about my life, but it's all about how he sees himself and his
in 835, my ancestors,
exactly. Yeah.
It's just worth keeping in mind, specifically in the context of Chile, but also Argentina, which we'll probably touch upon a little bit, in terms of the ethnic makeup and the context of what he's saying, because those two countries, it's not a total coincidence that the majority of the rat line Nazis fled. There were already German communities there and governments who were somewhat amenable to them. There was a big influence via Prussian military officers coming over to train the army and teach in the schools and things like that. So there was a lot of Germanophilia. But just in terms of raw numbers, these are the whitest countries. These are the most European countries in South America, right? Probably by a long shot.
Know.
I
don't really know what is the whitest, but maybe.
But no, definitely more so than Venezuela, Colombia, Peru. Definitely more than Mexico or the Caribbean, states.
Yeah. I kind of in a way feel I don't even want it. I think it's. I don't know. I feel this whole thing of which country is the whitest. I don't know, but yeah.
I just mean in terms of the overall population, it has, in a way, it has more in common with the North American countries of the U.S. and Canada versus its other Latin American nations. Now, it's not to say that, they have the linguistic bonds of speaking Spanish and Catholicism and all of these things, but even today, if you look at footage from Chile or Argentina, you're going to see a lot more people with Spanish and Italian and German ancestry as an overall percentage of the population, much higher rates than maybe in a country like Mexico, where there are white Texicans that tend to be often more upper class and et cetera, but they're a minority. You know what I mean? At this point, because so many people are mixed, whereas you still have just straight up white people, Europeans, that they intermarry with other Europeans. So I don't know the exact and they got a lot. They experienced a lot of later European immigration, also kind of similar to Canada and the U.S. versus and there was some in other South American countries, but even aside from the very prominent post-war Nazi kind of vibe, you see various waves. You have there's a large Croatian community in Argentina, for example. There's a lot of Italians.
According to Wikipedia, Venezuela has a higher European DNA average than Chile.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes, the European DNA average. This is just from Wikipedia, because again, I feel because I don't know. I feel like I guess I'm kind of thinking about like Iran has been on my mind recently, and I feel like this is a complex with Iranians too, where they think that they're white in some like or like they're like no, we're not, like it's the invitation of the colonizer I was talking about before. I mean, I know it's not my place to speak because I am white. I mean, I'm not an Anglo-Saxon as some speculate, but obviously I have white skin and I have those blue eyes that Serrano coveted so much. But like there's this kind of thing where like people are like trying to like compete to see like who's what, like we're it's in this current conflict we see like a lot of people who like have sort of monarchist sympathies like in the discourse around Iran or just generally like kind of opposite, like sort of opposition to the current government, kind of doing this thing was like we're not Arabs, like we're special, like we're and it's kind of like you see that I'm like ultimately like all this stuff is like bullshit, like all this like racial like stuff is like, I mean, I know it's reified and it's like a social construct that obviously has like, meaning in politics, right? And in the social world. But like, there's no like actual like ontological reality to it. And like, I feel like, everyone is like, like it's very hard to kind of like parse out the groups a lot of the time.
I mean, but first of all, I'm certainly not endorsing like that type of like people should look at themselves as like white in Chile or whatever. And I think you're right. There's a lot of like room for debate in terms of, like, are you like, is it even worthwhile to call yourself something like white or say you're European when like you're from South America? And at the end of the day, like you're Chilean, or you're Argentinian, you're an Argentine. At the same time, like I just want to point it out because for these people especially, there is a lot of investment in propping up a feeling of whiteness like in these countries that is most typified by these kind of Nazi adjacent communities that tend to be quite wealthy and quite powerful because they were able to not just come into the country, but oftentimes through the kind of rat line networks and associations like the Kameradenwerk was one. And I think it might have been like Der Weg was another one, or Das Reich. There's a bunch of different names for these like different groups, but oftentimes people would get set up in like businesses, and then they'd be given like beneficial chunks of like beneficial sectors of the economy to kind of like monopolize. And so that's why you have a lot of like wealthy people that are of like German descent, like today, that whose like parents or grandparents like did very well. Like my friend in Argentina was saying that he said, like Croatian like auto shops are like a really huge thing in Argentina. Like it's sort of the thing. Like Croats run like they're like mechanics and run like a lot of like car related things, I guess, auto repair businesses and chains and stuff like that. Like they're all Croatian, and similar things with agricultural mining interests, like
right. Yeah, and that like element is true. Like when you're talking about kind of like the the political context, and like for instance the fact that they're like Prussian like military officers, like, and the role they played like in sort of educational institutions, like in academies, right? Like, and that was Serrano's education, right? And people say that probably gave like him sort of this trajectory and his sort of admiration for like German things. But yeah, all I'm saying is that like the basis for like you see it like in Lebanon too, like or anywhere where it's like, oh, we're not like them, like we're Levantines, like we're special, like we're really like this, we're really Europeans, and like everywhere does it. But like I'm just saying that like is there and certainly you're absolutely right, there is like a huge investment in that, especially in this intellectual current. And you can see it in Serrano's own words. But like, is there like an ontological reality to that? Like,
to the extent that if these people descend like very directly from like Germans, which I think is a little different than people in Lebanon being like, well, like I'm secretly, like if you go back far enough, like we're actually secretly Europeans, like in a kind of way, like then you get in kind of like speculative like race origins and like science and stuff like that. Whereas I'm just saying like these people came from, in many cases after 1945, like came directly, often with an ideology in tow, from Germany, and then like proceeded to, in some cases, build like all German communities and like live and speak German with everybody else, etc. And other communities like did that too. So that to that extent, there's like a reality,
Right, sure.
a cultural reality kind of thing.
Yeah, there's right, and there's definitely a cultural reality and like an institutional reality, like in that respect, and like a political one. It's just like, you know, it's hard to draw, like, you know, at a certain point, like, you know, we are drawing that line, and I think that like sometimes like some of these things, like what Serrano's doing here, where he's like, my mother was a Bertha, and you know, like that, like it's a Germanic name from Bertha, and like you know,
See,
like, so
he's doing
that,
the
like,
mystical,
there's,
like speculative
blurriness.
thing.
Yeah, exactly. There's blurriness between like, you know, that sort of like, yeah, like these people are Germans versus like this type of, and like I'm not saying that like he might not have like some Visigothic ancestry, like, you know, or whatever, you know, like, or that like there might not be like whatever in his family tree, like, or who knows, like, or that like, yeah, maybe there are more Visigoths than Celts. I have no idea, but like, you know, I think that like the like where it like the political dimension of it, like the sort of belief in it, and like the institutional and like social like aspect of it is like, you know, what like really is there, not like the kind of you know, yeah, which I think, you know, basically we're saying the same thing. But
I do think since like you brought it up and I tried to look and like pin it down, it actually is a little bit, even like trying to figure out like how much of the population is like completely of European ancestry, what part of the population is mestizo, which is like a mix of European and, you know, like Mesoamerican, et cetera, and like who's from African ancestry, is kind of fuzzy because they basically like poll people and ask them to self-report, and the numbers kind of do vary widely, and there is like a significant level of like ambiguity.
Yeah, the Costa Rica numbers on Wikipedia here are crazy, like 14% to 62%.
Right,
like in different polls.
I think we'd alluded
self-identified of European, Euro-Latino, or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we also had alluded to maybe in our Venezuela episode recently that that also it's interesting to me the sort of like you can see certain commonalities, say, with like maybe like a white supremacist outlook in various parts of Latin America, with like white people, you know, white Europeans kind of feeling like they should be on top. At the same time, the sort of ethnic composition of like Central America and South America, there's a kind of it is kind of like it's a different vibe a little bit, because there is so much more. There's such a larger indigenous population in a lot of places. There's also a large like African population, but they're much more intermarried, and like there's much more interethnic like heritage among all of these different groups in Central and South America than like relatively in the United States, right? Like, and for a much longer period of time. Like the mestizo population is like, you know, a significant, if not a plurality, if not majority, I think, in a lot of these countries. And even though, you know, it's like,
well, there was
ambiguous,
also like,
right?
you know, like codes, you know, like, and like there was like this whole elaborate like racial regime in a lot of these places, right? Like that was meant to kind of like enforce this like hierarchy of like, you know, those who, and like this is like something that's like, yeah, like deeply, and like you can see like kind of, you know, and I'm not saying that like everyone is like has like a psychological trauma by the like as a result of this, but I think that Serrano seems to have had it to like some extent, you know, like I think, and like, you know, like when he says like our whole country is ruined by miscegenation and the church, and like, you know, this is like kind of like a certain sort of like trauma or like pathology that like has a lot to do with like, you know, his like sort of experience of the like cultural history like in his own life and that way, or how he perceived it, you know. But,
and it's also, you know, maybe I should read just the summary of his early life, but it's also worth saying that he doesn't just come from like any old Spanish lineage. He comes from like royal, high aristocratic Spanish lineage, which I think adds a little extra oomph on it.
Coincided, yeah.
Right.
Instead of the Wikipedia or early life, you should read.
No, I'm going to read from
the
Black
Goodrick
Sun.
Clark one.
Yeah,
because that's a pretty good biography of him.
Yeah. It kind of charts his early, like, you know, zigs and zags and like his background. I'll start from the beginning. Yeah, this is chapter 9, Miguel Serrano and Esoteric Hitlerism. Pretty good book overall. This is from Black Sun, Aryan Cults, Esoteric Nazism, and the Politics of Identity by Nicholas Goodrick Clark, who I think also wrote The Occult Roots of Nazism earlier. This is kind of a sequel about the post-war Nazi international and their fascination with the occult. So he writes, a new Hitler cult with extraordinary mythological force was articulated by the Chilean diplomat, explorer, and poet Miguel Serrano from the late 1970s onward. Stimulated by the Nazi mysteries, Serrano's neo-Nazi mythology traces its roots to his wartime enthusiasm for Hitler, anti-Semitism, and initiation into a Chilean esoteric order practicing meditation, yoga, and tantrism. His Gnostic doctrine describes the celestial origin of the Aryans, the bearers of divine light, and a global conspiracy against them by an evil demiurge, the regent of our planet and all base matter. The Hindu Nordic inspiration of Serrano is evident in his assimilation of the Aryans' polar home, Sanskrit terminology, and yoga, together with runes and Germanic myths. Serrano's cult is especially indebted to the Jungian theory of archetypes, and like Savitri Devi, he identifies Hitler as an avatar. Far from being an eccentric phenomenon, Miguel Serrano's mystical Nazism is a major example of the Chilean mythology's successful migration to South America in the post-war period. When Mussolini and Franco were in power, parties and movements in Latin America combined native populism with fascist models, as in the regimes of Juan Perón in Argentina and Getulio Vargas in Brazil. But even though Chile and Argentina had sizable minorities of German descent, pre-war Nazi organizations in these countries were relatively small. Arriving in large numbers after 1945, Nazi fugitives sought a new myth of Volkish identity relating to German settlement in Latin America. According to Serrano's myth, the Nazis' flight recapitulated prehistoric voyages of discovery made by Aryan ancestors. The homeless Nazis could thus cast themselves as heirs of an original Aryan population in Chile and Argentina. The Nazi fugitive organizations found support among native elites, businessmen, and admirers of Hitler and Mussolini. Given traditional racist attitudes toward the Indian and mixed-race populations, Chileans and Argentinians of European descent were also drawn to myths of Nordic origin. The multiracial composition of Latin America thus interacted with anti-Semitic Nazi racism to elaborate a new Chilean myth of Aryan settlement in the southern hemisphere. So now about some early life here. Miguel Joaquin Diego del Carmen Serrano Fernandez was born in Santiago on September 10, 1917. On the maternal side, he is a descendant of the Countesses of Sierra Bella, whose extensive estates lay in the south around Las Condes. The Serrano family itself was noted for gifted poets, political idealists, and diplomats. His mother, Berta Fernandez, died when he was 5. 3 years later, he lost his father, Diego Serrano Monterola. Miguel was brought up together with 2 younger brothers and a sister by his paternal grandmother, Fresia Monterola de Serrano, in a townhouse in Santiago and at a romantic 17th century country mansion on the footslopes of the Andes in the Claro Valley. From 1929 to 1934, Miguel Serrano was educated at the Internado Nacional Barros Arana. This school was noted for its German affiliation since the influx of Prussian army instructors and educators to Chile following Bismarck's support of Chile in the Great Pacific War in 1879 against Peru and Bolivia. Serrano attributes his admiration of all things German to this education. There you go. He also traces his blue eyes and fair hair through an Aryan bloodline to the Basque and Cro-Magnon races of northern Spain. At school, Serrano and his friends formed literary circles initially innocent of politics. However, in the late 1930s, a time of political polarization in Chile, his close friend, the budding poet Hector Barreto, joined the socialists out of sympathy with the poor, but was killed at the age of 18 in a brawl with uniformed right-wing Chilean Nazis, or Nazistas. Serrano reacted to this tragedy by embracing Marxist sympathies and began writing for the left-wing journals Sobre la Marcha, La Hora, and Frente Popular. His diplomat poet uncle, Vicente Huidobro, strongly encouraged Serrano to join the Republicans in the Spanish Civil War. However, Serrano soon rejected Marx and became disillusioned with the communists in Chile, owing to their shadowy connections to Moscow and even to the American CIA. There's a footnote on that. I didn't get to look it up, but
I did try to find it and I couldn't. The footnote is to his book on esoteric Hitlerism, on Hitler, the Ultimate Avatar, right? But I couldn't find the actual reference to the CIA,
right?
Or even to spies or to intelligence agencies. I don't know. Like,
Well,
I
it
can only
strikes me as
imagine that-
odd,
Yeah,
because he's talking here about the 1930s, and he's saying, "Oh, well, because by the time of World War II, he's like down with Nazism, but the CIA didn't exist until like 1947."
Exactly, yeah.
So,
Right.
like,
yeah, I thought maybe he was talking about the OSS, but like, I didn't see that come up.
but even
either.
that, you know who was the de facto American intelligence network on the ground in South America between World War I and II was basically the Rockefellers. you know,
Right.
like they had their own networks that were. Remember, I was reading something about how I think it was in Sally Pisani that with the CIA and the Marshall Plan, she mentioned that like before, Wild Bill Donovan had been advocating for a U.S. intelligence agency, but before World War II, the Rockefellers kind of like through their channels of power, like shut that shit down because like they were running like their own spy networks in South America, and they didn't want like meddlesome U.S. government people. Like not until they could build a intelligence agency that they controlled, like the CIA. But there was a little bit of like, it was privatized back then. But maybe he just means like, American intelligence, like broadly speaking.
Like it's weird. Like the only thing I think is like, he like talks about like Masonic. Like I feel like it's I don't think that he like thinks about like the sort of like forces in the world. At least like in that citation that he gives, which is he does talk about his autobiography and the other citation, sort of a like a longer work, which I didn't check, but that's a different footnote. This one is to Hitler, the ultimate avatar, and it doesn't like I couldn't find that like what part. It was the Spanish version, and I didn't like. So I maybe could have like found what edition and like looked for it. I mean I can try to do that now, but like I didn't see anything like in the part where he talks about Barreto, because he does talk about Barreto in the book a little bit.
Unless he's kind of like, I've never heard about communists in Chile having connections to the American CIA or any intelligence, service of America per se. Moscow makes sense, but like that's I don't know, strange if true. But anyways, I guess maybe we'll come back to that later. But going on here, they write, Serrano was then drawn to the Nazistas, the Movimiento Nacional Socialista de Chile, following their abortive coup on September 5th, 1938, when 62 young supporters were shot dead while they occupied the Social Security building near the presidential palace La Moneda in Santiago. Originally founded in 1932, this Chilean Nazi party was modeled on European fascist parties, particularly the NSDAP, the Nazis, led by the mercurial German-Chilean firebrand Jorge González von Marias. The party held a special appeal for the German-descended people of the southern part of central Chile, but also recruited members from other sectors of the population. Like other fascist parties, the Nazistas organized mass marches of its uniformed stormtroopers, giving Nazi salutes, singing battle songs, and bearing flags and insignia. The charismatic personality of El Jefe, the leader, was a potent factor in the movement. Serrano was deeply impressed by the male comradeship, the staunch patriotism, and the fascist mythos of the Chilean Nazis. Their heroic martyrdom on the massacre of September 1938 overcame his revulsion at the murder of his best friend. In July 1939, Serrano publicly associated himself with the Nazistas, now renamed Vanguardia Popular Socialista, began writing for the party journal Trabajo, and accompanied the leader on speaking tours across the country. As Chile remained neutral at the outbreak of World War II, the Nazistas were at liberty to express their solidarity with the Axis powers. However, the Reformed Party was losing its fire, while González von Marias, chastened by his term of imprisonment after the failed coup, was now conciliatory toward liberal bourgeois politicians. Following the German invasion of the Soviet Union, Serrano threw himself directly into pro-Nazi propaganda with the publication of his own fortnightly political and literary review, La Nueva Edad, from July 1941 onward. Among the regular contributors were René Arriagada of the national daily El Mercurio, who was interested in Oswald Spengler, General Francisco Javier Diaz, a devoted supporter of Hitler, and Hugo Gallo, the cultural attaché at the, or Hugo Gallo, the cultural attaché at the Italian embassy. Articles range from discussions of German philosophy and ideology to epic accounts of German military campaigns and the destruction of Soviet communism. The Third Reich was consistently glorified. Serrano cultivated close links with the Nazi personnel at the German embassy in Santiago, which supported his periodical. From an SS man, formerly adjutant to the director of the Reich Chancellery in Berlin, Serrano learned about extensive Nazi documentation on the power of secret societies discovered by Alfred Rosenberg in old Masonic lodges in Paris after the occupation. This material was also published and discussed in La Nueva Edad. These early hints of conspiracy were powerfully reinforced when Serrano is introduced to the myth of Jewish world conspiracy in the autumn of 1941. Two Chilean artists, readers of his magazine, brought him a Spanish-language edition of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. This discovery marked a crucial point in the development of Serrano's Nazism. Prior to 1941, neither the Chilean Nazis nor Serrano had embraced anti-Semitism as part of their radical nationalist and fascist ideology, which saw its enemy primarily in Marxist communism. Now, at a single reading, Serrano gets one-shotted. He became utterly convinced the Jews were behind a worldwide plot to subvert all order, tradition, and national independence. On the basis of these beliefs, Serrano became a fervent anti-Semite and began publishing material from the Protocols in his magazine beginning in November 1941. In the later, Gnostic elaboration of his Hitler cult, Serrano transmutes the Jewish world conspiracy into an evil demiurge, the Lord of Darkness who rules over a fallen planet. Besides this apocalyptic anti-Semitism, Serrano mixed his Nazi politics with ideas from esotericism, Hinduism, and Kundalini yoga. In late 1941, Hugo Gallo suggested to Serrano that the war could also be fought on other, inner planes, and introduced him to a Chilean esoteric order. Owing allegiance to a mysterious Brahmanical elite supposedly based in the Himalayas, this order, I don't like that he just like say what the name of the order is, but I've seen it written elsewhere as like it is called the Brahmanical Order or the Brahmanic Order. Yeah, but he just sort of says mysterious Brahmanical elite. That's, I guess, what it was. This order had been founded by a German immigrant, quote, FK, to Chile around the turn of the century. The order practiced techniques of ritual magic, tantric and kundalini yoga for the achievement of mystical unions and visions. The master of the order emphasized the importance of the subtle or astral body, which could be awakened and activated through gateway tapes, rituals, and spiritual exercises. By means of yoga meditation, the serpent power, kundalini, was drawn up from the base of the spine through the several energy centers or chakras of the subtle body to the crown of the head in order to awaken the superconscious ego. This ascent experience was linked with Nietzschean notions of the will to power and fascist activism. Deeply impressed by the master's esoteric wisdom, Serrano was initiated into this mystico-martial order in February 1942. The order related its esoteric spirituality directly to Hitler and Nazism. While the remote Brahmanical leadership of the order indicated its Vedic Aryan origins and doctrine, cult members were united in an admiration for Hitler as a savior of the Aryan Indo-European race. Astral travel and higher states of consciousness were regarded as the ancestral heritage of the pure-blooded or twice-born Aryans. Interestingly, born-again Aryans. The master often made oracular statements concerning Hitler and the global conflict he had unleashed in the Second World War. Hitler was described as an initiate, a being of boundless and unprecedented willpower, or a Shuddhi-Buddhishva Baba. Shuddhi-Buddhishva Baba. He had voluntarily incarnated on Earth as a highly developed being, or a bodhisattva, in order to overcome the Dark Age, or Kali Yuga. On several occasions, the master established astral contact with Hitler. Once they conversed about German colonial claims. Another time, the master saw him at his eagle's nest high upon the Kelstein at Berchtesgaden. After the war had ended, the master encountered Hitler deep inside the earth, sure evidence that he was alive and had survived the Brooklyn bunker. Okay. In light of these revelations, Serrano regarded Adolf Hitler and the mass cult of the Third Reich as archetypal forces whose active intervention in history promised a qualitative leap into a new era. After the defeat of the Third Reich, Serrano continued to believe that Hitler had escaped from the ruins of Berlin and found a refuge either in the warm oases of Antarctica or deep below the ice cap. Already suggested by his master, this idea was widely rumored in the Latin American press during the summer of 1945. Serrano devoured the speculations of Ladislao Sabo's book, Hitler Está Vivo, 1947, that Hitler had been brought to safety by a U-boat convoy to the warm oases in Queen Maud Land, originally discovered by the Richer expedition of 1938. An obscure urge led him to accompany the expedition of the Chilean Army and Navy to Antarctica in 1947 and 48 as a journalist. The bleak and uninhabited wastes of the polar region made a lasting impression on him. He read books by Carl Gustav Jung on the collective unconscious and mused on the proximity of his idol. On his return, he published a short book, La Antártica y otros mitos, which repeated Sabo's claims. Hitler continued to obsess him. During his first visit to Europe in 1951, he visited the ruins of the Berlin bunker, where Hitler had vanished from the stage of world history. He gazed long at the walls of Spandau prison, where Rudolf Hess and other top Nazis were immured. He lingered over the ruins of Hitler's Berghof in Bavaria, anticipating Savitri Devi's pilgrimage after its final demolition. But the visit to Europe also opened up new prospects. In Switzerland, Serrano met and befriended Hermann Hesse, the well-known German romantic writer who had received the Nobel Prize in 1946. A later encounter and ensuing friendship with Carl Gustav Jung led to an ardent exchange of ideas concerning myths and archetypes. In 1953, Serrano, following a family tradition, had entered the Chilean diplomatic corps in order to obtain a posting to India, which he regarded as an important source of esoteric truth. Eventually promoted to ambassador, he remained in India until 1962, all the while immersing himself in India's rich spiritual heritage. A recurrent leitmotif of this Indian period was his search for the secret Brahmanical order of his Chilean master. He traveled to remote Himalayan shrines and met numerous gurus. However, as the order was supposed to have its seat at Mount Kailas in Tibet, it remained inaccessible to him in Chinese-administered territory. Through his diplomatic role, he met many leading personalities and became a personal friend of Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, and the Dalai Lama of Tibet. He now published literature devoted to mythological and spiritual themes, including The Visits of the Queen of Sheba, with a preface by Carl Gustav Jung, and The Serpent of Paradise, about his quest in India. Miguel Serrano subsequently held prestigious postings as Chilean ambassador to Yugoslavia for about 5 years in the 60s, with simultaneous accreditation in Bulgaria and Romania, and ambassador to Austria between 64 and 70, as well as representative to the International Atomic Energy Commission and the UN Organization for Industrial Development, both based in Vienna. However, in late 1970, Serrano was dismissed from the Chilean diplomatic service by Salvador Allende, the newly elected Marxist president of Chile. No. But I mean, yes, actually. That's good. He resolved to live as an exile, renting an apartment at Casa Camuzzi, the house in which Hermann Hesse had lived from 1919 to 1931 at Montagnola in the Swiss Ticino. Serrano spent the next years in Europe, enjoying the life of a writer, wandering in the forests and on the mountains. In this new carefree phase of life, Serrano initially devoted himself to a poetic treatment of religious myths. His first book from this period, El Ella, Book of Magic Love, was an allegory of man's search for unity. Themes of tantrism, Catharism, and the reunion of the male animus and female anima guaranteed the work translation into many foreign languages. A second book, Nos, A Book of the Resurrection, was a Jungian autobiography based on similar themes and Nietzsche's idea of eternal return. However, the abrupt and unexpected end to his public career, coupled with the communist takeover in his country, also attracted Serrano to Nazism again. In the early 1940s, he had absorbed the myth of a secret world conspiracy involving Jews, secret societies, and communists. The new revolutionary regime in Chile now appeared to confirm these fantasies. During his time in Switzerland, he increasingly pondered on the dualist implications of Catharism, anti-Semitism, and the Jungian idea of the projection of the shadow. While his poetic work sung of unity and spiritual integration, Serrano became a hostage to the idea of opposing archetypes of light and darkness. He began work on his remarkable Hitler trilogy, which eventually comprised El Cordón Dorado, Hitlerismo Esotérico, Adolf Hitler, El Último Avatar, and Manu, por el hombre que vendrá. So yeah, it's like, what is it, like the golden thread? Or what is Cordón?
Wait, for what? What is
for the first one? His first book.
Dorado.
And then Dorado's golden.
Yeah, the big golden thread, maybe.
The golden thread, Esoteric Hitlerism, then Adolf Hitler, Last Avatar, and then Manu, which I think he might have gotten that from Savitri Devi writing about Manu, for the man that Vendra. I actually don't know what Vendra means, but anyways,
why is Vendra? For the coming man.
Oh, for the coming man. Okay, that then yeah, it's like Latin root for veni, right? Like I came, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Veni Vici.
It must be something to do with like the future tense, maybe. I don't know. But,
right. The man that is coming. Yeah, for the man that is coming. Drawing his inspiration from his earlier involvement in Chilean Nazism, the Protocols, and the Esoteric Brahmanical Order, Serrano now assimilated a medley of revelational, occult, and Nazi mysteries literature from the 1960s and 70s to elaborate his own political mythography of esoteric Hitlerism. The ascent experiences and visions Serrano underwent through yoga and other rituals under the guidance of his master form the esoteric core of Serrano's Gnostic religion. Through a magical heightening of consciousness, Serrano believes that it is possible to achieve a union with divine forces extraneous to man and nature. He claims this is not a matter of the unconscious mind, but some form of superconsciousness, whereby the ego is, quote, taken over by one or other of the gods. Maybe we'll put gods in quote too. More like you're taken over by a jinn, a Nazi jinn. As imagined,
Wotan is sort of Lucifer in Serrano's ideas, I think. Yeah,
you get possessed by the devil, the Aryan devil, and it's so great.
Didn't Hitler even say that he was possessed by a jinn? And like Mussolini was like, "What the hell is he talking about?" Like,
there's weird. He did have an occult mentor. There's a book about Hitler's occult mentor that I guess Serrano would make reference to. I think the late great Jimmy Fallon Gong did an episode about like, was Hitler hypnotized by occultists like after World War I, and then like sort of turned into like the Hitler that we know. What if like he was a puppet of even darker forces, right? I'd like to read that book one day because that never gets talked about. Like he did, like there was something about like his, he had like shell shock like during World War I, and he went to like a hospital for nervous exhaustion. He had hysterical blindness, and then like somebody might have hypnotized him to make him snap out of it, but then like kind of sus. Anyways, so he says that, your ego could be taken over by one or other of the gods, as imagined by the ancient Greeks. These ideas were focused by his readings of Jung and were further developed by his extensive conversations and correspondence with the eminent Swiss psychoanalyst between 1957 and 61. These are of considerable interest and have been published as C.G. Jung and Hermann Hesse, A Record of Two Friendships, 1965, in a number of languages. Jung had begun to develop his theory of the archetypes and collective unconscious during the First World War. In his later work, Jung would present the archetypes in scientific terms, describing them as, quote, primordial images, an instinctive trend, or archaic remnants arising from the collective unconscious of mankind and rooted in its long phylogenetic evolution. However, Jung first identified the archetypes in more religious language as, quote, the ruling powers, the gods. Confronted by the rise of Nazism and the mass enthusiasm of the German people for Hitler, Jung published in 1936, like he said, an essay entitled Wotan, in which he suggested that the Germans were once again possessed by the archetype of the Germanic god of storm and frenzy. He saw precursors of this pagan exuberance in the Dionysian irrational philosophies of Friedrich Nietzsche, Alfred Schuller, and Ludwig Klages, and in the poetry of Stefan George, or Gorga, Georga. The Wandervogel youth movement, Volkisch nationalism, and various attempts to, quote, Germanize Christianity trace the decline in the talismanic power of the cross and the return of the Führer Teutonicus, a formerly dominant archetype. But if the German masses had indeed been seized by the Wotan archetype, then Hitler was the ultimate personification of Wotan. In other articles and interviews of the interwar period, Jung focused on the phenomenon of Hitler himself. He described how Hitler was possessed by this archetype of the collective Aryan unconscious and could not help obeying the commands of an inner voice. In a series of interviews between 1936 and 39, Jung characterized Hitler as an archetype, often manifesting itself to the complete exclusion of his own personality. Quote, Hitler is a spiritual vessel, a demi-divinity, even better, a myth. Mussolini is a man. At a military review witnessed by the two leaders, Hitler reminded Jung of a sort of wooden scaffolding and clothes, an automaton with a mask, a robot, or someone with the mask of a robot. Quote, Hitler seemed like the double, or doppelganger, of a real person, as if Hitler the man might be hiding inside like an appendix, and deliberately so concealed in order not to disturb the mechanism. You know you could never talk to this man, because there is nobody there. It is not an individual. It is an entire nation. Jung likened Hitler. I know you're going to get mad. You're going to get mad.
I'm just saying we're very
sentence.
Vindicated by, like in our early episode, like in our very first episode talking about E.T.A. Hoffmann. You know, the Sandman, because like if Serrano was like one-shotted by Carl Jung and by the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, like both Freud and Jung, maybe like Jung indirectly through Freud, I don't know, but they were like both one-shotted by Hoffmann's stories. I mean, in some way, like maybe, you know, it was
what was Hoffmann again? He was like the Sandman, right?
Yeah, and he wrote a couple of other famous stories, like the Nutcracker. Like basically, he was obsessed with like the sort of uncanny horror of like you know, robotic people, like sort of mechanical people,
right?
Or you know, like the sort of like the uncanny, what we think was the uncanny valley kind of like false people, you know, and he kind of, you know, really channeled that early like anxiety about that possibility, you know.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. That is an interesting like first impression of like seeing Hitler interact in public, like in person, is that he seems like a robot. Like there's nobody there behind like the mask, like the doppelganger mask. He's a double of a real person. Like it's was he long-term hypnotized by like, you know, sus occultists to like be this kind of like guy? Or did he just become this guy? Did he get possessed by like, you know, I mean, he does, the way Hitler acts, like it's so theatrical, so possessed with like a dark energy, and it's so performative that it is kind of like, you know, not to compare him with our own, you know, our own Mango Mussolini, but there's almost something like similar in terms of like Trump is like so not like a normal person, like. He doesn't seem to ever be like a normal person. There's
absolutely something similar, and I think actually he does have like a similar effect, and that's why I always felt that Guénon was somewhat right about. I think that they both kind of fit this role in a way. Like they're Dajjalic, like they like, and that's ultimately what the Dajjal is, like kind of like a, you know, a falsehood, you know, deceiver, like a false, like, you know, the false messiah, right? Like and like the idea, the way that you know, Guénon put it was very like kind of Hoffmannian in some ways, because like, you know, in terms of like parody, right? Like that this is kind of like like a propped up sort of simulacrum, right? I think, you know, is a word that is used to translate it. So like like kind of like this the idea that like if you like you know, like you know, push this down, it's gonna like just collapse, like sort of a cardboard thing, right? Or like kind of like and that's like kind of even that's even an idea in like some of these sort of eschatological things, eschatological sort of frameworks, right? That there's going to be like an indwelling of the Antichrist directly by Shaitan, right? So I feel like that's you know, like he's going to just become like a skin suit for Shaitan at some point, right? It's kind of this false resurrection, right? That's like a big thing that you see in a lot of these eschatologies. So I think like you know, like that vibe like definitely is there. Like it's funny because like, you know, I almost like have always like hesitated to say that because there was so much like you know, it was sort of like discouraged. Like it was almost like made like unserious to like compare them because like it's like, oh, you know, you're being shrill, you're being a libtard because like you're saying that like Trump is like Hitlerian. It's like, okay, well, but at this point, I almost find it more cringe to do like this kind of performative thing of like, you know, fascism is just like, you know, this one group that, you know, existed for like a brief period of time. And it's like, okay, like give me a break. Like,
comma,
what can we talk
Trump
about?
is not a fascist.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and that
right,
kind of became like almost as like official line among certain people, you know, and like they kind of like use it to like signal their in-group status, like, you know, that they're like cool to use the F word for Trump. But
well,
you know like,
it's a waste of time when you could just be dunking on the PMC left for
and I'm not
being
like exactly and I'm not upholding like Maddoism or whatever or that like sort of you know either, but I just think like there's kind of this like, you know, but yeah, I think that they're definitely like certainly they are similar like in many ways, I think and like I think that it's actually like you can really see the similarities. Actually, Betty Aquino, right, when she was writing to Lewis Hill, she said that a lot of her friends considered Hitler to be funny, right? Like now, I think in terms of what you're saying, like now he seems like this like dark, ominous, like occult magus, where he's like, you know, like and like channeling the rage of the crowd. But at the time, like, and there are moments where you can see that in Trump as well, like, you know, like I am your voice, that famous, you know, line from the RNC in 2016. Like there are moments when like you can see kind of the like Hitler, you know, sort of a stereotypically Hitlerian Trump come out where like, you know, he's kind of has that sort of aggression or that kind of mass energy or whatever. But like I think that early on, you know, like at the time, the way people perceived Hitler like did have a lot of elements of the way that people across the political spectrum talk about Trump as like like kind of like a uncle,
a
like
joke.
You know,
like
like he's like you gotta admit the guy's funny.
You gotta, like, certain people do have to. They keep having to admit that Trump is the funniest president of all time, and it's like, okay, it's been 10 years, like 11 years, really, since he sort of came on the scene in this way. And like, you know, I remember being more of because the Maddoism was so much more hegemonic in like 2015 and 2016 that when people like immediately jumped to like he's gonna be exactly like Hitler, that I remember being like a little bit like I don't know, that's like because a lot of people like balk at that, and also like Hitler is kind of like he's still kind of the goat of being like the biggest, most evil sicko of all time.
I think that like what we're talking about in terms of comparing them is not a comparison necessarily in terms of like actions,
right?
Because,
but their
like,
energy,
you know, I
in
mean,
fact,
Trump
like the hysterical,
done, like, a lot of awful things, and he definitely has clear like fascist tendencies, like both him and like the people around him.
Oh yeah,
like,
especially
there are even people
the
who
people
like openly
around him.
admire Hitler, who are like are pretty like, you know, advanced, like white supremacists, like open white supremacists. Like who's that one guy who actually I think has a PhD in political science that originally like he was released from his job, but now he has some kind of like significant post. Let me
was he one of those ones like the leaked like group DMs got leaked and he was saying like, Nazi
he had
stuff
to kind of like but now he's like back. Hold on.
And Stephen Miller, people always forget. I remember Stephen Miller like retweeting a Nazi Pepe in 2016, and for some reason it always maybe people weren't as like educated on like 4chan stuff. They were still catching up, but I remember that being like, oh wow, like he's Jewish, like so it's like okay, we have like a weird like a LA Jewish kid who's like a Nazi, and he's like he clearly like knows all about 4chan and probably hangs out on Pole and shit, and was retweeting like he was retweeting either like the kind of greedy Jew like drawing or something like that, or it was kind of a Pepe. It was or it was like a Pepe, but it was definitely like Nazi signaling, you know. So, and you know, Bannon.
I mean, he's like kind of in this whole milieu in certain ways. It was Darren Beatty who I'm thinking of.
Oh,
he's the acting assistant secretary of state for educational and cultural affairs.
Was he like a Twitter poster for a long time? Like an annoying Twitter poster?
Maybe. I like staunch ally of Donald Trump. Yeah, I forget so he called for the sterilization of low IQ trash.
In a way, you even maybe a more like salient comparison.
And he also is Jewish. But yes, he
yeah, as Pynchon said about,
he was a Twitter guy. Competent white men must be in charge if you want things to work. Unfortunately, our entire national ideology is predicated on coddling the feelings of women and minorities, demoralizing competent white men.
Yeah, this is kind of that Bab Zionist kind of tip a little bit. Yeah,
Bap also, like, who I believe that Bap is Jewish as well.
He's
right?
half Jewish, like he's Romanian, but half Jewish, and but a huge like kind of Nazi, like a huge racist, huge Nazi, but like loves Israel, classic. It reminds me of the Inherent Vice, like what Pynchon wrote about Mickey Wolfman. He's technically Jewish but wants to be a Nazi, like it's like that is a type of person in America, in the Americas.
It's a type of person throughout all time. Like, it's as long as there's been Nazism. I mean,
right,
even in this book, right, he talks about Weininger, right, who's like a famous example of that. Like, kind of
big influence on Serrano.
I mean, you could even talk about Max Nordau and stuff like that. I don't know if Serrano read him, but certainly like in that kind of lineage for sure.
Right.
I don't remember if like he mentions Serrano reading him, but like, he's definitely mentioned in this book, and he definitely, was Jewish, and definitely like perhaps even more anti-Semitic than like some of these other prominent anti-Semitic thinkers. But like, I mean, it's obviously like because that's the thing, and like you can actually kind of see this in people may get mad, but you see this in Marx's On the Jewish Question too. Like this idea of like Judaism as like and this really is Serrano's concept that he kind of has as well. It's like Judaism as like an idea. Like it's not like Judaism as like a certain like kind of a concept, right? Like you can like kill the Jew like within yourself as well, like if it's not about like necessarily
right, like even which is obviously is like probably not the best way. I get kind of what Marx is. Marx is Jewish himself, and I get like kind of what he was like getting at, but like that could be when it's kind of like, you don't have to be literally like, Jewish to be acting Jewish, which means bad. Like it's just all like bad thing. It's like the usury and like being like too business minded and materialistic.
And the problem of Jews will go away once like Jews stop being like stop doing usury and stuff like that, like, and they stop like being Jewish or in that like sort of way that he defines it. And again, I'm not saying that like it's so, I'm not saying like, we need to cancel Karl Marx or whatever because he was anti-Semitic, like it was part of like his intellectual milieu. But I think like, let's like be honest about it. Like it's not like but
I mean, I get annoyed when people bring that up to be like, you can't. Marx is completely invalidated because he did a heckin' like anti-Semitism in 1850 by like writing that essay. But like at the same time, like he wrote a lot of things. He's not like a prophet. Like he was a man writing in his place and time. But I do
exactly. Yeah.
I want to read this last part here because I thought you probably are going to have some issue with this.
Okay, yeah. That, I mean, I remember this like article by Jung. So yeah.
They go on and say that you can never talk to this man because there's nobody there. It's not an individual. It's an entire nation. Jung likened Hitler to Muhammad, the Messiah of Germany who teaches the virtue of the sword. Quote, his voice is that of at least 78 million Germans. He must shout, even in private conversation. The voice he hears is that of the collective unconscious of his race. It's like, all right, calm down, Jung. Like, interesting idea, but like also he's almost giving credence to this idea that he is channeling like the true collective unconscious of his race and stuff. Instead of like,
I know. I think that he actually like did believe that.
Right. Which is like, and then is that bad? Like because he's doing bad things. So is this a dangerous thing that is not good, or is it like wow, like how wondrous? Like, anyways, but Jung's suggestion that each race had its own collective unconscious and archetypes interested Serrano especially, for this meant that Hitler could inspire all members of the Aryan race. However, Serrano believed that Jung was merely, quote, psychologizing an ancient sacred mystery with such concepts as archetypes and the collective unconscious. For Serrano, the archetypes are the gods, the independent metaphysical powers that rule over their respective races and occasionally possess their members. So everyone has like an ethnic jinn, I guess, that can possess them. In his opinion, the Aryan collective unconscious was literally, quote, the memory of Aryan blood, an esoteric construction of biological racism. As his master had claimed, the individual person may travel in the astral, thereby evacuating his body for archetypal possession. So wait, if you're doing the Monroe tapes, are you like at risk of being occupied by like a racist demon or jinn or something like that? It's kind of what they seem to be.
Like, yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, you're totally putting yourself at risk if you do that, I think.
You're
like,
just
not
like
just
kind
of
of
being like possessed and like left there, like, left your astral self like out while some like jinn flies into your body and like possesses you necessarily. But like, I mean, the sort of standard advice is like not to like be like, willy-nilly messing around with jinn because like, they're gonna like drive you crazy.
Right, which according to
like,
Robert
lead you
Monroe is
astray.
like kind of all he did when he would astral project. But then it's kind of like just walking out the front door of your house and leaving it wide open and not locking the door, and then anybody could walk in, kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, we talked
maybe.
about this, that there's like a certain, like you said, like a caucasity to it, like kind of like a sort of like very confident ignorance, like kind of a Dunning-Kruger like situation with this sort of like, like I'm a special person, like I understand everything, like this, everything like that, like past sort of spiritual traditions taught was all just leading up to this, and like is now like sort of superseded by like me with these like binaural beats, but really like I'm not like heeding the kind of lesson of experience about like these sort of entities, and I think that they're like my heckin' like sci-fi sidekicks who are giving me like like buzzy rotes and like whatever.
Yeah, his little rotes. Yeah, the
like,
inspects.
The way like it makes like I feel like it's like the movie Flubber. Like I feel like it like his little
Sus
friends are
movie,
like the
TBH.
Flubber,
Yeah.
like the little robot from Flubber, and like and the little ball. Like he's always
One
like,
of
they're
those
always, like vibrating
strange-
and like bouncing around and curling up and stuff.
I've been meaning to rewatch Flubber because like it was I was because I remember I was thinking, but I was just up in the Bay and I was thinking about Robin Williams, and like he lived in like Marin County for most of our lifetimes up until when he like died horrible, like he committed suicide. But like I feel like there's so many movies that starred Robin Williams that like were set in San Francisco in the late 90s just because he probably demanded it because he lived there. And so like if you think about like Jack, the Francis Ford Coppola movie where he like grows up as like he's like a 10-year-old but he's an adult because he has like a disorder. Mrs. Doubtfire, Flubber, those are all like San Francisco movies. I wanted to kind of look in because he's such an interesting clown figure of Anyways, Sus Flubber. Yeah, I don't even know what is Flubber based on. It's kind of weird. Anyways,
I think it was based on like a really early like Disney movie or something. I don't know. I don't really remember. But
yeah. Dr. Dolittle too, also set in San Francisco. With Eddie Murphy, kind of sus. But yeah, okay. So yeah, speaking of this next part right here is actually like kind of reminds me a lot about like the Monroe lore from the 80s about like the louche spirits and the kind of demiurge vibes of it all. So basically, for Serrano, the archetypes are the gods, the memory of Aryan blood. His master
actually,
claim.
before we keep going, let's like talk
Okay.
about this Jung thing a little bit because actually is kind of interesting. Like,
Okay.
H.R. Knickerbocker is one of the great American foreign correspondents. He visited Jung in 1938, and he
Okay.
like kind of had this conversation, with him that like kind of was it came out in his book Is Tomorrow Hitler's, Knickerbocker's book that is.
Tomorrow Hitler's. Okay.
Yeah, and there was also an article in Cosmopolitan. So Knickerbocker asked him, what would happen if you were to lock Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin in a room together and give them one loaf of bread and one pitcher of water to last them a week? Who would get all the food and water, or would they divide it? And Jung replied, I doubt they would divide it. Hitler, being a medicine man, would probably hold himself aloof and have nothing to do with the quarrel. He would be helpless because he would be without his German people. Mussolini and Stalin, being both chiefs or strong men in their own right, would probably dispute possession of the food and drink. And Stalin, being the rougher and tougher, would probably get all of it. There were two types of strong men in primitive society. One was the chief, who was physically powerful, stronger than all his competitors, and the other was the medicine man, who was not strong in himself, but was strong by reason of the power which the people projected into him. Thus, we had the emperor and the head of the religious community. The emperor was the chief, physically strong through his possession of soldiers. The seer was the medicine man, possessing little or no physical power, but an actual power sometimes surpassing that of the emperor, because the people agreed that he possessed magic, that is, supernatural ability. He could, for example, assist or obstruct the way to a happy life after death, put a ban upon an individual, a community, or a whole nation, and by excommunication cause people great discomfort or pain. Now, Mussolini is the man of physical strength. When you see him, you are aware of it at once. His body suggests good muscles. He is the chief by reason of the fact that he is individually stronger than any of his competitors. And it is a fact that Mussolini's mentality corresponds to his classification. He has the mind of a chief. Stalin belongs in the same category. He is, however, not a creator. Lenin created. Stalin is devouring the brood. He is a conquistador. He simply took what Lenin made and put his teeth into it and devoured it. He is not even creatively destructive. Lenin was that. He tore down the whole structure of feudal and bourgeois society in Russia and replaced it with his own creation. Stalin is destroying that. Trotskyite, Carl Jung. Mentally, Stalin is not so interesting as Mussolini, who resembles him in the fundamental pattern of his personality. And he is not anything like so interesting as the medicine man, the myth, Hitler. Anybody who takes command, so he gets asked, anybody who takes command of 170 million people, as Stalin has done, is bound to be interesting, whether you like him or not. No, Stalin is just a brute, a shrewd peasant, an instinctive, powerful beast. No doubt in that way, far the most powerful of all the dictators. He reminds one of a Siberian saber-toothed tiger with that powerful neck, those sweeping mustaches, and that smile like a cat which has been eating cream. I should imagine that Genghis Khan might have been an early Stalin. I shouldn't wonder if he makes himself czar. Hitler is entirely different. His body does not suggest strength. The outstanding characteristic of his physiognomy is its dreamy look. I was especially struck by that when I saw pictures taken of him during the Czechoslovakian crisis. There was in his eyes a look of a seer. There is no question but that Hitler belongs in the category of the truly mystic medicine man. As somebody commented about him at the last Nuremberg Party Congress, since the time of Muhammad, nothing like it has been seen in this world. All right. Wow. So Hitler is the last prophet. This is like ridiculous. Anyway, yeah. You can see how insane that is, like in its proper context, I think, even more so than that summary. This markedly mystic characteristic of Hitler's is what makes him do things which seem to us illogical, inexplicable, curious, and unreasonable. But consider, even the nomenclature of the Nazis is plainly mystic. Take the very name of the Nazi state. They call it the Third Reich. Why? The interviewer says, well, because the First Reich was the Holy Roman Empire, and the second was the one founded by Bismarck, and the third is Hitler's. Of course. But there is a deeper significance. Nobody called Charlemagne's kingdom the First Reich or Wilhelm's the Second Reich. Only the Nazis called theirs the Third Reich, because it has a profound mystical meaning. To every German, the expression Third Reich brings echoes in his unconscious of the biblical hierarchy. Thus Hitler, who more than once has indicated he is aware of his mystic calling, appears to the devotees of the Third Reich as something more than mere man. Again, you take the widespread revival in the Third Reich of the cult of Wotan. Who was Wotan? God of wind. Take the name Sturmabteilung, storm troops. Storm, you see? The wind. Just as see, like this is like this is what Jordan Peterson is basically. Like this is the exact just as the swastika is like, but yet he was born like too many some decades too late. Otherwise he so. Just as the swastika is a revolving form, making a vortex ever moving toward the left, which means in Buddhist symbolism sinister, unfavorable, directed towards the unconscious. And all these symbols together of a Third Reich, led by its prophet under the banners of wind and storm and whirling vortices, point to a mass movement which is to sweep the German people in a hurricane of unreasoning emotion on and on to a destiny which perhaps none but the seer, the prophet, the Führer himself can foretell, and perhaps not even he. And then, the interviewer asks, but why is it that Hitler, who makes nearly every German fall down and worship him, produces next to no impression on any foreigner? Exactly. Few foreigners respond at all, yet apparently every German in Germany does. It is because Hitler is the mirror of every German's unconscious, but of course he mirrors nothing from a non-German. He is the loudspeaker which magnifies the audible whispers of the German soul until they can be heard by the German's unconscious ear. He is the first man to tell every German what he has been thinking and feeling all along in his unconscious about German fate. So bear in mind, this guy is like kind of has, I guess, like I think he's including himself in this. He is Swiss, but it's like I think he might see himself as like a Germanic in this way. He is the last speaker. Yeah, blah blah. He is the first man to tell. Yeah, sorry, I read that part too. What he has been thinking and feeling all along is unconscious about German fate, especially since the defeat in the World War. The one characteristic which colors every German soul is the typically German inferiority complex, the complex of the younger brother, of the one who is always a bit late to the feast. Hitler's power is not political; it is magic. What do you mean by magic? He's asked. To understand that, you must understand what the unconscious is. It is that part of our mental constitution over which we have little control and which is stored with all sorts of impressions and sensations, which contains thoughts and even conclusions of which we are not aware. Besides the conscious impressions which we receive, there are all sorts of impressions constantly impinging upon our sense organs of which we don't become aware because they are too slight to attract our conscious attention. They lie beneath the threshold of consciousness, but all these subliminal impressions are recorded. Nothing is lost. That's also kind of a Monroe thing. Someone may be speaking in a faintly audible voice in the next room while we are talking here. You pay no attention to it, but the conversation next door is being recorded in your unconscious as surely as though the latter were a dictaphone record. While you sit here, my unconscious is taking in quantities of impressions of you, although I am not aware of them, and you would be surprised if I should tell you all that I have already learned unconsciously about you in this short space of time. Now, the secret of Hitler's power is not that Hitler has an unconscious more plentifully stored than yours or mine. Hitler's secret is twofold. First, that his unconscious has exceptional access to his consciousness. And second, that he allows himself to be moved by it. He is like a man who listens intently to a stream of suggestions in a whispered voice from a mysterious source and then acts upon them. In our case, even if occasionally our unconscious does reach at us as through dreams, we have too much rationality, too much cerebrum to obey it. This is doubtless the case with Chamberlain, but Hitler listens and obeys. The true leader is always led. We can see it work in him. He himself has referred to his voice. His voice, capital V, is nothing other than his own unconscious, into which the German people have projected their own selves. That is the unconscious of 78 million Germans. That is what makes him powerful. Without the German people, he would not be what he seems to be now. It is literally true when he says that whatever he is able to do is only because he has the German people behind him, or, as he sometimes says, because he is Germany. So, again, think about, in reading this, it's impossible not to be reminded of Trump, honestly, to me.
Oh, yeah,
even that,
100%.
that quote that, lingers with everyone, I am your voice. That is what, the quote of Trump's that, kind of, I think, epitomizes his kind of political strength, in some ways has stuck, with me over these 10 years, right, since that convention, right, as one of the few memorable Trump quotes that isn't some, incoherent thing, right? But
you see it mostly at his rallies, I think.
Yeah,
when
exactly,
he's riffing, when he this guy does go, for hours and hours, off script, and it's just riffing with the crowd. The crowd is loving it, and in a way, he is kind of channeling their resentments and whatever they are liable to be pissed off. He's taking this feedback and then channeling it and putting it back out to them. And he never seems more effective than when he's in that kind of environment, right?
Yeah,
and even downstream from that,
even want to watch him just dance, and this is something where I think that there is a short-sightedness in people who are he's falling apart, he's incoherent. You saw this during 2016, sorry, not 2016, during the recent election in 2024 when people would be saying, he's he's senile, he's standing there, just moving and dancing and just rambling, he's gonna lose. No, people respond to that. They like that, but I mean, to bring this back around to Serrano though, I mean, I think that like I think Jung like kind of like again like what he's saying, like you can definitely like apply this, and like there's something like to it, you know, like people who know the show and know me like know that I like kind of like definitely believe in the unseen as like a dimension of life, you know, that he's kind of like referring to in some ways and kind of dressing up as this a psychological thing. But you can also see like that's the thing, like people think of Jung as like this serious psychologist, but like really, you know, even though certainly he was accepted as such, like his ideas of the collective unconscious are like that is basically something that like we would now like when he talks about magic, he's not like being metaphorical.
No,
you know?
he's
like,
talking about
really.
occult powers.
Yeah, exactly.
And
yes.
religious things like spiritual like phenomena. He's not just being a serious psychologist, you know. Which it's funny, he get like the Monroe Institute, he gets like secularized. He gets like a sheen of secular science kind of painted over all his ideas, which he himself kind of did. I mean, Serrano was even like mad about that he kind of made it sound a little too clinical and secularized when he would like come up with when he would use a lot of these terms. But you can see when he's like explaining it in interviews that like the original source of them was not secular. That was kind of like more of a tactical way of presenting this information so that it would more serious people would kind of be more open to it. Especially like
I
in the
almost
West,
feel
you know?
that I don't know like what the nature of that. I think we should like read his conversations with Serrano like in a little bit, but like you know, to kind of gain insight into that. I don't really know what Serrano, but I feel like there like it's a whole weird thing with like, and like this like was mentioned in our Monroe episode too, where it's like this sort of like line of like what's serious and what's not, and what's like secular and what's not, and what's like ridiculous and what's not is like always shifting. And like that's the thing, like, you know, to, like like what seems like bizarre or like sort of like out beyond the pall of like, you know, what is our horizon of like acceptable beliefs like now is like totally different, and like even different individuals like have different ones or like don't have a sort of accurate understanding of what like you know the sort of horizon of ideas like in general, like either in the world or in like their own sort of you know most immediate society is. But like but anyway, like to bring this back around, I think like you know, not only does this like remind one of sort of present context of the United States with Trump and everything, but you can kind of see in that Jung is definitely riding the line there, where like you could like, you know, I think like there's something to that, but like it's a like a satanic phenomenon, you know, like and I mean that not in the sort of the good sense that Serrano might use the term satanic,
right,
but in the bad sense that like normal people use it, right? Whereas you could definitely can see how like in those statements, right? Like you could take that as like he seems to have like a certain admiration for Hitler, right? Like
a certain you got to hand it to him
strongly to Stalin, right?
Oh yeah, he just sounds like Stalin, just like a thug, a brute Genghis Khan. He really takes the Trotsky line on Stalin, the Asiatic brute, you know, like nothing divine about him. He sucks. Don't think about him. He's bad. But then, you know, Mussolini, also a man, but kind of cooler. But then Hitler, he's something else. He's something magical. And you get a sense of like he is almost in awe of Hitler's talent. And like he's certainly not rushing to like condemn it. But, you know, I mean, you could deduce from the way he's talking about it that this could be a bad thing. But he's kind of leaving it up in the air. And like you said, riding the line of being like, yeah, he pulled off something absolutely incredible and magical. And like he speaks for the entire collective unconscious of Germany. Yeah. I don't know. Like, what about all the communists he murdered? I don't know. Like all the Germans, like, you know, not trying to let all Germans off the hook or whatever, but like there were Germans that like didn't like Hitler. I don't know. Like for him to just be like, it's the collective unconscious of like the entire German race. It just breaks down. It's funny that you know these ideas would kind of, you know, really populate in like the Americas. I don't know. I think about myself like, just because I have a Polish and Irish ancestry, like does that mean that the Polish God has like power over me? You know, I mean, you could say, oh, well, you're separated because you grew up in a different culture, but like I didn't grow up in that culture. I speak English. You know, like I'm like an American. I'm an English speaking American. So like, but then is there a new spirit that like is created specifically for Americans who don't have like the same blood per se, but like live in the same kind of episteme and like the same society? It would seem like logical, especially in this kind of like sense of somebody like Trump, right? Like Trump doesn't have like He's not speaking to a population of Scottish German people that share his blood. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, 'cause that's what he is, you know. But
well, it is like it actually. Even in this very interview, Jung makes like a kind of interesting comparison where he says, "It occurred to me that the last time I was in America, that one could make an interesting geographical analogy about Germany. In America, I noticed that somewhere on the East Coast there exists a certain class of people called poor white trash, and I learned that they are largely descendants of early settlers, some of them bearers of fine old English names. The poor white trash were left behind when some of the people with energy and initiative climbed into their covered wagons and drove west. Then in the Middle West, you meet the people I consider the most stable in America. I mean, psychologically the best balanced. Yet in some places farther west, you meet some of the least balanced people." True. Now it seems to me that taking Europe as a whole, and including the British Isles, you have in Ireland and Wales the equivalent of your West Coast. The Celts possess colorful imaginative faculties. Then, to correspond to your sober Middle West, you have in Europe the English and the French, both of them psychologically stable peoples. But then you come to Germany, and just beyond Germany are the Slav mujiks, the poor white trash of Europe.
Well, that explains it. Okay, so I have a poor white trash god from
there you go.
from being Slavic. That's
well,
cool.
you know, he says this. You know, this is like where Muhammad comes back up again. Which like it really goes to show like how like poorly understood. I mean, you know, poor understood Islam is like, and it's just like still like to, you know, among these people, and like it makes me so annoyed when like this. Obviously, this is like an interview is happening in 1938, but like it still persists. Like these people who like sort of are. Feel like empowered to like opine about Islam and don't know like the first thing about it. But anyway, so he says, "Do you consider it possible that Hitlerism might become for Germany a permanent religion for the future, like Mohammedanism for the Muslims?" It's totally like apples to oranges like situation, like because like they always do think of like Islam as like an ethno religion, like an Arab ethno religion, which it emphatically is not.
It's not
like from
it's
like you
like
know
Christianity in the sense of being like a proselytizing like. You know, ethno-blind religion, like a universalist religion. You know, it's like supposed to be for everybody.
Christianity, in some respects, has like had more of an ethnic character historically than Islam had.
I guess the Orthodox churches, the individual Eastern Orthodox churches are kind of organized around like ethno-linguistic lines. Like you know, you have like an Antiochian Orthodox church, a Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox, Serbian Orthodox. Like,
and even kind of in like in the Middle Ages in Western Europe, the idea of like the European race is kind of like against Christianorum, like the Christian race kind of. Like these two things are sort of like tied. Like Europe and Asia, like there is no actual like physical reason why those are two separate continents, like with two separate right? Like you know, where does one begin? Where does one end? It's religious.
At the border with Putler's Russia, that's where it ends. Well,
exactly.
You know, people would like to
Turkey,
say that,
right?
Yeah.
Well, Turkey is kind of
Turkey, right.
like nebulously in Europe, but like it's halfway not, I guess.
Or it extends to Israel. You know, it's like
exactly. Israel's in the West as well. Yeah, the West.
Yeah,
right?
obviously
Australia is the West. Yeah, like it's it's got this thing like, but. Yeah, so it's like this sort of like you can kind of see how like this sort of like even like someone like Ernest Renan, who was a big influence on Dimitri Devi, by the way. Ernest Renan, who we were talking about, I think I read from him in the episode we did with the Fourth Reich archaeology. Ernest Renan has the same idea where like, oh, Christianity, you know, yes, it does originate in Palestine, but it like is mostly our invention, like as it exists now as a real religion. Like we Europeans actually like built this, and this is like our European thing. You know, and like like certainly like you know the Quran is in Arabic. It was revealed to Arabs, but like from like you know, if you really like Peter Webb's work, I think I've talked about on the show before, like the idea of like Muslims kind of like pre-existed the idea of like the ethnogenesis of the Arabs in a lot of ways. I think I kind of am sympathetic to that argument. You know, people have
like
criticized
Islam,
it, I think,
you know, spreading to like Spain in like the 700s, right? Is like that's pretty soon
like,
after its founding, and it's already like going into Europe, right?
And in the you know, with this sort of a Abbasid revolt like this you know, in the end of the Umayyads, like there definitely certainly was like a strain of like Arab supremacy, but even like among the Umayyads, like you kind of had this insecurity about like well, I don't want to go into that now. We should focus on this.
We get it. They don't know shit about Islam. Yeah.
They don't know anything about Islam. And Islam is not an ethno religion in any way.
But maybe
well, let me just read Jung's quote about this, right? Because this is like kind of irrelevant, right? He says, I think it is highly, and this is 1938, so he like kind of, and might actually have been thinking about, like, who knows what he was thinking of at this time, but he says, like, I think it is highly possible. Hitler's quote-unquote religion is the nearest to Mohammedanism, realistic, earthy, promising the maximum of rewards in this life, but with a Muslim-like Valhalla into which worthy Germans may enter and continue to enjoy themselves. Like Mohammedanism, it teaches the virtue of the sword. Hitler's first idea is to make his people powerful because the spirit of the Aryan German deserves to be supported by might, by muscle, and steel. Of course, it is not a spiritual religion in the sense in which we ordinarily use the term. But remember that in the early days of Christianity, it was the church which made the claim to total power, both spiritual and temporal. Today, the church no longer makes this claim, but the claim has been taken over by the totalitarian states, which demand not only temporal but spiritual power. Incidentally, it occurs to me that the quote-unquote religious character of Hitlerism is also emphasized by the fact that the German communities throughout the world, far from the political power of Berlin, have adopted Hitlerism. Look at South American German communities, notably in Chile.
True.
Yeah. So I think, like, there, it's part of the reason why, like, because there's kind of this, like, sort of implication in Goodrick Clark that, like, Jung didn't know, like, Serrano, like, went underground, and, like, he kind of, like, hid his, like, Hitlerism. And I don't really think that is true. Like, I don't think that, I do see how, like, in Ella, like, it's a little bit, like, less emphasized, like, and the Hitler trilogy is, like, much, more foregrounded and aggressive. But I don't think that, like, in it, like, I mean, if you, like, look at his, book about his voyage to Antarctica, or, like, or sorry, not about his voyage, about his, about Antarctica, that was kind of, like, on the myth of Antarctica, let me see what the at least the translation of the title is, Antarctica and Other Myths, right? In that book, you can totally see, like, it still isn't as foregrounded or, like, as kind of a sort of laid, as patent as it becomes in the, like, later books. But I think, like, to say, like, that these people, like, Jung didn't realize, like, like, when he says that in 1938, like, in Chile, there's a lot of Hitlerism, and I think, like,
he was openly gravitating. I think I would also maybe put a distinction between one. I feel like I think it would be probably incorrect to say that, like, he dropped Nazism and then picked it back up in the 70s. I think he had consistent, like, Nazi beliefs. Now, to the extent that he hid them between World War II and the end of his diplomatic career in the 70s, I think it depended on who he was interacting with. I don't think that in his diplomatic interactions, like, he, like, showed up, like, met Nehru and was like, Heil Hitler, or, like, we'll get into the Yugoslavia thing, but, like, he couldn't afford to be, like, Mr. Heil Hitler, like, I love the Nazis, like, blah, 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 around Yugoslavia, right? Like, he had to, like, chill out a little bit and, like, kind of, but I think Jung, I'm not so sure that, like, when he's hanging out with a guy like Carl Jung, that he needs to hide his, like, Nazi leaning beliefs necessarily, because Carl Jung doesn't seem too bothered, even though maybe he's not, like, an outright Nazi defender himself. He doesn't seem like all that bothered by hanging out with people who are, and talking and taking them seriously and stuff like that. I mean, I think you're right. Maybe Goodrick Clark, like, kind of he kind of implies that it was actually kind of like Allende was the trigger that, like, caused his it ended his diplomatic career, and then also caused him, like, a resurgent, like, it inflamed his latent, like, Nazi beliefs, which had, like, been a little more muted when he was jet setting around the world and meeting all these, like, big political people. But then also an interesting thing about that kind of period, I think it gets into it, like, later in this chapter, is that he went to Pinochet once after the coup, and, after Pinochet took power, And, Pinochet, you could call Pinochet a fascist for sure. But he also was kind of like a neoliberal fascist in a way. And so he came to them with all these ideas, right? And for the new Pinochet government, and was like, I want you to put me in charge of this or that. And like, I have all these bright ideas about what to do with like the Chilean economy and blah, blah, blah. And they kind of were like, no thanks. Like, we don't need you. And they didn't like bring him into their government and make him like a close advisor or whatever. So he got a little bit like, at least, on the surface, like pushed a little off to like the side. Now, I think there might be deeper levels to that because this is also the heyday of a place that Serrano was somewhat associated with, Colonia Dignidad, which was, that's where they would send the desaparecidos. That's where they, this is a Nazi pedophile cult community in rural Chile, populated by all Germans, that was like running guns, that was conducting medical experiments on like dissident prisoners. It was run by a pedophile, like a serial pedophile. Very strange place, and like the who's who of the sort of the Nazi underground in Latin America sort of passed through there. In like the 70s and the 80s, and Pinochet had like connections to the place. Like Pinochet like used this place like as part of his rules. So
totally,
there could be on a deeper level, Pinochet was like kind of still had contacts with Serrano, but like the ostensible story is that he didn't get another like government job after Pinochet came into power, and so he almost felt like freed up to go back to like full Nazi and just like, fuck it, I'm going. I think he went to Europe for a while, right? Like he was based in Switzerland, where he was. I forget when Jung died, but he definitely hung out with him in the 60s, and when he was still alive in Switzerland.
Definitely. Yeah.
So I don't know.
That's
I
when
mean,
a lot of his conversations with him were. Yeah.
So I think in Jung's case, like he probably didn't have to hide it too much. I think in some of the diplomatic situations, like it just would seem like self-defeating in front of certain audiences to be like, let me tell you how much like Hitler was the last avatar and he rocks, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, for sure. Right. No,
he might have been doing a little insight role, like to some extent, in some of his diplomatic jobs.
Yes. I mean, and also like, yeah, like people might not like when your average like person who you might be interacting with, like might not like be, you might not be having these sort of deep like or like even mystical conversations with them, But like in terms of like his intellectual relationships, I don't necessarily like let Indira Gandhi off the hook.
I'm not
says like about
necessarily.
Indira Gandhi that like she read his books. According to him, who knows? Maybe she didn't. Maybe she lied. But like if you read his books, like I don't know, it's yeah.
Well, the other one is, and the interesting figure is Jawaharlal Nehru. Who's a great co-founder of the non-aligned movement. And great friends with Marshal Tito and Nasser, and even shouted out in the socialist mayor of New York's acceptance speech. Nehru got a shout out, and I stumbled on something that's like interesting about Nehru. Not to make it too simplistic, but as far as this, like, did they have like deep conversations? Because Serrano and Nehru became like friends, like they were buddies, like as opposed to maybe like Tito, who he like met with in a diplomatic capacity, but he always said like, I don't trust Tito, he has cold eyes or something like that. Like he had little like biting comments to make about most of the Yugoslav officials that he was really BFFs with Nehru. I found somewhere, I'd never heard this before, that like Nehru had a close association with Alice Bailey when he was sort of coming up in like Indian politics. And Alice Bailey, huge like Western theosophist that spent a lot of time in India. But for some reason when I look it up, I see actually some articles about like the sort of Lucy's Trust, like United Nations in the New Age, and stuff like that. I swear to God, I saw it on Wikipedia that was like Alice Bailey was one of Nehru's like mentors, and he was very involved in like Fabian socialist groups and also with kind of like theosophy adjacent people. So that'd be one thing they could talk, he could talk about with Serrano, right? Yeah, that let me see. I don't know why I can't find any writing about this or anything. Yeah, about Alice Bailey's like involvement in let me see.
Yeah, or,
Fabian
like, if
socialism.
I mean, she might have been an
India.
influence on him insofar as like he was interested in theosophy and everything, but like he, would have known her work.
Right.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
but I think they had like a personal relation, like they knew each other. Like he didn't just like read about her.
I haven't seen. Yeah, I had also looked that up. I didn't see anything about that, but maybe I don't know. It's not impossible because it's like not like she never was in India.
Right. And then this is another like weird area of influence of like theosophical people, like being kind of in high places. And like, once again, even, Serrano's ideas are kind of shot through with a lot of like kind of theosophical adjacent concepts that he kind of, employs strategically to build his like Nazi mythology. But yeah, maybe I guess Harold Lasky was a huge influence on Nehru, British Labour Party, political theorist. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Okay, here it is. Annie Besant, a Fabian Society member and later president of Indian National Congress. Now that's written on the Wikipedia for the Fabian Society. The president of the Indian National Congress. That's actually like, it sounds like an important position to have, right? Especially for 1917. She was the first woman to become president of the Indian National Congress, serving for just the year 1917. She championed Indian home rule and advocated for self-government alongside her involvement in the Theosophical Society and social reform. So, I mean, that would basically make sense where if Nehru was involved
so it's
in
Annie
that.
Besant and not Alice Bailey.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's why I was looking at it. It was Annie Besant. Yeah, exactly. Another theosophist. Yeah. So, I don't know. Yeah, Annie Besant and Nehru. Yeah, I thought I had read somewhere where they were like, it says that, well, okay, I'm reading this like stupid, both Jawaharlal Nehru and Mahatma Gandhi spoke of Annie Besant's influence with admiration. So they were a woman who showed the way, Annie Besant's contribution. She's the one. Oh, interesting. It was Annie Besant who recommended F.T. Brooks, a theosophist, to Motilal Nehru to be tutor to his son Jawaharlal Nehru when he was 11 years old. I'm finding this from madrasmusings.com. Okay, interesting. Wow. Yeah, she the All India Home Rule League. In many ways, Brooks, F.T. Brooks, for a 3-year period, influenced Nehru powerfully. Jawaharlal Nehru says in his autobiography, "I decided to join the Theosophical Society, although I was only 13 then. When I went to ask Father's permission, he laughingly gave it. As a matter of fact, he was an old theosophist, having joined the TS in its early days when Madame Blavatsky was in India. So I became a member of the TS at 13, and Mrs. Besant herself performed the ceremony of initiation. I was thrilled. I attended the TS convention at Benares and saw old Colonel Olcott with his fine beard." He goes on, "I worked successfully for Mrs. Besant's League. Her internment added greatly to the excitement of the intelligentsia and vitalized the Home Rule movement all over the country. Jawaharlal Nehru often met J. Krishnamurti, a protege of Annie Besant, whenever the opportunity arose, and drew strength from him for managing India." Interesting. Even before she entered the political arena, she established in 1909 a printing press just outside the TS compound with equipment brought from England to print New India. She bequeathed the press to the society, and it was named Vasantha Press in her memory. Wow. Yeah. So pretty big, interesting, like big theosophical involvement in like the struggle for Indian independence.
Yeah, I mean,
Britain.
It makes like sense, like, if you think about it.
Yeah, but that's another through line for somebody like Serrano, like meeting somebody like Nehru, who's like the son of a theosophist and was tutored by like a high level theosophist, and then became sort of like a young political figure, like looking up to Annie Besant.
Yeah, like he would recognize like kind of the general sort of like mystical ideas that
he knows ball.
Serrano was sort of dealing with. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he knows theosophical ball.
I mean, like I think that like there's something to be said for like during like there's something to be said for the idea of someone like who actually like respects like India as like a civil, like, you know, like again, like we can, this is a complex issue to get it, but like to say like, you know, to respect like Indians and to respect like India as like a civilization, you know, like to like think that like, you know, the like the ideas of like the Indian thinkers in history like are some of the most important ones, like, and that like are, you know, like have great relevance for like your own life, like that is a significant difference with, and that's probably like the reason for like, you know, the like the theosophists like sort of like presence in this movement, I think, you know, in the independence movement in a lot of ways is because like they were different in that respect from like
other
you know
Europeans.
someone like Winston Churchill or whatever, you
right
know? Like,
right
you know,
back when they were up
of,
against
like,
old school colonialist orientalist type people who did not respect like, you know, Indian intellectual or spiritual traditions at all, really just wanted to control them. You know, you could see how they could, they would be.
I mean, obviously, there's a lot of like dimensions to this and a lot of nuances, but yeah, like I think in terms of Serrano, like it makes sense that like he, you know, had like, you know, he understood, like he knew of those concepts and like, you know, as you've said many times, like when, like at the sort of abstract level, like a theosophy and something like this, like they have a lot of shared concepts, right?
Yeah, even if
you know.
theosophy wasn't literally like Nazi or whatever, it sure did. It contributed to the Susan that kind of, especially like Nazi occultism, kind of turned into, along with like certain ideas cribbed from like Nietzsche and, you know, other things as well, like Ariosophy, other things, and certain other occult ideas. But you can see the idea of the root races and making it kind of like a cosmic, almost like a cosmic racism, like a spiritual racism. The Nazis certainly kind of like picked up on aspects of that, and that is in theosophy, and you know,
like,
mean,
you know, and that this is not necessarily like, again, it's not necessarily different from this kind of like like, you know, mainstream like scientific discourse in some ways. Like there is a like you know, connection between that and like you know, for instance, like the La Raza Chilena, like that book by Nicolas Palacios, like that, you know, kind of was like rendered in these sort of like you know, like eugenic terms in some ways, you know, like it wasn't like again, like there's like a blurry line between this kind of like you know, like these sort of like I'm trying to think of like it's not like a confessionalized thing necessarily, where it's like kind of a religious discourse or like a sectarian discourse necessarily, right? Like these kind of like currents, like sort of you know, different thinkers like emphasize different aspects of it. But sorry, what were you gonna say about?
I was just saying, I kind of want to read like the Hyperborean lore that as it's described in Black Sun, back to Serrano, and like what he took all these different ingredients and like what was the end result. You know, and his influences from Jung and stuff. So it says right here that Jung's suggestion that each race had its own collective unconscious and archetypes interested Serrano especially, for this meant that Hitler could inspire all members of the Aryan race. However, I think I already read this. For Serrano, archetypes are the gods, independent metaphysical powers that rule over their respective races and occasionally possess their members. In his opinion, the Aryan collective unconscious was literally the, quote, memory of Aryan blood, an esoteric construction of biological racism. As his master, we talked evacuating the body for archetypal possession. Serrano claimed that this frequently occurred in Hitler's case. The Aryan archetype had sought out its most effective agent in order to intercede in the world. Impressed by Hindu mythology and Savitri Devi's The Lightning and the Sun, Serrano identified Hitler as an avatar of the gods Vishnu, Shiva, or Wotan, come to lead the heroic Aryans back to their long-lost divinity. But who exactly are the gods, and what do they want with men? In order to explain the purpose of the Hitler avatar, Serrano elaborates a sci-fi cosmology involving a fabulous pageant of divine extraterrestrials and their galactic contest with a universal adversary. The gods dwell at a remote place in the galaxy, perhaps even beyond, illuminated by the black sun, which is beyond our golden sun and invisible from Earth. Sometimes Serrano suggests that this place is beyond time and space, in another, non-existent universe, in the green ray. The gods are eternal, omnipotent, omniscient, through their possession of vril power and the third eye. They reproduce asexually by means of plasmic emanations from their ethereal bodies. The divine light of the black sun courses through their veins. It is Serrano's claim that these beings are the divine ancestors of the Hyperborean, Nordic, or Aryan races on Earth. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, and like this is what I said, like this has Monroe Institute vibes for like the Loosh lore about like the Garden of Eden, because it's so Gnostic, right? So hundreds of thousands of years ago, the god's cosmic dominion was challenged by the demiurge, an inferior godlet who had imitated and faked a lower form of creation in matter and begun to establish his rebellious realm on the planet Earth. Some of the gods, Serrano often uses the tantric term divyas for godmen, thus embarked upon a heroic spiritual adventure by descending to Earth to combat this cosmic revolt. The divyas arrived from this other universe in their divine form through the cosmic aperture of Venus, clothed themselves in matter, and settled on a ring-shaped polar continent around the North Pole, which they called Hyperborea in memory of their original homeland near the Black Sun and in the Green Ray. Greenland much? Think about that. Interesting. They love the North Pole, and you know.
I think. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to finish this.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
In this exile of matter, the Divyas found a strange and terrible world. The fake creation of the demiurge was subject to entropy and involution. Lacking divine inspiration, the demiurge's bestial creatures, variously described as robots, golems, and slaves of Atlantis, only degenerated while endlessly multiplying themselves in the physical plane. Trapped in the world of the demiurge, these beastmen were condemned to futile self-reproduction in matter and endless repetition in the circle of circles. Serrano states that the intervention of the gods, coincident with the beginning of the cycle of the ages, was intended to reverse the process of involution and decay. Now known as the Hyperboreans, the gods began to train the colored races of the demiurge in a caste system and attempted to spiritualize the earth and all nature. However, these efforts were frustrated and betrayed by treason among some Hyperboreans who consorted with the, quote, daughters of men, i.e. the beastmen of the demiurge. This sinful miscegenation recapitulated the cosmic enmity of the demiurge. Now bastard races arose on Earth, the divine blood was diluted, the awareness of divine origins diminished, involution and entropy accelerated. Further catastrophes struck with the fall of a moon or comet upon the Earth, which caused a deluge and the inversion of the poles, and many pure-blooded Hyperboreans sought refuge at the South Pole. The continent of Hyperborea became invisible and vanished as it receded into the interior of the hollow Earth, that's a whole other thing, where other Hyperboreans reestablished their divine order in the secret underground cities of Agartha and Shambhala. Serrano finds mythological evidence for the extraterrestrial origins of man in the Nephilim of the Book of Genesis, while the story of an original racial sin comes from the Book of Enoch. A Greek myth records that Apollo returned to Hyperborea in the far north to rejuvenate his body and wisdom every 19 years. Aztec cosmology describes the descent of Quetzalcoatl from Venus, while Irish legends identify divine ancestors in the Tuatha, right?
Yeah.
We talked about that. Serrano suggests that the sudden appearance of Cro-Magnon man, with his high artistic and cultural achievements in prehistoric Europe, records the passage of one such Divya-descended race alongside the abysmal inferiority of Neanderthal man, an abomination and manifest creation of the demiurge. In particular, he cites Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak on the Arctic home of the Indo-Aryans, their migrations and subsequent preservation of blood purity through the caste system. Of all the races on Earth, the Aryans alone preserve the memory of their divine ancestors in their noble blood, which is still mingled with the light of the black sun. All other races are the progeny of the demiurge's beastmen, native to the planet. Serrano's story of how mankind came about is a variety of Gnosticism. The Divyas represent the incorruptible world soul, a fragment of which descends and is entrapped in matter. His cosmology is but a tale of the spirit's separation from the supreme deity and exile in the bondage of matter, while the original divine inspiration becomes ever weaker in a progressively more corrupt world as it passes through the yugas of the Hindu cycle of the ages. But since the Divyas came to do battle with the evil demiurge, this fall and entrapment in matter are not final, but part of a redemptive scheme. Salvation will be achieved once the Hyperborean Aryans, or Viras, the tantric term for a semi-divine hero, repurify their blood, thus restoring their memory of divine ancestry. When the Aryan Viras reclaim their divine inheritance and become Divyas again, they will defeat the demiurge and transform the whole earth into a paradise. Cool. Believable.
Yes. I was gonna say, I think like you know, I mean that, like, it's not as like thorough as this, but I feel like it's always like kind of you know, it just it gives kind of the feel of it a bit more, the you know, it gives the sort of valence of it a bit more clearly to like hear like them kind of articulate it themselves, you know, to hear these people, you know. So I want to like read this brief thing from the El Ultimo Avatara. You know, it doesn't like go into every detail of the whole cosmology, but it does hit the main points. And so he says, we knew from the first moment that Hitler was alive, that he had not died in the bunker. My maestro saw him in astral. His face had undergone several changes. His mustache was now large, as appear in some photographs from the First World War. The maestro described the place where they met, a dark underground passage. He called him by his name, but Hitler turned and withdrew without looking, even when the maestro called again. Was it in Tibet? In the interior hollow earth? One of the secret cities of the Himalayas or the Andes? Could it equally be a subterranean refuge built by the Hitlerists in the Antarctic continent? The maestro told us, Hitler is in Antarctica. In 1947, I left for Antarctica in the second Chilean expedition to that other world. Those were times of heroic, difficult expeditions when Chilean mariners gave little credit to radar to circumvent icebergs. They were only sure of their mariner senses. In my book, Invitation to the Ice Fields, I said something, only a little, about this expedition. I was not going to find Hitler, as has been supposed. How could I have done so? I went on a mythic, legendary pilgrimage to render a cult to the dream, to the myth, to the legend, to the avatar, and to my Führer. This is certain. It was a peregrination in homage to my own soul, a search for the center of my own being, of the warm oasis in the midst of the ice fields, of the frozen fire, of the black sun of the poles, of the polar aurora, the entrance to the hollow earth, and all that does not exist, that has never existed, that shall never exist, but that is more real than everything that does exist. My ultimate flower, more alive and eternal than all the flowers in the gardens of this world. That was the end of the pilgrimage to my mystical homeland, which began years before, as I have related in neither by sea nor by land. There, in the polar extremes, in some way, in the nearness of those Hyperborean beings, I was nearer to receive their messages and energies, which allowed me to continue the combat to the end of time. And it was there that I understood all the greatness of the myth that had been incarnated anew among us, the resurrection of myth. The passing of the years has done nothing more than confirm me in this certainty. Nothing and no one will be able to prevent its reincarnation, its consummation. All the components are in constellation, all the requisites have been fulfilled for the return of the heroes. On my return from the polar continent in 1948, I gave a talk that was later published under the title Antarctica and Other Myths. I had to repeat the talk by public demand. It had the same message. I don't know if we'll have time to read that, but yeah, you definitely see the esoteric Hitlerism in that book, you know, 1948 talk. That, you know, talks about
he was still yearning.
Swastika.
He was yearning. He wanted to find Hitler.
Destiny has led the legend towards the ice fields of the South Pole, full of symbolism, as if wanting to tell us the voyage of the Führer, the return to Hyperborea, would now fulfill itself esoterically, would continue after his disappearance from the surface of the Earth in an exact direction, towards the South Pole, towards Antarctica, which quite probably was the continent of Hyperborea preserved under an enormous shield of ice, 14 million square kilometers. The catastrophe that destroyed it also caused the polar shift, and the North Pole, Hyperborea, is now the South Pole. Chile, our mystic fatherland, is the refuge of the Graal. The surviving Hyperboreans came here in mythic times, the white gods of American legend. Here the Vikings left their bones, the Templars, and now the esoteric Hitlerists, with their Führer, with their magic guide. For this very reason, the Jews have begun to mass here. There, in the ice fields of the Antarctic, like Barbarossa, like King Anfortas, like King Arthur, like Balder, like Wotan, dead and not dead, alive and not alive, frozen, the Führer sleeps in hibernation while the ravens, Korakenke, the raven of the Incas, Al-Kamari, his magic vehicle, Hugin and Munin, the ravens of Wotan, guarding his dream to awaken him in the moment of greatest need and danger to the Aryan peoples. Kaiserling said, everything that lies beneath myth is in the sphere of the infrahuman. Our times are so definitive in the passage of one astrological age to another, in the close of a Manvantara, that the symbol already makes itself visible for the animal man. Only the blind do not see it, the soul blind. The exoteric war has ended. It was also won by the mythic Jew and by his archetype, the Lord of Darkness. But Hitler, the Führer of the Aryans, the twice-born, won the esoteric war. Yet this war has not come to its end. It will never end. The journey of the leftward swastika continues towards Hyperborea and even beyond, towards the morning star, that artificial planet that was a comet, detained here for now, that warrior god of the firmament, that window. His crown fell to Earth, to the North Pole, submerging the Hyperborean continent and leaving its celestial prince held in shackles. Lucifer, Apollo, Irmin. With him fell the Graal, his secret, his knowledge. Returning to the star of morning, towards the bright star of dawn, the double star. That is also the star of evening, Yepun, the bright star of he and she, El Ella, the double face, Baphomet. There, aboard a Vimana, that is a UFO, flying saucer.
Oh, yeah.
The Führer goes as well, to return as Kalki to assist his warriors, his elect heroes who here alone have continued the battle in his exoteric and esoteric war, even to the giving of their lives. And the Hyperborean Divyas, who are together with him, envy those surviving heroes who in the darkest time are full of awful shadows, without knowing he is still with them, believing themselves alone, continuing nevertheless to fight to the last breath on the surface of the earth, completely controlled by the enemy. Oasis of warm waters among the ice fields, white fire, frozen fire, cold secret point at the center of the heart, to remain impassible, calm, imperturbable in the midst of combat, without hatred, without anger, without trial or prejudice, as the maestro said, beyond passion and the center of passion, far and near, within and without, beyond the god of cold and storm. This is to be a Hyperborean, to go towards Hyperborea, to have found this impregnable region, this earthly paradise, Paradesia, the black sun at noon, the highest peak of the mountain of revelation, Mount Melimoyu, Kaelilas, the central point of the person, the one self, the Selbst. This is the resurrection of the Führer, of Wotan, of a god among us in the Antarctic ice fields, in the mystic fatherland of the South Pole. This is esoteric Hitlerism. So,
like he says it like the 300 guy. This is
exactly. Yes, he ends. In fact, it's its own paragraph. Yes,
Wow. Well, so, amazing. Like, I'm just like, that's not how like things work. Like, what the fuck? Like, a like cosmic guy dropped a crown that sunk a continent, and then like we had to go find. But the crown is also Chile, and like it's just it's like Lord of the Ring. It's like sub Lord of the Ring shit. I just like he's so wacky.
Whether it's sub or not,
right.
I mean, I think it is. I mean, like that kind of was. We got to do sus Tolkien because like so much goes back to this, and like I almost feel like a Tolkien is sub this because like this really is like what all the people who now like idolize Tolkien are like really about. Kind of really believe or like really are about or are looking for, right? And
this is the raw
like,
uncut
Tolkien
shit.
is kind of like a shit code of this, like or kind of like a limited hangout or something,
right.
Or it's being used in that way.
He's the alt-light version of this shit.
Exactly. And I mean, Tolkien was actually like it was his deliberate goal to create like a mythos for like Western Europe, kind of in the way that like he felt that other cultures had this sort of ethnic mythos that like he felt that his culture was lacking, right? So he actually was trying to create like anyway, this is sort of a little bit of aggressive, but yeah, like it's like I definitely see the parallels. And like what I want to emphasize about this first of all is like kind of in that vein, like how like well, you can see like it's kind of like a part of the reason why I wanted to read this, like in addition to like the sort of like synopsis of kind of a more clinical like review of it, is because you can kind of see like the the sort of particular character of it in relation to like his like the importance of Chile in that vision, you know, and the importance of like the sort of like like the words he uses, right, and the way that he blends like these different, like, you know, the German terminology blending with the kind of like Incan references, right, and the
he's throwing in some Mesoamerican
civilization
things too.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Some perennialist
so it's kind of like a
stuff.
Yeah,
and I was gonna
and
wonder. Sorry, no, you can go ahead.
Oh no, like no, I mean, if it has to do with that, then
well, just in terms of, I was curious because they always talk about Hyperborea on the one hand being at the North Pole, but then they talk about, you know, secret Nazi bases, blah blah blah, are in Antarctica and the South Pole. But then he describes that there's a pole flip, at some point.
Exactly, yes.
So that's why, like, actually Antarctica is Hyperborea. It's the former North Pole.
Yes.
And Chile, of course, like reaches out and practically touches it. So
yes,
you know.
Well, there's actually a really interesting article that I want to read like some from before we end later on. You know, we have plenty of time, but that is actually about like kind of like Chile's like geopolitical ambitions in Antarctica and the connection with Pinochet, and also the ideas of Miguel Serrano by Carl Fischer. It's called Fascism on Ice. But that is actually the other thing. Yeah, that's actually the other thing that I wanted to like mention, is that like I do not believe that like Antarctica would have the sort of presence that it has now in sort of like esoteric discourse and like sort of the like conspiracy sphere, like online and beyond, like if it weren't for Miguel Serrano and like his unique positionality, like as a Chilean who had this fixation, right? Like that whole like you encounter that without any of the context of like Miguel Serrano. In fact, like you see, like, you know, I think even someone in the chat mentioned this, like you see these kind of like edits of like Agartha, you know, like in Antarctica, right? Like the idea, like this whole idea, like I think like it would not have the same prominence if it weren't for this particular person, because you know, because of like how much that idea appealed to him in particular, because as you said, you know, like he was from Chile and it reaches out and touches it, you know, and so like it like you even see like in the sort of flat earther stuff, right?
Oh yeah, like, there's an ice wall at the end of the earth, actually, if you
right.
go to the end of the earth. Yeah, exactly, which is supposed to be like kind of Antarctica is like a 360 like ice ring around.
Yeah,
you know,
I remember seeing a map where like, I don't know if this was actually made in sincerity or if it was like some kind of joke, but I think that people certainly like, you know, took it as a real thing eventually, or were fascinated by it, and it became part of like people's actual sort of flat earth ideas. It was like, you know, a picture of like our earth and like, you know, inside like a much larger flat plane, and beyond the ice wall were like all these like agarthic continents, you know. We were actually like on this huge, like, you know, we were just like we were just a pale blue dot in this big flat earth,
huge,
you know,
like
when there's all these
ocean.
big agarthic continents that are like floating around. Yeah, like
wow.
who knows what's going on there, right? So yeah, like it, like, but definitely, I even remember like when QAnon was like kind of a bigger thing, like or I mean, not to say it's not still like a thing in some circles, but you know, during its heyday, Antarctica was a big part of it, right? Like people would be like posting like, "What's going on in Antarctica?" You know, like that would be like a thing. Like
it's kind of good, like a Jade Helm vibe.
What's happening there? You know, like what are you doing in Antarctica? You know,
right? It's such a blank slate, and you know nobody really like lives there besides maybe a few scientists. So you can kind of project a lot onto it, and it is a bit of a place of mystery. You know, and it is, you know, perhaps millions of years ago. I'm sure we'd find all kinds of fossils and shit if it ever melted. You know, and we could get access to like the actual continent beneath, but it is encased in glaciers, and so you know, it's probably the most mysterious continent
beneath Antarctica.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is. I'm pretty sure there's like a you know, rock continent like all the others. It's just at the South Pole, so it's like completely frozen over. Yeah, unlike the North Pole, which, you know, has ice but like no continent up there.
You know
what I mean? Yeah. But maybe I just want to...
the stable crust of East Antarctica and the younger volcanic archipelago of West Antarctica. I see. Yeah.
So you could, you know, maybe there's dinosaurs
underneath
there,
its thick ice sheet. The continent is divided into two distinct parts, separated by the transantarctic mountains. Well, that is the thing. Like, you know, it is actually melting.
It is.
Know?
Yeah.
And, like,
and so is the Arctic.
Right? And this is like part of like, like you're saying about Greenland. Like part of that is, despite like the sort of prominence of, especially like among the people who want to take over Greenland, like they all kind of pretend not to believe in like climate change or that the climate is changing at all. Like, it is. So like they know that like eventually like the Arctic is going to become, like a totally different like, sort of landscape, and the Antarctica is the same way, right? Like this is going to become like a new sort of battleground.
Well, it does kind of make you think about like these kind of Nazi accelerationist types that might have a little familiarity with like Serrano's work, that are like, yeah, let it melt, because like they think that, it'll finally reveal. And even Greenland, I mean, there's no continent smack dab on top of the magnetic North Pole, but like Greenland's about as close, it goes pretty far up there, and it's also mostly covered in ice and glaciers, and that could melt. And then suddenly you have a big island, so hey, lots of real estate, but like, I don't know, like what's under there. We've never found out really, and so maybe I wonder if anybody's ever hypothesized that Greenland was like Hyperborea and then it like froze over or something like that, or if there's any like woo-woo or like Nazi mythology about like we need to melt Greenland so that we can like find the ancient Agartha underneath it, or simply Antarctica or Greenland, they're both going to melt. So like, there's probably ancient civilizations buried underneath there or something like that that'll prove this kind of Hyperborean theory in some way, or like validate it. I don't know, but I'd like to look, given the weird levels of like, the situation as it stands the last week or two with like Greenland, and what it seems like a pretty sincere desire to take it from the Trump administration. And the like, and I mean, obviously part of that is like geostrategic, because like the more ice melts in the Arctic, the more there's an open sea lane to like Siberia and Russia, like between, North America and
Actually, let me now like just read this brief part from Fisher's article, because like this kind of gets at this in like a Chilean context, and like how this relates to like sort of the more I guess maybe you could say like terrestrial or sort of the down to earth aspects of like Chilean nationalism and sort of the fascist currents in Chile. He writes, fascism in Antarctica is an integral part of the more nationalistic aspects of Chilean culture as a territory into which the country could eventually expand. The last word uttered by Bernardo O'Higgins, and when I first read this, I had to do a little bit of double take, because I was like, Bernardo O'Higgins, but I guess the father of Chilean independence was like of Irish ancestry.
It's like Che Guevara Lynch, they're the Irish. They exist down there.
So anyway, his last word was supposedly megalens, like a story often invoked to emphasize the inevitability of the country's growth southward. In Chile, Una Loca Geografia, a key test for Chilean nationalist discourse, Benjamin Subercaseaux describes the country from north to south, and Antarctica holds particular fascination for him. It is una formación geológica especial que desorienta toda tentativa de explicación. So I guess it's a special geological formation that totally disorients.
Totally
like
disorients.
The explanation, right, or something like that. Tentative explanation. A mysterious place, con vastas superficies blancas, I guess vast white faces, sin ningún detalle de sombra que nos permite sequera un punto de partida para la imaginación. I don't really know. I did sort of kind of a French thing there, so excuse me for my accent isn't good. I never really took Spanish, but I guess there's shadows, and it doesn't permit. This guy doesn't translate the quotes, but you can kind of put it together. Those who maybe do speak Spanish.
I could get about 2/3 of that.
Yeah, he even speculates exactly. Yeah, he even speculates about the possibility of strange visitors to the region who taught the indigenous people of Patagonia to use fire on their way southward, and about the possibility that Antarctica will warm up. Which dará a estos regiones una importancia extraordinaria. I can understand that. In which case it'll be
extraordinary importance.
Extraordinary importance. Yeah, exactly. If it warms up. Serrano's interest in Antarctica undoubtedly stemmed, at least in part, from the nationalistic leanings of the Nazistas. That is, like, the Nazistas, the sort of Nazis, right? But many others in Chile saw Antarctica as the future of Chile's expansion. Chile was the first country to send a sitting president to Antarctica, Gabriel González Videla, in early 1948, shortly after Serrano's own visit there. That same year, Gabriel Mistral wrote that González Videla's excursion to Antarctica was subrayar una posesión nacional, like surveying a national possession. The Edwards family, who owned the magazine that sent Serrano to Antarctica, had a long-standing stake in Chile's geopolitical expansion, having urged government to declare war on Bolivia so they could exploit a nitrate mining concession in Antofagasta, then in Bolivia and now in Chile. This was a fairly direct cause of the War of the Pacific. Right.
No, the Edwards family.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, who owned that magazine that sent Serrano to Antarctica. Yeah. They surely would have been pleased when Serrano urged that a hill in Antarctica be named after the Zigzag magazine, which they owned. Weird. Antarctica, then, was a key part of Chile's rhetoric of exceptionalism. Even the quote-unquote insanity of the country's continental geography in Subercaseau's text, in implicit comparison to presumably more lucid but less interesting countries, pales in comparison to the marvels of Antarctica, which Subercaseau figures as a seductive, powerful mystery. This was a theme that Serrano's text played up. Serrano's interest in Antarctica dovetailed with the Chilean military's interest in geopolitics. Geopolitics posits that countries are like living beings that must constantly look for what the German thinker Friedrich Ratzel at the turn of the 20th century called Lebensraum.
Oh, no.
He defined Lebensraum as free space into which countries could expand to gain more power and resources that could ensure their survival. I mean, the resonances with, what we were just talking about is very clear. Expansionist thinking had factored into Chile's decision to enter the War of the Pacific. And the idea of Lebensraum was one of the principal ideological pillars of German Nazism, as Woodruff D. Smith has written. Augusto Pinochet wrote the 1968 textbook Geopolítica de Chile, which adapted these ideas to the local context. Even though his book was largely plagiarized, it indicates the extent to which, as Jack Charles has pointed out, more than any other Latin American nation, there is in Chilean geopolitical thinking a quasi-fascist quality, with overtones of authoritarianism, discipline, morality, corporatism, racial superiority, militarism, and chauvinism. I feel like some of those kind of redundant, but yeah, I mean, sure, fair enough. For Serrano, as for the Chilean military, Antarctica held the key not only to military expansion, but also to mystical revelation. And Arctic ice had similarly fascinated German Nazis, whose esoteric leanings proved extremely influential for Serrano. His book, Hitlerismo Esoterico, was first published in 1978. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's very important. I guess, and they're, the Lebensraum of Antarctica, just like Trump looks at Greenland as a bit of Lebensraum. I just want to read this one little part here about the lore that he develops about why, about how Europeans or Aryans had been going to South America, for over 1,000 years or whatever. All this secret history.
Right.
In the Black Sun book, he writes, as a Chilean of European descent, Serrano was especially eager to claim a Hyperborean heritage in the Americas. Just as the original Hyperboreans fled to the South Pole, other Aryan initiates were supposed to have traveled to America long before Columbus. Serrano suggests that Cro-Magnon man and the Trojans came to America in prehistoric times. He also describes medieval Frisian and Viking settlements in Central and South America and their involvement with the Incas and other Indian peoples. The Knights Templar also supposedly started colonies in America between 1272 and 1294. After the suppression of the order in Europe in 1307, the Templar fleet disappeared from La Rochelle, France, and sailed to Mexico. The later Spanish colonization of South America, and Chile in particular, was led by warriors of Visigothic and Basque Cro-Magnon blood, to whom Serrano proudly traces his own ancestry, blue-blonde Aryan features, and, quote, blood memory. His is the America of the white gods. Here, Serrano's mythology directly interacts with the new Chilean ideology of German Nazis in South America. His idea of ancient Aryan settlement in South America extends Jacques de Méhu's earlier idea of a Viking empire in pre-Columbian South America. Born in 1915 in Paris, de Méhu emigrated after the war to Argentina, becoming director of the Institute of Anthropology in Buenos Aires. By the spurious application of ethnology, archaeology, and linguistics, de Mayhew identified many sites of Viking settlement throughout Latin America. His story begins the landing of a Viking named Jarl Ullman from Schleswig in the Gulf of Mexico in 967. Regarded by Indians as the white god Quetzalcoatl, he then conquered the Toltec Empire. When his army began to mix with the local population, Ullman pressed on to Venezuela and Colombia. A later Viking leader, Namelap, colonized Peru, which later served as the center of the Inca Empire ruled by Nordic elites. Although the original Viking invaders numbered only some 500 persons, de Mayhew calculated a population of some 80,000 by the year 1290. De Mayhew finds the heritage of these lost Vikings in the pale skin, blue eyes, and fair hair of many Indians, as well as in the putative runic inscriptions and even swastikas. Published originally in French, his books were translated into German by Wilfried van Oven, Goebbels' former deputy, who fled to Buenos Aires after the war. Serrano claims that the Jews always followed hard on the heels of the Aryans, either to steal their wisdom or to subvert the Nordic heritage. The lost tribes of Levi and Reuben came to America in ancient times, and pernicious Jewish influences could be observed among some primitive Indian tribes. The later, quote, discovery of America by Columbus was a planned Jewish operation to tail the Templars and their Grail treasure. The Jews were frightened that a Hyperborean restoration was underway in the unknown Western Hemisphere and at the South Pole. In the 16th and 17th centuries, both Marranos and Orthodox Jews from the Netherlands entered America, establishing secret societies under cover of their trading companies and Kahal Kadosh, holy associations from Brazil to New York. Serrano sees this Jewish diaspora in America as a demonic crusade against the white gods of America, aided by the, quote, white treason of Christianity and Freemasonry. Both Americas have become, quote, the seething, monstrous melting pot of mestizos and mulattoes of modern times. The white gods have remained secure only in the secret cities of the Andes, in the hollow earth, and the oases of Antarctica, which the enemy can never penetrate. As, quote, the black shadow of the white gods, the Jews act as the Gnostic adversary throughout Serrano's improbable account of American history. Here, Serrano demonstrates the ideological symbiosis between native Latin American racism and Nazi ideas. So yeah, he's like, he's very fixated on these like purported, I mean, there was at least, a couple of Viking expeditions to like, what is it, Newfoundland or Nova Scotia, that have been documented in the 900s. But yeah, did they like take over the Incan Empire and like intermix with like people or something a little, and like the white gods of, anyways, yeah, it's wacky, it's very wacky, but he kind of threads all these things together and then gives like Chile and Argentina kind of this, especially kind of this like actually Aryan heritage if you go back far enough, which is classic little game they like to play. He really does seem to have been one-shotted by the protocols of the Elders of Zion, like to a kind of crazy degree.
Yeah, no, he's always talking about it. Yeah, and like analyzing the protocols. Even though he apparently knew like that they were like not real, like I guess he just felt strongly that they were real. Yeah,
there was a novel called Biarritz by Sir John Ratcliffe, which is a pen name for Harman Goetsche, who was like a conservative writer in Germany from 1868. And I guess like this author seems to be speculating that like a section from this book might have served as like inspiration for the protocols when they were later kind of cobbled together and like forged together.
Well, there was also that book that like it was kind of like a critique of like Napoleon, right? Like it was, I think we talked about it before, like it was like Machiavelli like in hell or something.
Okay.
Right? Like do you remember what I'm talking about? It's it's been a while since like I forget the exact title. Let me I'm sure I can find it in like in 1 second, but yeah, you can keep
that book I mentioned.
Oh, Dialogue in Hell between Montesquieu and Machiavelli.
Oh, okay.
It was 1864. Yeah. It was
Okay.
a critique of Napoleon III. Yeah.
Yeah, but like this novel Biarritz, one of its chapters, which is called "At the Jewish Cemetery in Prague."
Oh yeah.
We've been
right,
there. We've been there before. Before we went
yes,
to the
we have.
Gollum Museum.
Yeah,
No,
right,
it's actually
yeah.
some fun stuff to see in Prague. It describes a secret nocturnal meeting of the 12 representatives of the Jewish tribes who gather every 100 years at this quote Kabbalistic Sanhedrin to report on their progress toward world domination. The eerie background, midnight gloom, and satanic illusions of this fictional narrative lend an uncanny aura to these conspiratorial revelations. The delegates each speak in turn about the massive concentrations of Jewish capital in each of the European capitals. Plans for the future include the acquisition of land and urban property, the degradation of craftsmen and promotion of mass manufacturers, the achievement of full civic equality and intermarriage with the Goyim to infiltrate the aristocracy and influential families, and the control of the law, medicine, and the press. Quote, "We will prescribe to the world what it is to think and to believe, to praise and to condemn. We will destroy our enemies' belief in everything they hold dear." Okay, yeah, so then, that does sound pretty protocols. I guess apparently this thriller was kind of turned into a forged document called The Rabbi's Speech, which started to be frequently published in Russia, Austria-Hungary, and Germany between the 1870s and the early 1900s. He says it may well have served the Tsarist secret police it may well have served the Tsarist secret police in their forgery of the protocols in the late 1890s. In any case, it was often printed together with them and cited as proof of their authenticity. So that it's kind of the anatomy of like a shitcoat like QAnon myth about like it just like that part, right? Like I don't know how you can get one-shotted by this pamphlet. It's like every 100 years the representatives of the 12 tribes like meet to describe their progress. It's like they don't need to meet more often than the same people will never meet each other.
Plans are measured in centuries.
I guess they are, but like that just sounds like not practical in any way to meet every 100 years. So like everybody, like a completely different generation of people will like meet every time. But I guess it's just so ingrained in the everybody knows the plan for world domination. So you just keep going and going.
Yeah. Hey, nice to meet you. Like, so let's I'm gonna have my father's notes here, I guess.
Ironically, I feel like that's more what like WASPs do, but like more often. Like they actually do like but what is Bohemian Grove and like Bilderberg and like all these other things if not like a bunch of WASPs like meeting together to like talk about how their like their world domination strategies that are measured by centuries are going, or like the Council on Foreign Relations, like that's kind of what they're doing, a little projection.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, and a lot of these groups like are not like based necessarily on ethnic solidarity. Not to say that doesn't like play, not to say like, again, like it's a social construct that has like a political reality that like, people certainly observe, right? And like in the case of things like, Israel, there's like a kind of like a shared like clear identification that like obviously like unites a lot of people, but there's sort of solidarity based on that, but like that's not the only basis on which people like coordinate these groups,
right? Or the idea that like these people like it's like first of all like yes like Jews have like attained prominence in like certain industries over the last like 200-300 years in like Europe and the United States, but like they've never completely, and then then they'll go, would they always have Gentile collaborators or something, but it's like
completely controlled
but it's like I mean it's like Rockefeller, Carnegie,
the world has never
Mellon,
been run by 12 Jews.
Ford is Ford Jewish? Like it's always like because there's like a couple of them, it's like they run it all, but it's like you're kind of
exactly
there's kind of an elephant in the room of but anyways so where should we go from here? Let me see.
Yeah, I mean, like it might like be good, to read a little bit of like this part from his Antarctic adventure book that he wrote, because he wrote his own kind of people in the chat are kind of talking about Poe's story, the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym, and also, I think, at the Mountains of Madness, the Lovecraft story that is in Antarctica, and like Serrano, you know, as that article was just talking about, kind of had his own version of that.
Okay. Why don't you start? I'm going to step away for just a second. You can start reading it.
Yeah, sure. I'll read it. So he's talking about this kind of, you know, sort of adventure in Antarctica, where they're kind of like going into these ice cracks, you know. I guess I'll start up here. Let's go. Okay, so from that moment, we found ourselves in the middle of a field of cracks, and only at the end of this desperate expedition did we come to be rid of them. The cracks surrounded us, and the brigadier ordered us to change the formation. Instead of going one after the other, we lined up horizontally. We were estranged, although with loose strings between us. I still don't understand the reason for it, but each one of us was alone. For the first time in Antarctica, I experienced loneliness, a loneliness that was not produced by the external, but came from within. It was a distant, primordial loneliness, congenital to existence and made conscious due to the almost metaphysical fatigue that dominated us. I realized the fatigue of being in the cells and the entrails. The bones ached with a cold that penetrated to the marrow. The heel tortured me like it was being cut. All around me were shadows moving without noise, gray fog, then impenetrable darkness. I did not dare move, but slowly, hesitating in that nightmare darkness, as we walked for hours between cracks, without knowing where, without seeing by our side, an invincible sense of horror took over our spirits, and an irresistible desire to throw oneself in the snow and finally rest. I got over it with an almost alien wisdom. I ordered myself to move on. A great faintness took possession of the body. A white fatigue rose from the feet of those who refused to advance. It was the embrace of the Virgin of the Ice, of which Amundsen speaks, the temptation to rest on the ice and taste that mystical embrace. I stopped for a moment. Doubt struck me suddenly. What was I doing here? What was that world, and what did it have to do with me? In a flash, the absurdity of the adventure was revealed to me, and I saw myself as a child engaged in a meaningless game. Perhaps I was close to annihilating myself, to end the life in exchange for a dream, a suggestion maintained with deceptive skill, transforming me into a victim of my own creations. Doubt tortured me. Could I have another way? Perhaps there, jubilant water, profound eyes, big as the universe. Quickly, the heart beat again and the blood found its old channels. However, somewhere in my being, a pure consciousness was amazed at this sudden change. The doubt would no longer leave me until the end. The horror, the fog, the nightmare atmosphere, the cracks, the insufferable rhythm of that continuous march, the cold and the proximity of death had transformed me. I no longer owned myself. Deep down, I was in awe of this change. It happens that in extreme climates near the pole, curious phenomena and alterations of mental states occur. A tug on the rope forced me forward. The immense field of cracks continued to surround us. I recognized some black sticks the lieutenant had nailed down. Maybe I was retracing my steps. I heard a voice ordering us to stop, and in front of us a huge crack opened, as surely as I will not see another. It stretched out in a zigzag until it was out of sight on the plain. I approached and observed that it was black and deep, like the crack of my dream. I felt the same terror looking at it, not daring to get too close. Then we all got together and began following the course of this crack. With the brigadier at the helm, we went round and round. I'll never know what we did to get through it. Somehow we found ourselves on the other side. At least we thought so. We formed the line again. Then the brigadier hesitated. I saw him going slow. I could hear him breathe interruptions, turning his face to consult the elder. Behind, the lieutenant still marched vigorously. He no longer asked me to remove the stakes from his quiver, but rather he tried to help me. We reached the edge of a slope or perhaps a precipice, for the brigadier stopped abruptly and waited. Then the elder started screaming and laughing. He jumped in the skis and howled against the wind. "Here is the sea! Here is the sea! Do you smell? Do you feel this wind coming out? It is the sea! It is my Weddell Sea!" And he hit the snow with his sticks. I listened to the wind. Softly I heard it. And in the middle of it, very far away, I seemed to perceive a penetrating and high-pitched howl, calling me, waiting for me. The dog howls. Could it be you? Who reminds me of the oases, that pure and great dream of the beginning of time? Where are you? You have been faithful, because you have come at the moment when I need you the most, to show me the way to my friends, the heroes, the immortals. They send you, and you howl in the wind and the snow. Tell them I'm coming. Tell them I'm hesitant. I'm not sure I'll find them. I'm still in doubt. I doubt your howl, for it may be the wind that blows in the desolate plateaus. My dog, show you yourself. Appear here with your image of blonde curls, destroyed by the ferocious skuas. You are the voice of God. Are you the voice of God or the howl of destiny? I think that if I obey you, I will be wrong. I tremble. I am weak. I do not know what happens to me. A voice that is not yours tells me that the moment has not yet come, that this may not be the way. It tells me that I must abandon this last dream, that it is not by sea nor by land where I will find peace, nor the legendary heroes whom you serve today. Dreams, water, howl against the wind. I have abandoned you. The lieutenant was holding my arm, pushing me forward. He was watching me curiously. What happened? Is something wrong with you? Nothing. Don't you feel how it howls? Can't you hear the dog? Surprise was reflected on his face, and he let go of my arm. You too, he exclaimed. You are going crazy? It is nothing but the wind. Anyway, yeah, so I guess, the dog... you can kind of imagine like who it is. This kind of comes up also in his memoir about India that he also published, where he kind of talks about seeing himself as having like a kind of a dog head in this vision. He talks about it a little bit later here too. Someone else was with us, someone who had the wings of a bird and howled like a dog. It was a dog with wings, a snake-shaped dog, howling inside myself at the base of my spine. This is like Kundalini idea. No, it was the brigadier who was howling. He howled like a pitiful animal towards the west, where his wife came from, approaching with some ski pants in hand. And the major thrust one of his batons down the brigadier's throat, and he couldn't howl anymore. We all agreed to kill the elder. We buried him in the snow, and on his grave we crossed his poles and his skis. The dog with the skua wings remained watching. The Commodore also claimed and explained, this man must be prevented from immortalizing himself, because covered in this way by ice he will be able to resurrect eternally. To prevent it, I will stay here and make him discover death again. I am a specialist in these ways because I don't remember the rest of what he said, but the Commodore sat on the Major's ice grave and stood there to prevent him from being resurrected.
This is weird. This has like The Thing vibes, where there's a sus dog that's like like possessed by the spirit of Hitler, like watching as they like murder their like teammate, and then like stand watch over his grave to make sure he doesn't come back as like some like monster.
So anyway, like this guy like Jung like wrote like a foreword to his other books, like he loved him, like
so good, yeah.
Everyone's hanging out with him. Like
this guy's so epic.
Really,
It is wild. Like, really, like, this sci-fi shit is, like, treated as, like, spiritually serious and, like, amazing and insightful and beautiful and, like, all these other things. Like, they all did know he was, like, a Nazi, like, at some point. Even if he was, like, pretending, it's, like, very vocal wartime Nazi, like, who I guess is less vocal, but like everyone's just kind of like cool with that. And then like, no, but like, let's read your sci-fi, bro. Like, I really want to see what you have to say about mythology.
Like, for a lot of people, like, sci-fi books, like, again, like, they might not like actually like believe in the content of the science fiction books, but like for a lot of people, like, we talked about this a little bit in the Star Wars episode and stuff like that, but for a lot of people, like, those types of books are fantasy books or things like that, like, or even something like Harry Potter or whatever. Like, think of like what an outsized role Harry Potter has had, like, in the popular imagination, like, for no reason, like and, like, like for a lot of people, like, that stuff like does like, and I will say, like, in fairness to him, like, obviously I don't think this is like good or anything like myself, but I think that he, like, you can see like his emotions, you can see like how like much this means to him, like that this is like the product of like some real, like, seriously deep feelings for him, like he, really is like working through something which is being expressed through his worship of Adolf Hitler. And
it has like kind of
a Garth underneath Antarctica, but
it has a similar emotional like tone a little bit to like H.P. Lovecraft in that, he's describing these kind of cosmic stories, but like his personal like psychological like terror kind of like and sense of horror kind of like really shines through, which is what some people like
the
about
more famous Lovecraft stories, but kind of like Dream Quest, The Unknown Kadath, and stuff like that. Like, so the dream cycle maybe a bit more,
or even like people like somebody who I would say is like far less sus, and like I kind of want to go back and read more of, but Philip K. Dick, who like there's a very personal. It eventually gets extremely personal because like in his real life, he's like, I was contacted by Valis. Like he gets one-shotted by like an ET computer or something like that. But you could tell that like his personal paranoias about like the sort of Cold War America, like police state, like technocratic dystopia thing are like obsessions of his, and they like worm their way into like all of his stories. And like thankfully for him, I feel like his is more of a like I'm sussed out by like if fascism took over the world, that would be sus. But like the polar opposite of Serrano, who's kind of like oh my god, like I'm about to cry. This is so beautiful. I don't know, but what we talked about sci-fi also is a like almost like this art form where you can test out kind of utopian ideas and mythologies and frameworks for like looking at the world and stuff. Think about like the influence of like Robert Heinlein on a bunch of like Silicon Valley kind of sus lords and like boomer sus lords, and how they all just like loved like the fucking libertarian Moon Revolt book and A Stranger in a Strange Land and stuff like that. And he had some kind of like weird, Grok AI, right? That's Heinlein.
Yeah.
Like, and nerds, like they kind of turned it into a little bit of a, just like how like the '90s cyberpunk people and the Well Network type people loved like what is his name? William Gibson. Yeah, William Gibson.
Yeah,
like in the '80s, like this guy. Yeah, which it's like again, not saying he's like a total fash lord, but like they saw something about like the coming cyberspace era that was like he was engaging with those ideas. And so I think people can find it very productive sometimes when it's put into a fictional narrative frame to sort of picture possible futures, right, through sci-fi. And kind of how different idea, or Aldous Huxley is a great example of like he's writing a sci-fi novel, but dude like had a hand in creating MK Ultra. So like we're talking about a guy, and some of his books like The Island or Brave New World, like or Doors of Perception is nonfiction, but like his fictional works have this kind of like eugenicist, like mind control, like technocratic mind control, eugenics kind of vibe to them that then he arguably, like he and his brother tried to like instantiate in the real world after writing that book.
Even though I mean he's kind of an example in one person, because I was going to say like it is interesting how like a lot of these book, Brave New World is an example, like the main characters in that book, like they don't want to get along with like the idea, although they do have the character again, like a little bit of like sort of subtle Islamophobia, like a Mustafa Mond is sort of the main character, the main villain, right?
Isn't the girl named Lenina? She's like a brainwashed like beta or something. And her name's Lenina.
Yeah.
And they're like, praise Ford. Like they praise Ford, but also name their kids after Lenin. So it's like, what are you doing there, Aldous? I see it.
I don't know, but like there's a lot of like weird things like mixed around. But yeah, like Our Ford. Yeah. I mean, I haven't read that book since I was in high school, but I do recall that like the sort of main characters like kind of are like dissatisfied. They end up like going up to like they basically go to like an island, to like not be
like Anne Prim Island, where nobody is eugenically like altered and they're like barbarians, right? And they
well they go to the like one of the main characters is like a savage, as they say, like from a reservation, like I think it like he might actually be a Native American, but again I haven't read it in some time. But yeah, I mean like the kind of society's being like criticized, and like the heroes like are, I mean you could even see this with like people like like Elon and Peter Thiel, like even like the way that Peter Thiel's like presented by like his sort of state media, like Barry Weiss, he's presented as like a countercultural figure, right? Like, and this kind of goes back to what we were talking about in terms of the '60s and the whole idea of the counterculture as well. They're always like thinking of themselves as like as Neo, for the Matrix, where he's like the rebel, right? He's like fighting the system, but actually like they are the system and they're building the system, but they still like see themselves in that way as like these sort of oppressed, like revolutionaries who are like waking up from some kind of evil matrix that someone has put on them.
Totally.
But but I think it like would be good to read like some of his actual conversations with Jung that are published in C.G. Jung Speaking: Interviews and Encounters. They're kind of taken from his book on his friendship with Jung that I mentioned before.
Yeah, we could get a sample of that. Like, what was their friendship like? that everyone.
Yeah. So what do they talk about?
I think I recall reading something that like Timothy Leary was like a big fan of like the Serrano Young, like the Conversations with Young book, and used to like give it to people and be like, you got to read this. Like,
in particular, like
I think
his conversations with Serrano, or
this book that Serrano published
is in his book about like A Record of Two Friendships, Hermann Hesse.
Yeah. Like I think he maybe was he was like, I forget where I read this, but he was Timothy Leary loved Hermann Hesse, who wrote Siddhartha, and like that's kind of a big and like the kind of new agey, crunchy, like West. Actually, wait a minute. I have to double check this because it's AI. Get this. Hold on. We all remember the Millbrook estate, right? That was given to Tim Leary by Peggy and Billy Mellon Hitchcock, who were heirs to the Gulf oil fortune.
Well, hold on. If this is
Mellons.
AI, make sure this is true.
No. I'm checking. I'm checking. But then I found on, I do believe... Yeah, Hermann Hesse also, I remember us talking about this before, the glass bead game, and I forget what context it came up in, but we were like, what is this sus book that everyone was like obsessed with, which I think was like Hermann Hesse's like last book that came out. He's nominally like anti-fascist, he moved to Switzerland, blah, blah, blah. So, so it might be... AI might have been like fudging this, but Leary, when he moved to the Millbrook estate, he named his like foundation to like do LSD research there, the Castalia Foundation, which I believe was from like the glass bead game by Hermann Hesse.
Well, according to this, I did find this Christie's auction, which is
that's what I'm looking at.
Owned by Dr. Leary, where he did own the book.
It says, and then he also owned Hesse and Jung, A Record of Two Friendships by Miguel Serrano from 1966, annotated by Dr. Leary on front. I would love to see. It says sent into the Lausanne prison July 71, where he was held for a month during extradition hearings, along with a watercolor of H.H. Hermann Hesse, pictured in What Does Woman Want by Christoph Wenger, Hesse's grandson, which Omen liberated Timothy Leary. I don't know. That might be a I don't know something, but there was this was auctioned by Christie's in the 90s, like his personal book collection. But so I guess it wasn't literally. He was a fan of the Serrano book, and he was a huge fan of Hermann Hesse in general, and I guess took that that Castalia, whatever that means, or whatever. Like he named his little foundation there in the Millbrook estate after after something in a Hesse book. So I would love to see if Tim Leary made any comments on Miguel Serrano. He's a great guy. He's such a deep thinker, man, far out. Like he would give the most annoying monologue ever.
I mean, the closest I can find is, I guess, this posthumously published book of Serrano's, La Entrega de la Patagonia Magica. I'm not sure like what part of this book is from, because it's just from snippet view on Google Books, but it refers to Collaboration de Arthur Koestler, un marxista delusionado, de Timothy Leary y John Lilly, estudioso del lenguaje de los delfines. So they studied the language of the dolphins.
Dolphins?
Right?
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
pero
John Lilly.
verdad un manipulador del cerebro. So, pero, like, in truth, a manipulator of the brain. Right? Arthur Koestler. So, I'm not sure.
Arthur Koestler, another sus lord.
Yeah, but they are mentioned in this posthumously published book anyway.
Darkness at noon because the black sun is shining. That's what I think.
Yeah. But anyway, so this is like just from Serrano and Jung talking about their talking about South America and various subjects. These are two different conversations, one from 1959 and the other from 1961. I'll start with this one from 1959. This is where like kind of he brings up the issue of South America. You said, Dr. Jung, this is Serrano, you said, Dr. Jung, that you went to India in order to know yourself better. I want to do something like that myself because I want to discover what we South Americans are. We are neither Asian nor are we Europeans. You have said that the Hindu doesn't think his thoughts. And I take that to mean he doesn't think with his mind, with his brain, but that his thoughts are produced in some other center of his being. Do you think that is possible? It has always seemed to me that we South Americans do not think from the rational center, but from some other one. And consequently, our first task is to discover what that other center is, so that we can begin to understand our own being. Where do you suppose the center is located? Do you think we should take seriously the hypothesis of the chakras, the psychic centers of yoga? Jung says, your question is very interesting. I once remember having a conversation with a chief of the Pueblo Indians, whose name was Ochwai Biano, which means mountain lake. He gave me his impressions of the white man, and he said that they were always upset because always looking for something, and that as a consequence, their faces were lined with wrinkles, which he took to be a sign of eternal restlessness. Ochwai Biano also thought that the whites were crazy since they maintained that they thought with their heads, whereas it is well known that only crazy people did that. This assertion by the chief of the Pueblos so surprised me that I asked him how he thought. He answered that he naturally thought with his heart, and that is how the ancient Greeks also thought. That is extraordinary. This is what Serrano says. Mm-hmm. The Japanese, consider the center of the person to be in the solar plexus. But do you believe that white people think with their heads? And Jung says, no. They think only with their tongues. They think only with words which today have replaced the logos.
Okay.
Serrano says, but what about the chakras, doctor? What do you think about them? Some people claim that they correspond to the plexes of Western science. At the very least, they seem to be located in the same places as the plexes are. Of course, the tantric yogis say the chakras and the nadis are psychic centers, rather than physiological or physical, that they are located along a vertebral column, which is also psychic. Thus, the chakras also exist potentially. They come into being only by an act of the will, usually through the practice of yoga. Perhaps they are something like the self, which you mentioned a few moments ago, something which must be created. In any event, many questions remain to be answered about that ancient Oriental science, and many of the techniques now seem to be lost, perhaps in some huge cataclysm which overtook their civilization. The chakras, Jung replies, are centers of consciousness, and Kundalini, the fiery serpent, which is to be found at the base of the spine, is an emotional current that runs along the spine, uniting what is below with what is above, and vice versa. I am very old now, and I'm losing my memory. Starting from the bottom at the base of the vertebral column is the Muladhara chakra. And then in the solar plexus comes the Manipura. Then after that, there is the Anahata, blah, blah, blah. He goes for other chakras, but that's whatever. You can look him up. He's probably wrong, too. So anyway, Serrano asks, I suppose that if we were able to activate all of these centers, we would then achieve totality. Still, that would probably bring about the end of history, which seems to be like a pendular movement from one chakra to another. That is to say, each civilization seems to express a particular chakra, and different types of consciousness exist in various parts of the world and at various times. Can you define your concept of the self and what you believe to be the real center of the personality? The self is a circle, Jung replies, whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. And do you know what the self is for Western man? It is Christ, for Christ is the archetype of the hero, representing man's highest aspiration. All this is very mysterious and at times frightening. I'm sure Serrano didn't like that. So I guess he didn't say, what do you think about Hitler? But, yeah.
Okay.
So, then he, discusses his book, the Queen of Sheba, that, Serrano would eventually, Freud, Jung, not Freud. I'm reading him going off about Freud just now. Jung would eventually write the introduction to that. So Serrano then asks him, do you think it is wise to analyze one's own dreams and to pay attention to them? I have talked with Krishnamurti in India, and he told me that dreams have no real importance, that the only important thing is to look, to be conscious and totally aware of the moment. He told me that he never dreams. He said that because he looks with both his conscious and unconscious mind, he has nothing left over for dreams, and that when he sleeps, he gains complete rest. Jung replies, yes, that is possible for a time. Some sciences have told me that they were concentrating with all their attention on a particular problem they no longer dreamed. And then for some time, for some unexplained reason, they began to dream again. But to return to your question about the importance of analyzing your own dreams, it seems to me the only important thing is to follow nature. A tiger should be a good tiger, a tree a good tree. So man should be man. But to know what man is, one must follow nature and go on alone, admitting the importance of the unexpected. Still, nothing is possible without love, not even the processes of alchemy, for love puts one in a mood to risk everything and not to withhold important elements. And this is he goes on a little bit more, but I'll move on to 1961. There's his conversations with Lindbergh are also in this book.
Charles Lindbergh.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. A huge, kind of underestimated how big of a fasci force he was. Like how much he became kind of an avatar. I think weren't people in like the late 1930s kind of like speculating that he could be kind of like an American Hitler kind of thing, because he joined up with the America First movement. I think he was very popular with a lot of like right-wing industrialists and stuff that were very supportive of like, his, what was his intercontinental flight? That was his big thing. Or did he fly around the world? I forget what he did. Yeah, the Spirit of St. Louis or whatever. I'd like to do a sus Lindbergh thing one day, because also, what's up with that baby kidnapping? That was fucking weird, right?
It is sus, yeah. I mean, that'd be interesting to do. I mean, interestingly, Lindbergh's conversation with Jung was about UFOs. That's like what he wanted to talk about. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Jung, Lindbergh basically said that Jung believed like in flying saucers and accepted them as factual. He was like, he wanted to have like a fascinating discussion about the psychological aspects of the numerous and recurring flying saucer reports, but to that is Lindbergh's astonishment, I found that Jung accepted flying saucers as factual.
Whoa.
On the one hand, he didn't seem the least interested in the psychological aspects. On the other, he didn't seem at all interested in factual information relating to the investigation of flying saucer reports. When I told Jung the U.S. Air Force had investigated hundreds of reported flying saucer sightings without finding the slightest evidence of supernatural phenomena, it was obvious that he did not wish to pursue the subject farther. He asked me how I accounted for the recent flying saucer reports in Europe, especially a series of sightings in an apparently straight line of flying saucer flight. He referred to Donald Kehoe's book about flying saucers. Blah, blah. Yeah, so according to Lindbergh, Jung believed in them, but I guess later on, Jung issued a statement saying, this report is altogether false. I cannot commit myself on the question of the physical reality or unreality of the UFO, since I do not possess sufficient evidence either for or against. I therefore concern myself solely with the psychological aspect of the phenomenon. But it seems like, Lindbergh thought he was like a total skeptoid, but he wasn't. He was open to their reality. So I guess he thought they were Vimanas, maybe.
Right. I think the Black Sun book has a chapter on UFOs and Nazi lore specifically, and I think it does talk about Carl Jung's like fascination with the UFO thing.
Yeah.
And maybe his buddy Serrano.
Yeah, maybe they talked about it. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually found like an interesting academic article by Benjamin Loy from 2020. I think I put it in the workflow. It's called "The Fascist World Literature from Latin America: The Case of Miguel Serrano," and it has some interesting comments on this book, which was like, in terms probably the biggest like normie breakthrough for Miguel Serrano in multiple countries, including the United States and elsewhere. Like this book that came out in the 60s, which like people like Tim Lear were just like, oh my God, amazing. Like, and just thought it was so cool. And it does kind of say that he was kind of, he was hiding his, as the 4chan Nazis used to say, like hiding his power levels when he wrote this book, and it was very strategic. So I just want to read a little from this. This is, Part 3, The Gatekeeper's Myth, Miguel Serrano, Carl Gustav Jung, and Hermann Hesse. Serrano's international literary career started in 1960 during his time as Chilean ambassador in India with the publication of The Visits of the Queen of Sheba. The book was published simultaneously. This essay focuses a lot on like the publishing history of these books. So it was published in Spanish and English simultaneously, and contains esoteric reflections mixed with spiritual stories about Serrano's perception of Hindu culture. However, the most interesting point about the book is that the preface was written by Jung. The argument here is that the founder of analytical psychology, together with Nobel Prize winner Hermann Hesse, who Serrano got in touch with for the first time in 1951, acted with their cultural capital as a kind of gatekeeper for Serrano's international takeoff. By conferring a sort of higher spiritual and literary consecration upon Serrano's esoteric works, they contributed parentheses, unwittingly, maybe, to the international reception of the works in a crucial way. Furthermore, we will argue that this form of consecration did not occur, as Serrano tried to depict it with his mythological terms, by chance or, quote, destiny. It rather must be considered a well-aimed and deliberate operation organized by the Chilean author to make use of the fame of both authors. Serrano describes his relationship with Jung and Hesse in what would become his most translated work, El Círculo Hermético, this book with interviews, blah, 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 published in 1965 in Santiago de Chile by the prestigious editorial Zigzag. Wow, this what was
Zigzag
it, the Andrews family or whatever?
Edwards, yeah.
The Edwards family, they really liked Miguel Serrano. They were publishing his whole career. Interesting. So apart from its quick translation into English, published in 1966 by equally prestigious publisher Schocken, and then in more than 20 additional editions by Schocken and Harper and Row, the book was translated into German, French, Italian, Portuguese, Japanese, Slovenian, Turkish, Persian, Serbian, and Croatian, among other languages. So he could pass it around when he was Yugoslav ambassador, I guess. Both the English version and one of the French versions suggest that the book is about the relationship between the two famous men rather than what Serrano's book actually is about. Because I guess the English version was titled C.G. Jung and Hermann Hesse, A Record of Two Friendships, which kind of like low-key implies like that maybe they were friends or something, rather than it's about Miguel Serrano being friends with both of them, right? It says what the book is actually about is a couple of visits that Serrano made to Hesse and Jung in Switzerland and his resulting correspondence with them. The part about Hesse begins with, he depicts the three visits Serrano made to Hesse at his house in Montagnola in the 50s. Hesse welcomes Serrano's visits because they allow him to ask the Chilean author to check his own translations into Spanish and talk about the incipient reception of Latin American authors in the German-speaking world. Contrary to this rather practical interest on the part of Hesse, Serrano tries to evoke the impression of a mystical bond between himself, Hesse, and later on Carl Gustav Jung. He enlarges their rather banal conversations about India and esoteric topics in order to invoke the idea of a deep relationship between the German master and his Chilean disciple. It quotes from Spanish here. The reader's perception, however, is dominated by an impression of Serrano as a kind of obtrusive stalker, creeping around Hesse's house and spying on him while he's working in his garden. The bizarre climax of this part of the book... He was
obsessed. Well, like, he seems like kind of... You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of that article about Curtis Yarvin, where he met the guy who like came up with the idea of the Great Replacement, like the French guy.
Oh, right,
and
right.
He was like kind of like, what do you think about this? Like, what do you think? Like, you know, like kind of like a cloying sort of like desperate fan.
Yeah.
You know, like needed them to like tell him the answers to everything, and was like being like really like theatrical. You know, like kind
of just like annoying.
Like when Yarvin like sobbed, like made a whole display of sobbing over the fate of his children, like because of like the the erasure of white people or whatever.
Right.
Like it's kind of the same kind of histrionic thing that he does too, where like he really is
it's pretty
for their attention.
It is that is a good parallel. It's pretty funny.
It's the same vibe. Yeah.
And this is actually kind of weird. The bizarre climax of this part of the book about Hesse is Serrano's description of a kind of necromantic ritual that he carried out in Belgrade after Hesse's death. He describes the ritual in detail in a last letter to Hesse's widow, Ninon, whose Jewish descent is not mentioned anywhere in the strategically grounded praise the anti-Semitic Serrano writes. So he's like he pulls his punches. Suddenly he's not so obsessed with the Jews, and he's like saying nice things about Hesse's widow, who is Jewish. And like he's being strategic, I think, you could see from that. Even more important in terms of both strategic connection and direct intellectual influence on Serrano was his relationship with Jung, whom Serrano had admired since his youth. In 1957, and thanks to a contact established via Indira Gandhi, with whom Serrano met regularly in India, the Chilean author started correspondence with Jung. Similar to his strategy with Hermann Hesse, Serrano visits Jung 2 times in Küsnacht in 1959. Despite the obviously intrusive character of his appearance at Jung's home in Switzerland, Serrano depicts their brief encounter in his usual mystical tone, as in, quote, intervención de fuerzas ocultas en este mundo, an intervention of occult forces in this world. That's funny. His insistence seems to have paid off when Jung authorized him to use a letter to Serrano as the foreword to the visits of the Queen of Sheba. Jung praises the work with the following words, quote, this book is an extraordinary piece of work. It is dreams within dreams, highly poetic, I should say, and most unlike the spontaneous products of the unconscious I am used to, although well-known archetypic figures are clearly discernible. The effect on the reader captivates him in an interesting dream, in an ever-extending space, and in a measurable depth of time. On the other hand, the cognitive element plays no significant role. It even recedes into a misty background, yet alive with the wealth of colorful images. An approach to wholeness, the one experience absent in our modern civilization. It is the avenue and via regia to the unus mundus. Okay. Jung's judgment illustrates to what extent Serrano's esoteric and anti-modernist positions shared important connections to Jung's own psychological concepts of archetypes in the unconscious. Serrano makes these connections, and notably their political implications, evident in a letter to Jung written in Delhi in May 1960. They don't translate it, but el occidente ha agotado la posición racional, insistiendo en ella, solo producirá desgracia para sí mismo y para el mundo. Se hace necesario un cambio. Por eso le decía al profesor Toynbee que era mejor para el hombre blanco occidental white man occidental retirarse.
Western white man, and I heard Toynbee. Yeah, so
Professor Toynbee. That there will be the best for the occidental white man. Retirarse entre bastidores y dejar a los otros hacer por ahora el trabajo externo, el de la política, el del mundo en general. No hay posibilidad de contrarrestar la lógica aplastante del marxismo, del materialismo histórico dentro de la dialéctica racionalista, como no hay posibilidades de probar la inmortalidad del alma o su existencia racionalmente. La evidencia de esto último se halla en otro sitio, en otras fuentes que no dependen de la razón. It does not depend on reason. Other things do not depend on reason. Por lo demás, dentro de la razón no hay evidencia posible. Lo que hoy es cierto, mañana no lo es. Es un mundo inestable por antonomasia, antinomianism, I guess, antonomasia.
Yeah.
Los Indians, que piensan, who think without thinking, like who think. Well,
right. I was just talking about that.
Que piensan pensamientos distintos, procedentes de fuentes no racionales, carecen por lo mismo de la lógica racional consistente de los occidentales. El occidente, the West, en cambio, tendrá que aprender a ser ilógico. Es la única manera de poder combatir al comunismo, el estatismo y la esclavitud de la persona. So I kind of I can understand some of the shots he's taking in that.
Is talking about slave morality, esclavitude?
It's a state of slavery of the person. The state of personal slavery. Al estatismo y a la esclavitud de la persona. So a state of and the slavery of the person. And to combat it is it's the united something for the power of like fighting communism. Yeah. Okay, so this is a summary. According to Serrano, due to the decadence of the West, which was caused by modernity's rationalism, the task of reconquering the parallel world of myth and the illogic becomes the primary necessity in order to overcome not only the individual slavery of human beings, but also the threat of communism. Serrano explicitly praises Jung and his theories, citing them as examples to follow by highlighting his Trabajo de la Revivificación de los Símbolos, tratando de encontrar nuevamente el lazo perdido, cortado entre la ciencia y la alquimia, o mejor dicho, entre la ciencia y el alma. Serrano
I apologize to any people who have to hear, who speak Spanish and have had to hear our rendition of it.
This is practice for me, but I do think I'm mostly pronouncing it correctly. I do, I know how to pronounce Spanish mostly. We had to take it in elementary school in California.
Nice.
But so he says, apologies if I'm fucking it up. Let's see. The Trayectoria del Hombre, Esencial, the essential trajectory of man, blah, blah, blah. So while in his letters to Jung, Serrano discusses more general topics, such as the critique of Western subjectivity and individuality, or the necessity to transcend language in order to regain magic symbolism. His esoteric Hitlerism was heavily influenced by Jung's Wotan essay from 1936. Without going into detail about the text, it's important to note that Serrano's racialized Gnostic worldview shares important features with Jung's thinking, such as the ideas of archetypes and the relation between the collective unconscious and national rebirth. Recent scholarship also highlighted the fact of Jung's favorable attitude towards Hitler and National Socialism in the 1930s, arguing that, quote, the concept of a racially and religiously differentiated phylogenetic unconscious underlies the basic premises of the Wotan essay and is the bridge that connects Jung's universalist and exclusivist definitions of archetypes. That was from Dohe from 2016. Jung. However, it's more important for the present topic of Serrano's international circulation to highlight once again the strategical use Serrano makes of his exchange with Jung. This becomes evident if we consider, for example, the complete reprint of a 10-page, completely illegible letter from Jung to Serrano in the cited version of El Círculo Hermético. The caption reads, blah, 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 in Spanish. The reprint here functions primarily as an act of material attestation of Serrano's own alleged importance, as he highlights the presumable letter as ideological testament written by Jung, who is virtually on his deathbed, sent over to his, quote, disciple, Miguel Serrano. A photograph showing Serrano with India's Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, whom he is communicating to about Jung's death in 1961, fulfills the same function. The description of this event, like so many others in Serrano's exaggerated letters, is not free from, parentheses, unintended humor. According to Serrano's own words, he approaches Nehru on the airfield in Delhi, Nehru already being on his way to Nepal for the holidays. This is why he asks the Chilean ambassador to write a note of condolence on behalf of the Indian people. Naturally, Serrano accepts this mission and states, full of solemnity, I guess, y fue así como la India se hizo presente a la muerte de quien tanto hiciera, por comprender los profundos valores de su civilización, para confrontarlos con los del mundo occidental y enriquecerlo. Otro gran círculo de Saraba. I don't really know what that means. However, let's see. However ridiculous Serrano's servile approaches and mystifying abuse of Hesse and Jung's scarce testimonies about his person and writings may appear, they were doubtlessly a crucial factor in the following international reception of his esoteric writings. The Serpent of Paradise, the story of an Indian pilgrimage, and The Ultimate Flower, for example, were both immediately translated into English and published by an important English publisher, Routledge and Kegan Paul. In the German and French market, however, his books appeared in independent publishing houses that specialized in esoteric literature. All of these works were preceded by the German translation of his book about Hesse and Jung, which seems to confirm the hypothesis that places Jung and Hesse as intellectual door openers for Serrano. The importance of the role can furthermore be recognized by considering the paratextual fact that many of the book's translations covers depict Serrano and Hesse in Montagnola, and that virtually none of the back covers of Serrano's numerous translations ever omits mentioning that Hesse and Jung were Serrano's supposedly intimate friends. However, the irritating point about Serrano's success in the field of global esotericism concerns the fact that his esoteric works have been continuously read and retranslated, even in the recent past. That means that long after his trilogy of texts featuring esoteric Hitlerism and his fame in neo-Nazi circles should have destroyed his once carefully constructed self-image as a presumably innocent cosmopolitan spiritualist writer of folk tales from Chile and India, his overt anti-Semitism and Nazi praise was completely ignored by his esoteric readers and publishers. For example, the biographical information about Serrano on the back cover of the recent French translation of this book mentions the preface written by Jung, but only goes so far as to describe Serrano as an écrivain et diplomate chilien né en 1917 qui appartient à une galaxie d'écrivains dont fait également partie son ami Hermann Hesse ou encore Ezra Pound. Who is a fascist. Consequently, we can say that Serrano's strategy of self-authorization through the exaggerated and mystified relationship with two key intellectual figures of his time continues to prove effective in the realm of esoteric world literature. Furthermore, these attempts seem to have not yet been overshadowed by the second dimension of his doubtful legacy, his contributions to an overtly fascist world literature. That's a good point right there. Like, you know, New Age people staying unvigilant, as always, about, like, Nazis in their midst, right? Of just like,
for
no,
sure.
he was so, because Jung was so beautiful, and he said he was beautiful, and beautiful Hesse was so beautiful, and he said he was beautiful. Like, he got the Zizek blur, basically, so he's trusted forever, and, you know, like, instead of this was a cynical, like, PR ploy, similar to, like, Curtis Yarvin trying to, like publish some book about how he's like, you know, his conversations with the world's most interesting thinkers or something, and it's like mostly him annoying like people, not to totally excuse like Jung of any susness or like complicity in being kind of like to some extent friendly, but it does sound like Serrano exaggerated it very strategically, and like for momentarily, like he sort of hid his Nazi power levels a little bit in order to get more like normie-ish, like not Nazi, new age kind of publishers and communities to, and even the psychedelic counterculture to like glom onto his work and be like, oh my God, it's epic, and not really think twice about, you know, who this guy really is. And shockingly, given what he would go on to like publish, you think it would be like, you know, it kind of reminds me of who is the temporary autonomous zone guy, like Hakeem Bey.
Yeah.
You know, like he, I think rightfully fell off a little bit when like the full scale of his sort of like Namblo pedo inclinations sort of came out. And then you kind of look back at the temporary autonomous zone theories that were so hecking anarchist and Burning Man like in the 90s. And you go, oh, you want a place where like there's no laws and like there's no sex offender registry. Like a little bit, you know, like this is a little, I could see a double purpose for you being so down with temporary autonomous zones and like your law has no, your age of consent has no authority here, you know, and then people kind of clock that and we're like, ew, gross. And now like you don't see his books quite as much, though I think in the San Francisco Haight-Ashbury Counterculture Museum bookstore, I feel like I did maybe see a Hakeem Bey book on their shelf. It's a new museum apparently, along with millions of Stuart Brand books. But you know, it's like it's still like you know, it always gets my goad when somebody has like fully demonstrated their susness, and then people are just kind of like lazy and just like, oh, he's an amazing thinker. Like, you know, again, Zizek comes to mind of somebody that I don't know. Like, has he not had enough bad takes that people are like second guessing, just like trusting everything he says? I think a lot of people have dropped off, but there's still, if you go in like r/like Zizek or r/critical theory, people just take it like for granted that he's like a genius, and like you have to grapple seriously with like every dumbass like take that he's ever thrown out there, or every little twisty Lacanian thing that he's like about like movies or something,
Yeah.
It's a frustrating tendency that repeats itself.
I mean, I kind of like, all right, so I get like what that idea, like that, he hit his power level, and like Jung, I could definitely see that like Jung was not as close of a friend, but he really did talk to him like pretty extensively. He wrote, like responded to his, I guess he's like Chomsky where he writes to everybody, but like it, I should not say that in Chomsky's own voice, but you say it in the voice of like one of these sycophants, but he responds to everyone, but he met with him, he talked with him, he like was didn't like give like one word answers, he wasn't like, sorry, I don't have time, like it was like a pretty famous guy who's talking to a lot of people. Like I don't know, I feel like the whole thing of like maybe he did like kind of exaggerate, and obviously he does kind of have this sort of like fan energy to him, like, or stan energy even,
right?
But still, like, I don't know. Like, it's kind of like
I don't know if I want to let them off the hook completely either.
No, I don't either. And I also think like if you again, like you're right that he doesn't say like Adolf Hitler.
Like all of his books later on, like just open, like you open first page, like Heil Hitler, like in like huge words or something like that, or like this book is designated to the greatest person of all time, Adolf Hitler. Like it's like really in your face, but people did know.
Like if you read between the lines, like, and I mean, another part of this is like, another part of the problem is like that. This is the thing, like that I think kind of like leads to this, and this is why like Hakim Bey like maybe fell off in a way that Miguel Serrano doesn't, is because like without like you could almost plug in like a bunch of different people like for Adolf Hitler, and like you would, as you've said before, like you wouldn't really end up with like too much, it's saying like, oh yeah, this is similar to Theosophy. Like if you like took out Hitler, you wouldn't really have something that, or like took out the word Hitler. Yeah. You wouldn't have something that was too different from like a lot of like, esoteric ideas, right? Or even from like, like for instance, like, like this is what he, I'll read it from this, I did read that thing from, the Antarctica, or sorry, not from Antarctica, another myths from Who Calls in the Ice, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think we all know who calls in the ice, right? But it doesn't say explicitly,
Hitler.
Right? Yeah. Well, the dog. Well, but again, we talked about this in our Dogman episode, right?
Yeah.
Who is the dog? What does Adolf mean?
What does Adolf mean?
Pretty sure it means wolf.
Oh, right. The Wolfman.
Noble wolf.
Right.
Yeah, it's German origin, derived from the Old High German elements Adal and Wolf.
Okay.
The Old High German Athelwulf, Hadolf.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So when he's like, "You dog, are you calling to me? Is this the howl from my dream? Like, where are you beneath the ice?" Like that's Hitler. Like, so like the, I like again, like, yeah, it is like kind of concealed. I'm trying to like.
Well, I think it's primarily concealed from like the public when he published this book. Like he concealed from the public. Yeah. I think it's a different question to the extent to which he concealed that from Hesse or Jung. Which I think
so. Yeah.
They might have been a little more in on it than this author is kind of asserting.
Well, and I also think that like whether or not, I think it's like more of a systemic problem. It's not just about like, oh, these occultists or esotericists aren't doing their due diligence in a way. And like, if they knew, it's because like, it's so compatible with like what their actual beliefs are. Like the only thing that is like maybe a bridge too far about it is like that it actually like reveres Adolf Hitler as like this great avatar. But like, other than that, like all the actual sort of like ethical valences of it, like the idea of like, worshiping Lucifer, blah, 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 that stuff is like so unusual with like, or, demeaning Christ and exalting Lucifer. That's like not so outside the pall. Maybe it's a bit, sometimes there's kind of this combination of them or a reframing of Christ's role or something like that. But, but yeah, like it's not like so without like the element of like Adolf Hitler, like literally, then it's not so different from like a lot of like what circulates in these kind of circles. Like this is what he says in Antarctica and Other Myths. He and then I want to read a little bit from we have a bit of time. I want to read a little bit from his book that Jung offered his letter as a forward to, and apparently did read, right?
The Queen of Sheba.
The Queen of Sheba. So he first he starts off describing the book that he admired, Hitler Esta Viva, right? By Ladislao Sabao. He says, this book was treated almost in the form of a detective novel, and it is surely the most extraordinary detective novel of our time. Written in a passionate tone of hatred against the central character of his work, it is saved from being one more political pamphlet in the already long history of hatred and wars, only by unconsciously falling into the zone of legend and myth. I like how he's like, this is really political, because the author really just like can't get over his hatred of Hitler. It's just, but thankfully he comes up with this, this idea that actually falls into myth. Back in 1945, 2 German submarines arrived at the Argentinian coast of Mar del Plata. The war had been over for several months, and these submarines had spent all their time at sea. They had a larger crew than necessary and were carrying a large cargo of cigarettes, although none of the crew smoked. According to Mr. Sabao, it later turned out that these submarines, which belonged to the most modern German constructions, capable of remaining submerged for up to 6 months, were falsely classified, since the designations U-530 and U-977, with which they appeared in the naval archives of the German Navy, corresponded to old units under repair in the ports. In this way, it was tried to make their disappearance unnoticeable in the final moments of the war. Mr. Zabao claims that these U-boats were part of a ghost convoy that accompanied Hitler on his journey to Antarctica. Having strayed away from him in the Atlantic due to storms or other continuances, they lingered for a long time in the same places waiting for news or clues. Needless to say, they did not know the object of the voyage and the end of their destination. This is something like the legend of the Caluque, or the Phantom Ship. For the author of this book, the haste with which the Americans sent planes to Argentina in search of the U-boat crews is a sign that the Allies were already aware of the whole affair, that they had serious suspicions of Hitler's real fate. The fact that his corpse had not been found until today, and that some prisoners in Nuremberg had declared that Hitler was alive and would return, induced them to maintain effective suspicions of his present whereabouts. Also, Admiral Dönitz in 1943 made a strange statement, which was reproduced by the world press, when he affirmed that the German submarines had discovered an impregnable point of the planet, an earthly paradise for the Führer. Thus, according to Sabao, the enormous expedition of Admiral Byrd to Antarctica at the end of 1946 and the beginning of 1947, with fleets of ships and planes, equipped with radar and the most modern photographic apparatus, together with thermomagnetic detectors capable of discovering the existence of human life even in subway dwellings, meant an expedition in search of Hitler, rather than in search of uranium or an exercise in training of material and men in the polar struggles. Admiral Byrd's gesture of dropping the United Nations flag from the air as he flew over the South Pole as a symbolic act of defiance in the loneliest region of the world can only be explained in this way. The book ends by calling for a new expedition to Antarctica in search of Hitler, because for its author, Hitler lives there inside a mountain, which he has excavated. His dwelling has been repaired since the time of Captain Richter's German Antarctic expedition to the quadrant opposite Africa in the Queen Maud Lands, where the mysterious hot water oases were found in 1939. There he lives, accompanied by his staff of fanatics and Germany's best scientists, who had already discovered atomic disintegration and even worse. He only waits now for the right moment to reappear from the ice and unleash a new conflagration that will set the world on fire, and in which he will win without need of an army or any country. And Mr. Sabao's book ends with the extraordinary and fantastic supposition that Hitler could have been subjected to the procedure of artificial freezing, in which a German scientist has already obtained serious results, as it was demonstrated in the Nuremberg trials, paralyzing the vital functions and returning to life rejuvenated at the previously fixed moment. Without further comment, we will make a point here. Gentlemen, a certain dread must invade us. If we have followed attentively through all this talk of the story of myths and events that always repeat themselves, the anguish of being only prisoners of an eternal and powerful ring overwhelms us. At the apex of the times we have lived through, we must stop and reflect. Is everything like a nightmare wrapped in beautiful and tragic tinsel, but a nightmare nonetheless? We thought we lived in a time and in a world in which only the light of reason and positive philosophy shone, and suddenly we are struck by the suspicion that the very language of empirical science could only be the language of a certain era, ours, which is nothing more than repeat in its scientific idiocy, the same argument and the same monotonous history of eternity. Our age, at the end of its time, is now in possession of the supreme cosmic power. We could well take the same ancient route as the Atlanteans, when at this point science also fulfills the old myths of the Selknam and of Apollo reborn in the northern ice, speaking in its language of the immortality of the body and of eternal youth by means of the procedure of artificial freezing. Once, and then he talks about Nietzsche a little bit, but he this is, I think, is an important
is
part
this
to kind of
Jung
give,
writing the foreword? Who's speaking here?
This is Serrano. This is
Okay,
Serrano.
okay.
Yeah, this is Serrano. Yeah, Jung did write the foreword to this. This is an earlier book, but I think it's important context for like the Queen of Sheba. So, because this this is earlier. So this kind of the whole like architecture of everything of esoteric Hitlerism was already there. He says, talks about his journey to Antarctica. Gentlemen, on our journey to Antarctica, as we approach those distant areas, the ancient admonition of Pindar, the classical poet, began to resound in our ears. Neither by sea nor by land will you find the road that leads to the region of the eternal ice. And it seemed to us even then that the poet was right. And it seemed to us even then that the poet... I guess he repeated himself, or the translator did. How to find it, gentlemen, when the region of the ices must only grow in our own hearts. I understood the real journey to Antarctica had to be made inwardly. It was in my soul that I had to travel the anguished channels of an ancient world emerged from the dread of eternity, where the rain always falls and only water reigns. It was there that I should face the inheritance of the psychic memory of the primitive abject races, who were my brothers, who were myself, and continue without fainting, up to where the signs of a distant and different world appear. The passage of the most sullen sea should be done by enduring the nausea of myself, until one day I reach that last corner where the ice of indifference and peace dwells. In order to conquer them for my soul, I would have to fight to the death with the black angel of creation, who pulses us and defends his own illusory existence. If I triumph in the struggle, the mystery of the marvelous oasis that exists in the center of Antarctica, where the warmth of eternal life dwells, guarded by the ice of serenity, will open up for me. From there I will return resurrected, reborn if I wish, or I will raise my dwelling next to my primitive home. And the symbol of all this is the swastika.
Okay, I see the point you're making. Like, Jung, like, did you not read this shit? Like, do you think he's not a Nazi? Like, I don't know. I didn't look up who he was.
He said, he went on this long digression. It's apparently a mystical book about Antarctica talking about how Hitler is there. And then he said, it wouldn't be so great if to go to Antarctica and delve into the ice and find this beautiful rebirth and
suddenly a flaming swastika rises out of the ice and he drops to his knees crying tears of joy. It's like, I don't know if I would call this guy a Nazi. It's like, damn dog. He might have it's in his literature. Maybe he wasn't marching around in Nazi uniforms in public like he would later on, in the 90s in Santiago. But for people who were curious to know whether or not he was still a Nazi, you could pretty easily find out. And so, the fact that Jung, who I guess kind of liked Hitler a little bit in the 30s, but maybe for reasons of professional survival, downplayed that. And I even saw that essay I was reading from said that Hermann Hesse's anti-Nazism also left a little bit to be he kind of used the excuse that he couldn't publish anything against the Nazis because they'd get him, but he had already fled to Switzerland and was kind of protected. So it's not quite believable that the Nazis could have easily fucked with him, and so he kind of kept quiet during the war. So, but I think Jung even more so was a little bit curious about this. But then maybe after the war, it was I was just diagnosing him for Alan Dulles. I didn't believe in that shit. Obviously that was bad. Because then how would he get the love and light crowd in the post-war environment to one could get canceled for standing Hitler too hard.
Exactly. But that basically
Miguel Serrano.
exactly. It's just a matter of just saying Hitler when all of the actual this is from the book that Jung actually did write an intro to. This is from the Queen of Sheba. So it's still the same exact story. Like there is one weird part at the beginning where he talks about how there's a ring on his finger, and it's kind of sad because like in his conversation with Jung, he like obsesses over Jung's like cool Gnostic ring, and so like he obviously wants his own cool Gnostic ring, but like it's like a Hitlerian ring in this story. Anyway, so he says, "The ring you see on my finger is a moonstone. When the third moon fell into Earth, it fell into the sea. Sinking into the waters, it sent up bubbles like the last breath of a drowning man. These bubbles became moonstones." Same kind of thing of like, the fall to Earth, switches the poles, Centuries later, when the glacial ices retreated towards the poles, leaving Ariana Vaiji abandoned, and the sunny city of Avalon turned into a city of death, the first human beings, men with blue eyes and blonde hair, risked their lives in the water to gather moonstones. They set them in their stone daggers and placed them on their foreheads so they might be able to see the ancient city of dawn called Ariana Vaiji and the former city of the sun called Avalon. In this way, the moonstone became the third eye, showing men what their blue eyes could not see. The men of those early times were called walkers of the dawn, and their women, whose hair was also blonde and whose eyes were deep blue like the waters where the moonstone was found, were called the guardians of the dawn. These women placed the moonstone between their breasts. In time, the men went to their women for the moonstone so that they might contemplate the city of dawn and the city of the sun. If they did not perish in the wild torrents of water, they were lost between the white breasts of their women. This is a story of eternal love, which is born among the ices, but which is soon mixed with dreams of death and of a new dawn. The first heroes were those who surrendered themselves to the Holocaust of love. All right.
Holocaust of love. Wow. Amazing.
As they died, they caught a last glimpse of the city of dawn and felt for the last time the milky lightning of the moon. The first conquerors of the earth in their hand were those who refused love and instead chose as their symbol the white fleece of the ram. Following a messiah, they marched over the earth and made it their own. What they were looking for was an Avalon of this world. For them, the moonstone had a different meaning. They merely put it in between their eyes in the same way they held their daggers in their hands. Their messiah, whose name changes with the ages, was to them merely the first walker of the dawn. Their real emblem was the ram's fleece. When I first looked at the moonstone, I was told by a wise man what it signified. It points two ways, he said. One really leads to perdition, although it pretends to do otherwise, while the other leads you to an empty oasis where men stand alone on the ices holding their battle swords. In order to survive, you must be brave. You must seize the stone dagger and kill eternal love. For many years, I followed his advice and tried to stifle the love that is in me. I wandered far and wide over the earth. I would watch the morning star, and I would think I had discovered the city of dawn. In the end, I became a pilgrim. I joined an ancient tribe of wanderers and walked with them across the earth. They all carried stone daggers and worshipped the moonstone. First, we wandered towards the Antarctic ices, which are near my own homeland, and there met an ancient prophet who guided us. He seemed to be a reincarnation of some ancient holy man. We also had a dog with us who helped guide us toward the primeval oasis. At the crucial moment I weakened, however, the howling of the winds and the wailing of the dog had brought to mind the calm voice of eternal love, and I fled from the place. For a short while I tried to find peace by the edge of the sea, but in the end I rejoined my former comrades. Together we continued to traverse the earth. We fought battles, captured cities, and visited ancient temples where pagan rites are still practiced. I tried to give up everything. I took up the burden of the cross, and even tried to make it rotate like the holy swastika. There was nothing I did not do to try to kill the love within me and to try to find the ancient city which existed before love began. Finally, I came to India, and there I began to worship Shiva. I tried to subdue my will to his. I prostrated myself before his altar and remained perfectly still for years in an effort to recover the lost vision of the city of dawn. Although my body remained still, my mind would wander across the southern ices, and I was once again with the warrior pilgrims with their stone daggers. Others would also be with me. Some were beggars, others kings. But everybody in the ancient India of Shiva knew that only by abandoning their bodies could they attain the ancient city of dawn. This is why there are so many abandoned bodies along the roads of India, and that is why in India the heat of the sun burns the ram's fleece. Often I remember the dog that had given up its soul to guide us through the icy wastes of the south. I was reminded of it by the howling of many dogs in India. But now its howl seemed different, as though it were mourning its lost fleece, and as if it had stopped being a symbol and had begun to feel and therefore to weep. Then one day, while I was kneeling beside the bed of a dying girl to whom I was telling the story of the moonstone, love suddenly came again, overthrowing all my asceticism and turning me onto the other path suggested by the stone in my ring. I felt I was robbed of all I had gained. My body was returned to me, but my soul was destroyed. By that time, however, my body had half withered away because of the many years I had spent by the sacred mountain of the Lord Shiva. I went down to the holy lake called Manasarovar, which adjoins Mount Kailas. There I washed with care, and moving out towards the center of the lake, submerged my body and sank into the depths of the sacred waters. As the body drowned, it sent forth its last breath exactly like the breath of the moonstone. After a bit, it rose again to the surface, but it was now combined with the body of the dog that had died years before in the Antarctic ices. My new body had the head of that golden-haired dog. Now I no longer hear the anguish howl of that dog wailing for its lost body. I have given up the teachings of the wise man, and I have exchanged a stone dagger for the flute. Now I sing the old songs of the sun and dance to music. The ring I have long since thrown to the sea because I now look for the city of Dong amongst the breasts of beautiful women. I am ready now for the altar of the goddess Kali. I am dying, but as I expire like a hero who no longer looks for Avalon in the distance, I find that without my wanting it, without my hoping for it, a moonstone begins to appear between my eyebrows.
Okay, if I was Carl Jung and I was not a Nazi, I would never talk to this guy again after being asked to write like a foreword to this book and then like reading what it was. I would not allow him to publish like conversations with me and use my reputation to like riz him up even further. I mean, primarily because of the being a mystical Nazi, but also because like, what the fuck even is this? Like, what is the caucasity in a way of I just like shut the fuck up, you know? Like that's my only like he's just having little fantasies in his head about like what if the heckin' Nazis lived in Antarctica and maybe lived, you know, like he's truly kind of crazy. So like even back then, I think we can say and then of course like once he sort of enters his like loud Nazi phrase, you know, he's even more ridiculous because let's see, one big thing he does, I forget if it was 84 or 86, but the notorious Nazi war criminal Walter Rauff, who was instrumental in setting up the rat lines. He also designed the mobile gas chambers on the Eastern Front, which, you know, probably killed over 1 million people, mostly Jews. But yeah, just whole swaths of people, like mobile death camp vans. And he was a big member of like the Nazi underground, you know, throughout the Cold War. And then when he died whenever exactly that was, at his public funeral, 3 people like brazenly like Zig Heiled his coffin and like, you know, did a Heil Hitler. One of them was Miguel Serrano. And this is kind of like, you know, the beginning of a new era of more like overt displays of like Nazi worship with like Chilean public figures, which led to a bunch of right-wing, you know, magazines interviewing him and a little bit of like international renown as he was like putting out these books, like his Hitler trilogy. And then, you know, there's been a long tale of influence. Also, actually, during the 80s, I just want to mention there's a couple CIA documents, declassified CIA documents that do mention him in the context of Colonia Dignidad, the aforementioned sicko pedophile torture colony run by Nazis in Chile. This first one actually concerns the whereabouts of Auschwitz doctor, the sicko of the century, Josef Mengele, the Angel of Death. And it's from April 1985, and it says, subject Josef Mengele, CA Whisper advised that they have no concrete information concerning the whereabouts of Josef Mengele. According to CA Whisper information, 1. Miguel Serrano, date of birth, September 1917, residing in Santiago de Chile, may be in contact with Josef Mengele. The following is background information on Serrano provided by CA Whisper. He was formerly, Chilean ambassador, retired in 1971, working as a writer, moved to Switzerland, returned to Chile in 1979. He is said to conduct official business for the Chilean government, yet, i.e. as special envoy. In 1984, Serrano described himself as a 100% Hitler adherent during a press interview. B, connections to German and other Western European right extremists, particularly neo-Nazis. Since at least 1976, Serrano has maintained contact with the German neo-Nazi Manfred Rüder. Rüder was sentenced to 13 years as the ringleader of a right extremist Europa Burschenschaft Armenia Zurich, Europe's Student Association Armenia in Zurich. Dr. Heinz Manns, as well as Swiss citizen and longtime Nazi. I really want to do an episode on this guy one day. Francois Genoud. Dave Emery, old head Dave Emery, harped a lot on Francois Genoud, kind of a banker, a Swiss banker of the Underground Reich, who even got involved in funding like Al-Qaeda shit in the 90s. Very interesting thread with that guy. But apparently an associate of, there's something called the Al-Taqwa Bank that he was like, I don't know if he was running it or he was like an officer at it. Just some interesting deep state shit. But anyways, Serrano maintains close contact with Hugo von Senger, who is a leading figure in the Western European Nazi scene. Allegedly, Serrano is planning to create a haven for German right extremists in Chile with the help of Senger. According to a confidential source, Serrano visited von Senger in the latter part of 1982. Both individuals then visited the German neo-Nazi Kurt Müller in Mainz. During the visit, a new German colony, Neuschwaben, in southern Chile, as well as Students' Association of the Wise, were discussed. During Serrano's visit to West Germany, he also met functionaries of the right extremist party of Austria, Nationaldemokratische Partei, the NPD, Dr. Norbert Berger, and Dr. Erhard Hartung. That's the leaders of that party. Serrano held discussions in London with members of the neo-Nazi British Column 88, Tony Reed Herbert, Lucy Roberts, and Leslie Vaughan. It is said that Serrano was accompanied by a FNU Schmidt. I don't know what the FNU stands for, and that they had traveled to Rome for political discussions. Schmidt is said to have been a former officer of the Gestapo. According to further confidential information, Serrano was in contact with von Senger in connection with a purchase of real estate in Chile, which was meant to be a, quote, rest home for right extremists. The administrator of the estate was to be Kurt Müller. During a trip which was organized by Serrano for the wives of Müller and von Senger, Schmidt and Serrano were supposed to have met. Ursula von Senger is said to have been traveling in the district of El Parral, in which a German colony called Dignidad is located, which is exclusively run by Germans who enjoy special protection of Chilean politicians. Serrano visited Western Europe again in 1984 with von Senger's home as base. Together with von Senger, he is said to have visited neo-Nazis in West Germany, among others, Müller and Hartung. He is said to have traveled to Brussels, Paris, Barcelona, and Madrid for further discussions. His program is said to have included a meeting with Lucy Roberts in England as well. According to CI information, Serrano will visit Switzerland, West Germany, and Italy in the near future. CA Whisper would appreciate any information available too. There are no station traces on Serrano. And I think the other one says something similar, like similar information, also from April 85. But you get a sense of his activities in the Nazi underground, and also an admission there that despite the kind of official lore is that he got boxed out by the Pinochet government, but I feel like obviously on a deeper level, they said he was serving as a special advisor to Pinochet's government. He was bopping around Colonia Dignidad, taking many trips to Western Europe, and the Black Sun book gets into the wider network of these Cold War and post-Cold War kind of neo-Nazis in every other, every little country. And, there really was like an effervescence of them, a renewed kind of vigor in the 1980s, where there were a lot of publishing presses, music. There's a whole chapter in Black Sun. Contra anybody, I like anybody that like says this woman Jahan thinks that the devil controls music and that that's so stupid. I don't even know where to start. They should be locked up for saying that any music could be sus. Read the chapter in Black Sun about music, okay? There was one line that was like, you know, this all culminated in like 1999 when two teenagers at Columbine High School, you know, like shot up their thing, you know, shot up their whole community, and they had exhibited like an obsession with like Nazi and occult things, and their favorite artist was the occult like shock artist Marilyn Manson, whose like songs were full of like allusions to suicide and like nihilism and like hating God. I could just see the sort of anti-Tipper Gore brigade just going apoplectic at that part of like, you know, like remember like how powerful like Marilyn Manson himself was the one who refuted that, and everyone like ate it up in Bowling for Columbine when he gave some like very like grounded answer about like he's like, what would you have said to these kids, like, since everyone blames you, I would have listened to them what they had to say, because that's nobody was doing that, man.
Right, exactly.
It was still in the late 90s, like kids are under attack by parents, like weird dialectic of like parents don't get kids, and like that's where all these like problems like teen pregnancy, drug abuse, like gangs, like it all. It was just like this weird fucking vibe. Everyone just like loved it and thought it was the most epic thing. And then of course Marilyn Manson gets fucking Me Too'd in the late 2010s, though I think he's kind of beat that now a little bit. But you know, actually was doing horrific things to like women, young women. Despite, you know, somebody makes their whole identity around being a sicko, like maybe believe them, I don't know. But it goes through the black metal thing, which is like I remember when people were making memes about like Kanye West wearing like a Burzum like black metal, you know, t-shirt, and you know Burzum was part of this nexus of like Norwegian black metal, and like I know there's probably listeners, there's people that are black metal heads. Not saying y'all are Nazis, but like at the same time, I think we have to be honest about like the entire vibe of the like Scandinavian black metal is like bleh, like kill yourself. I'm like, I hate God. I'm a devil. Bleh, like kill and be racist. Like Heil Hitler is basically like the overall vibe of like most of these bands. So I've seen discourse in recent years about, you know, I mean, now I think there are black metal groups that are like very firmly like we don't. Like we're not Nazis, you know, like they're politically left, even though they do have the like aesthetics, you know. But like in the originators of the genre, this was like a very right wing Nazi satanic phenomenon. Like it just was, like by and large, and you know, like that. So you know, but it was also that was a vector to spread along with things like noise music, like white noise, power violence, these kind of like the, you know, kind of Boyd Rice, like the kind of some of the experimental shit that Genesis Peorage and that crowd were kind of fucking around in, like playing around with Nazi aesthetics and everything. Like I think in our first Aquino, maybe our second Aquino episode 4, where I played like during the Geraldo like Satanic Panic special that Aquino was on, right? Exposing Satan's Underground. It's in the intro to our show. Mm-hmm. They interview Boyd Rice and like Nicholas Schreck? Yeah, they interview Nicholas Schreck, and he's just like they go to like a concert in San Francisco, and they're all dressed up like satanic SS people and being like, death to the weak, like nuclear bomb the whole fucking world, it's all filth. And they're saying, honestly, I think most people should die. And then, you know, Geraldo was like, where do you get off? Like, you know, it's kind of like this weird thing. But it's like, I don't know. It's so fucking weird that got like, that was introduced into that kind of environment and got like weirdly negatively polarized to be like, these are chill progressive people that are being like devil, Satan, Nazis. I love Nazis. And people are kind of like, yeah, but they're for free speech and like being a libertine. So they're the good guys versus like the psyop, like evangelical reactionary, like whatever people that are like trying to, it's just such like a weird fake dialectic that I think maybe now people can look back on it and be like, oh, like, you know, I mean, I was looking through an old mix from, might talk about this if we go back to this Secret Machine music, but the Sandwell District, which is like a techno collective from the 2010s, and they had several members, but like one of them, Regis, I saw an interview with him where he was like a teenage member of like the Temple of Psychic Youth in Manchester when he was a teenager, and like kind of like got sucked into the orbit of like Genesis P-Orge's whole like thing, and then eventually became like a, you know, because they kind of did like entryism into like the rave world to like recruit followers for like their LOL, it's a cult but not kind of group and whatever. But I saw like they did some compilation mix, these group of people in like 2011, and there's like all these like good artists on it. It's all just like, you know, minimal, dark, like techno, whatever. And then there's just like a Boyd Rice track in there, and I'm just like, God damn it, like what the fuck, like I don't. But I bet that they were, you know, you kind of come up in the milieu of like Genesis Peorage, you're gonna be primed to think that Boyd Rice is just like a cool guy. Like, I know I've talked to people about Boyd Rice that are like, oh, they appreciate Coil or his music, and like maybe he's a little bit more. But, you know, look at Miguel Serrano. Like, yeah, tactically sometimes they decide to kind of hide the power level to get reintroduced into like art scenes or get a positive critical evaluation, despite never really abandoning a kind of like satanic Nazi like outlook on the world. And arguably their art is almost like a Magical, like Kenneth Anger-esque, like a Magical working to instantiate such a world, like a world where we will find Agartha and like go to have the Hyperborean race war or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it sucks.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, yes, I don't like, other than what we've talked about on the show, like I'm not like a super big expert in the world of like any of these like different musical genres, but like I definitely think that there's like a lot of like sus tendencies like within them, including, and I mean, I remember talking to like a friend, like you know, because people know I was like a high school goth, and like even though you know, I was like more into post-punk music, which is somewhat sus in and of itself, and even had like, you know, like Susie Sue did like a little bit of flirtation with like Nazi symbology too, right? So you're gonna see that tendency there. But I had a friend who was like into black metal music, and I remember like him like telling me that he listened to like National Socialist music, and I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah,
and he was like, well,
NSBM.
if I didn't yeah, exactly. And if I didn't, he's like, well, then I would miss out on good music of it. I'm like, what? Like it's just like a weird like mentality that's like, well, you know, it's like okay because like the like music is so good that it doesn't matter that it's about like, I don't know, like exterminating non-white races or whatever. It just is, like, it's a totally different like philosophy that I have like about like music, like, which is very much about like what you know, the meaning of it is, like, and what I feel like it celebrates, and like what it's
right
you know, but
I mean, it is. I've had that conversation with people that are like black metal heads and stuff, and actually, it is funny. It's almost like a trope that, like, on average, like people that are black metal, like big black metal fans, are like often like very like chill people. Like they're like nice, like they might wear like black or whatever, but like they're usually very like kind of like low. They're not what you would expect of somebody who like loves this genre, you know, of just like they'd be like like they're not like a crazy like satanic biker that, you know what I mean, like, so it's always it's even harder to kind of like break through that, like I mean, don't you think it's a little sus like that, you know, this band is like literally, they turned Burzum into kind of an edgy like in crowd, like cool, cutting edge, like just cool thing to be into. There's a certain like cachet involved, because it is very musically like intricate. Like that's another thing, people love the musicianship and like the power of the sound,
it's like
and all these other
hard
things
to play or whatever. Yeah,
it's very hard to play. Yeah,
but,
often like
I mean,
you have classical trained people like in black metal bands, like, you know, it's not like unlike say like punk, which like you can kind of suck at playing music and like be quote unquote good at it. Black metal does have a virtuosity, and you know, it's like all right. But I just feel like, yeah, it doesn't, like that specifically is like so kind of in the negative space of like any, you know, like even I feel like by the judgment of kind of like woo-woo new agers who have bad discernment, they would look at this and be like, oh, that's some real shadow energy, like maybe, I don't know. But yeah, it's edgy and dark, as the chat says.
I mean, it kind of like goes yeah, like to the point that like Yeah, I mean, like it's sort of the like I mean, it kind of has like a contrast with like Serrano in a way because like people like feel like they feel that like the ideas of Jung are like deeply spiritual and like uplifting and like positive, but then there's sort of like when you see like how consonant they are with like something like this, then and I mean I think like there's like a spectrum like there because like it's certainly like sometimes like you can just like sort of change a bit to like invert something completely in some ways, so
Sure.
that like deserves to be acknowledged, but at the same time like I think that like the sort of close relationships that like he had with like so many of these figures, right, like and like how consistent like the overall architecture is like really like attests to like the like a certain problem there, whereas like I think that in that case like I mean obviously I'm like not like super like down with either. I mean something that I saw in terms of like people's like takes about us, one of them that I saw that like I thought was like kind of funny was that like we hate like all pleasure and that like we are opposed to like anyone like having any fun at all, which like obviously like it's just that we don't like agree, like have the same taste or whatever, like it's really what you're saying, but
Typical
like and
knee
I think
jerk.
like that's
Yeah.
true, like my like I do actually feel that like um that some like as I've said before, like some things are good and some things are bad, and like I think that like I don't know, like I like things that like I feel have. I mean, this is like really like an sort of unpopular opinion, but like I like things that I feel like they reflect good, like positive human values, like things that like kind of like reflect like for instance like the movie Marty Supreme I thought was detestable. I thought that
I
that was
still
like
haven't
a
watched it.
wretched, like execrable, miserable like product that like shouldn't exist and like was worthless. Like I thought
Mm.
it well, there were like some interesting visual images, I'm not trying to be a Philistine here. Well, again, we talked about the problems of this word and its origin in our series on Palestine and how it came out of this weird debate between like townies and
Oh,
university
right.
students. But so I shouldn't
Right,
really use this
right.
term, but like no, I can appreciate the technical, but like again, that doesn't mean anything to me. The same thing with black metal. I don't care like about the technical like sort of like aesthetic qualities of this movie because I feel like the message is like worthless and it's just like kind of a and people might say like, oh, you don't get it. It's like I get it, like I understand it, like
Yeah.
I understand how to I can understand the meaning of films, like trust me, like there's I
Yeah.
like I don't know what more like sort of like proof I could give you, like I would just say like I think but
Well,
like
I mean, you've seen it.
you know
There's been a late kind of kerfuffle of discourse about like one battle after another, and I think people's resistance to any kind of critiques of it kind of being like a shitty movie that it traffics in a bunch of like weird lib like kind of stereotypes and is really just made to like make libs feel good about themselves, but like doesn't really address like anything about a reality and is actually like kind of tone deaf and like leans into like comedy to like in place of like any kind of incisive like
well this is kind of
point.
like what this is sort of like a valid point, like in terms of like, or sort of a relevant point in terms of like what sort of we're talking about. And that like one thing that these people like Miguel Serrano and like I think sort of broadly the sort of esoteric right like I think appreciates is like they do like I'm thinking of Wagner for instance, like I mean Nietzsche eventually broke with Wagner, but like at first he was kind of like a big sort of fan of his, and Nietzsche was obviously like an influence on Serrano, even if he doesn't always agree with him. Like one thing that they do understand is that like art like matters, and that they want like art, like artistic things, like they like Serrano, like maybe not a good artist, maybe not someone who you'd be like, I can't wait to read this like insane screed about like Antarctica or like these weird mystical visions of turning into a dog, but like
Yeah.
like he like is like working artistically, and like
Sure.
they have that understanding that like art should like express like a world view, right? And
Yeah.
it should express like the world that we desire, right?
A
And the world they
Weltanschauung,
desire is of
if you
course
will.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the like the world they desire is like an Agartha where like Hitler reigns as like, you know, an immortal god.
Dogman.
But like, you know, exactly. So it's obviously like not a worldview that I share. However, like the principle that like art should express a worldview and like should like honor a worldview and should you know, help bring that world into being.
Yeah.
Like is like actually right. And even like the enemies, you know, like to like let's know your enemy here, like they understand, whereas like, you know, these like heckin' people are like busy with like their letterbox talking about how like wow, like their acting is so good, you know, like and this is really a great portrait of how worthless and shitty humans are.
Yeah, that's
All
not
right,
the video of
you know.
Elton Chang that they should have.
And how like you know, it's not the video, like, you know, or just like yeah, like I mean, like I did think that the earlier movie by the same director, Uncut Gems, was like more like it had the same effect where it was like kind of arresting. I mean, I thought it was a much better movie on every level, technical, like, and also like
I liked it, despite there is a trend.
Well, I'm not saying that I thought it was a great film, but it was much better than Marty Supreme.
Okay,
you know,
wow.
I'm not upholding that movie as a good one. I'm just saying that like everything like it was just the exact same movie but better. Like whereas you actually kind of felt like you sort of cared about the outcome because there were like some people who were some characters who were somewhat redeemable, and like you sort of like and their fates were in some way tied to the fate of Adam Sandler, so you kind of cared in some way about what became of Adam Sandler. Whereas like the most I could say about Marty Supreme is that like it sort of subverted your standard like sort of sports movie formula, in that like rather than like rooting for this guy to like win, you just like either didn't care at all what happened to him or you just wanted him to suffer, and like you just
because everyone in the movie sucks, but like everyone's like a bad person. Yeah,
and like it's just and it's like all about like, oh, you know, people are pieces of shit who like chase meaningless crap, and like certainly like you can look around the world, you can find a lot of people who like, you know, but again, this is like at like we're talking about like we're not talking about just you know, art as aesthesis or whatever, or we want like a poesis, you know, like a making, right?
Yes,
something that is going to actually like I said, like instantiate and help to create like a world. But that idea like is, you know, like again, it's like, oh, that doesn't feel realistic to me. Like that doesn't, you know, like everything's shit, and like it's like Adornoism in a way where it's like, you know, that's not consistent with my view, you know, my understanding of the world, that everything is crap and nothing's good. It's like, well, you know, you like in sort of like insisting upon that, or like, oh, it's a little didactic if you have any, like, you know, anyway, I don't know why I'm going off of this tangent. I guess that's my connection to Serrano, is that they do get that. You know,
I think most serious like groups of people that try to have an effect on the world understand that art has a certain power and it matters, and it's not just like entertainment that is completely disconnected. I think there's a big American problem, and it's sad to see, but like even on the educated quote unquote left, that are firm believers in the American dictum of let people enjoy things, you know, like before any other ideological precept, you have to let people enjoy things. It goes
back to the whole thing. It's like about the permissiveness and like, you know, the sort of libertarian principle of like follow your bliss, the Joseph Campbell follow your bliss, like that's the ultimate principle. And if you, like sometimes you have to say like, no, some things are
and if you step in the way of people enjoying things, then you are perceived to be somebody who doesn't enjoy anything. Because how could you possibly live, you fucking psychopath who doesn't like the Grateful Dead? How can you even wake up in the fucking morning? And it's like, I don't know, I listen to like tons of other music that doesn't suck. You know, like I like some things and I don't like other things. And I feel like we've fallen so far from that, even the last, like in our lifetimes. Like every time I see like an old little like clip of like Siskel and Ebert from the 90s, like the whole show is predicated on saying something was either like pretty good. It was a binary. It either was thumbs up or thumbs down. And they were either going to say something was like pretty good, or they're going to shit on it and say it sucks. And they're going to explain why it sucks. You know, a lot of people talk now about like the collapse of music criticism and kind of film criticism, or like, you know, it's kind of been freelanced out and like democratized in a way where everyone just does letterboxes and takes now. But you see the hostility of like asserting that something people like, you think it sucks, and that's like deeply offensive and like causes a kind of enraged like reaction for many people that that certainly it doesn't seem healthy. And also, how are you going to call out art that is trying to do some Serrano shit if like everybody has to enjoy everything? Like it's kind of presupposing that none of this really matters, except like I get emotional about it, but it doesn't really like have any weight on politics or society or anything else. So therefore it's like unacceptable for you I don't know, they want this little like walled garden that is like separate from the superstructure and everything else and doesn't interact dialectically with anything. It's a perfect little space where people create little audiovisual treats, and then you get to enjoy them. And then it's like your safe space. Like, I don't know. It's weird.
Exactly. Like, are we talking about treats, or are we talking about like, this
movies as
thing,
treats, like TV shows and movies as treats?
Exactly.
In a way.
Exactly. Are we talking about like is that what we want, a treat, or do we want like art?
Yeah.
Like, do we want
You have to
art?
choose.
Like, do we want something? And that is like the thing. Like, what is like if you like again, like someone in the chat said you can't just show all sunshine into the bad thing of life. That's
I
kind
agree.
of like, I understand like the sort of the reason why you'd be like, oh, like, well, Khalid, like, what are you saying, like, because when people think, oh, I want a movie with values, maybe they think I'm talking about like a pure flicks film or something where like everything, we have this cartoonish like atheist professor who's like, if God is real, then he'll like stop this chalk from breaking.
Then he
like,
converts to Islam as he realizes that Allah is God, and
didactic,
yeah,
like,
exactly.
and that's like when people like say like, oh, they think like if a movie has values, then it must be didactic, or like if a movie's didactic, it must be like kind of poorly crafted, or like a film or a story or anything, like or a play or whatever. But like my point is that simply the point that like literally like the entire like history of like the discourse of like art within like the intellectual history of societies of the world, there's always been like a telos like to it. There's always been like an end to it beyond. And like in fact, like the idea that it was just for entertainment was like an attack against it, like against the theater or anything like that. Like people would say like, oh, like theater's worthless, it's just a bunch of entertainment. And now like we're saying that like actually that's hecking based. Sorry, I'm overusing this term, but like, it's just like, I think it's the like people would have to defend against that I think. And now we're saying that like, the sort of a conclusion that like all these people, like almost everybody who would ever be like defending like art as a vocation, or like art as something of social value, or like something like the theater as an institution, which basically is, the ancestor of like, the sort of forms of mass media, like art / entertainment that we have now. Like people who would defend that, they would say like, no, this actually has like a moral purpose. Like it actually has like a social, this is actually a social good. This isn't just slop. Whereas now it's like, well, it is slop, and like, how dare you got like, and it's like, well, that's what like, so I guess that means that like all the people, like all those people were wrong, and all the critics, all the Puritans, like, all the people who were like, we got to shutter the theaters and stuff like that, they were actually right. Because now we just have a world where like this is just a celebration of like nihilistic hedonism and like jouissance or whatever, where you're just like like reveling in watching people being despicable.
Right.
For no actual like reason. And again, like, I fully agree with the like idea that like depicting behavior doesn't mean that you are endorsing that behavior, right? I think you can depict bad people. I'm not saying that like, this is the whole problem with Muslim American cultural production, is that like we are so under siege like as a community that like we feel like every Muslim who's in the media has to be perfect,
right.
And you
There's
can't
not
have like
space for shades.
And then if they are flawed, the way in which they're flawed is that like they don't believe in their religion, or like like they're like they are like sort of like very sexually promiscuous, or like like they're one of us, like they're not,
one of us.
They're not someone who's like going to sneer at us over like they drink alcohol, right? Like those are the kind of flawed imperfect Muslims. But there's many ways to be imperfect to be Muslim, I think. And like I'm not saying that Muslims this is I do prefer those portrayals to the sort of like perfect Muslima saint or whatever, who's like just like this cardboard thing, like obviously. But I think there's complexities to it. But my point is that like
friction and nuance are always
my point is that like depicting behavior doesn't necessarily endorse it. And like I get it. I'm not saying that like we need to make a bunch of pure flicks movies. This is all like misguided. But I'm just saying that like there needs to be this like telos, right? There needs to be a point I don't know how we got into this, but I tried to connect it.
I'm thinking about like Miguel Serrano's like long lasting. He still has a huge impact on the like 21st century far right, like globally, basically. And in a lot of cases, part of the reason why his work was discovered so much and was circulated and published in many different languages is like a not insignificant aspect of it was the music, the kind of underground subcultural music acts and various scenes in a bunch of different countries that kind of fell in love with like his work and his whole cosmology and used it as inspiration for making music that was like trying to evoke and call for this kind of like Nazi Hyperborean, world. So it's just a great example of like, and then, would he have gotten there in the first place if heavyweights like Carl Jung and Hermann Hesse hadn't co-signed him, despite the obvious indications that he was a Nazi, like maybe not. And, so now when you look at like the avatars of today, like, I don't know, like is Nick Fuentes using that same energy of like embodying the archetype of like a Zoomer Groyper? And like just speaking back, another word for it might be audience capture, where you become the avatar of like your online subculture, and you're just like channeling what the sort of collective unconscious of like that community is desiring to hear, and then you get kind of like trapped in this like vicious cycle. I don't know, but I think the downstream effects of Miguel Serrano's influence are like quite profound and like unfortunately still with us, yeah. So I don't know if yeah. The one other thing, we didn't really get to talk about it today, but maybe for a later, another day we can, because we really did mostly focus on Chile today. But I had actually gotten mixed up. I was reading in some book about like Pavlich, about Perón's interactions with Nazis and the Ustasha, which are quite extensive. And I had gotten it mixed up that I knew that his third wife, after Evita, like after he remarried a much younger woman, Isabel Martinez de Perón, and when he came back into the presidency in the early 70s, that she had like an occult guy that, like an advisor, that was this like mystical occult Nazi guy that was like, giving them all this like mystical information and shit like that. And she was like very much devoted to him and blah, blah, blah. And I kind of just thought like, oh, that sounds like Miguel Serrano. I bet he popped up and became friends with the Peróns like in the 70s or whatever. Turns out, no. And there was a completely different guy named Jose Lopez Rega, who was also like deeply connected to like the international Nazi underground. He had many meetings and business dealings with Licio Gelli of the Propaganda Due Lodge in Italy concerning like black market like oil deals with Gaddafi and a bunch of other shit. But Isabel Perón like really fell in with this guy, and he actually served as the Minister of Social Welfare for 2 years. And eventually, like I think she became the interim president after Perón died in office, and then a military coup overthrew her. He was nicknamed El Brujo, the Warlock.
Yeah.
Yeah. His daughter would go on to be the spouse of a later president or actually a president in like 1973. So actually an ex-president, but very high up. And yeah, so there's like a whole other person. I tried to look and see like this guy Rega must have had like connections to Miguel Serrano, and I couldn't really find anything that besides them being kind of a part of the same broad network of like them personally like interacting with one another.
Well, like that Carl Fisher article that I talked about, and like as we were kind of saying before, like I think like there was just kind of like an ecosystem for like sort of like esoteric fascism in like South America during this time. So it is like possible that they could have like come to this conclusion independently of one another. And it does seem that they were of slightly different sort of strands. He
was an Orthodox Peronist, but was like definitely on the far right. That was like more Nazi. Like ooh yay, and then I forget.
It seems like he wasn't super into the like sort of Aryanist like mysticism side, was he?
I don't know if he was loudly like Heil Hitler as Serrano was. He was, however, involved in he was involved with the AAA, the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance, which was, a death squad that was responsible for like thousands of deaths during like the Argentine Dirty War, and he was accused and had to flee the country. He was he was literally a member of Propaganda Due. Yeah.
Right. So like that, like the sort of
So he's a fascist, but maybe not like pure like Hitler, esoteric Hitlerist,
I wasn't like questioning
whatever.
his sort of right wingism. I was more questioning like the strain of like esotericism that he belonged to, because like in terms of his interest in the occult,
he was interested
in
the
sort of like like theosophical tradition. Was it more like kind of the like Kundalini and yoga and stuff like that, or was it more like Freemasonry?
Yeah, actually, no. He did have interactions early on. Let's see. In 1951, he met Victoria Montero, who introduced him to the subject of esotericism. Lopez Rega was a frequent visitor in Montero's home, where he met members of the Freemasons organization. A common interest in esotericism linked him to Isabel Perón's third wife in 1965. Evidently, Rega's esotericism included the writings of Alice Bailey. Also found in Rega's home were 12 volumes by Alice Bailey on telepathy and cosmic fire. So he was more of like a straight up like theosophy guy. I mean, obviously, big overlap there, right? But
Alice Bailey's kind of in the same like universe as
She's kind of Annie Besant, like that kind of thing. So kind of a lot of interlocks here with the theosophy adjacent people, being involved in politics in the 20th century. Actually, it's like a whole new level of like we didn't even think about like Nehru and like Indira Gandhi and like all the advisors to like leaders of like South American countries, having these
he wrote a good we didn't read his article where he talks about, but people should look it up. It's definitely in the show notes.
Which article?
He wrote like a short article about like Indira Gandhi's death.
Serrano did?
Yes. He said she loved poetry, music, and nature. She was a mystic who searched her inner self and tried to find understanding and totality through the wise men and women of India whom she knew. We often spoke of sadhus, yogis, and writers. I gave her Hermann Hesse's Journey to the East, and she read the English translations of my books. We were like one family, and Rajiv and his brother Sanjay often played with my children in India. That's, according to him.
Okay, wow, pretty close. The last thing I want to mention, because we are talking about Chile, I would be remiss not to bring up the new president of Chile, who's like going to be sworn in imminently. They beat their communist challenger. And that is Jose Antonio Cast, who has run from, he was kind of a more fringe right-wing candidate. I think he lost against Rafael Boric a few years ago, and then finally came back in this kind of new like right-wing surge that's happening. But one thing that came out that's interesting about him, he's a very kind of blonde-haired, very white kind of candidate, you could say, but it turns out it was revealed by the AP in 2021 that the AP journalists unearthed a document that provided undeniable proof that the father of Chile's presidential frontrunner was a card-carrying Nazi, contradicting the candidate's vehement denials that his German-born father ever belonged to Adolf Hitler's movement. A Chilean journalist had previously posted a copy of the elder Cast's Nazi ID card on social media, but the new reporting amplified the story. The 1941 Nazi Party membership card shattered Cast's insistence that his father, Michael Cast, was not a Nazi but was forcibly recruited by the German army. Their finding was complemented by German historians who explained that Nazi Party membership was always a choice, one reserved for the vanguard in society. Additional research revealed that Michael Cast, once in Chile, actively collaborated with the General Augusto Pinochet regime. I forget what exactly their involvement was, but his dad was like literally like a rat line Nazi who like fled to Chile after the war, and then was also implicated in what I think might have been, let me see. He like we were saying earlier, a lot of these rat line expats, like when they came, were plugged into like important businesses. So because this guy was just such probably a good businessman, he set up like a vast like a sausage factory kind of chain, like a big corporate like sausage company, you know, like after he got to Chile. And so there were allegations that Michael Cast and one of his sons, Miguel, were associated with the Pinochet dictatorship's National Information Center, taking part in the capture and forced disappearance of Pedro Vargas, who had been organizing workers at Cast's business. Damn. They deny that, obviously. But yeah, the NIC was pretty sus. I think it was like the latest iteration after Orlando Letelier was assassinated in D.C. in 1977. The DINA was dissolved, and then the NIC took its place, and I believe they were involved in a lot of, kind of death squad disappearance, helicopter ride type of atrocities, maybe dropping people off at Colonia Dignidad. Pretty awful shit. So now that guy's son is going to be the president of Chile now, which kind of sucks. And then you got crazy Javier Milei over, in Argentina. So
right.
This isn't a problem of the past, unfortunately.
No.
Yeah.
No. And in fact, I mean, he like definitely has like a legacy that like lives on, I think that like a lot of I mean, in terms of what you're talking about, like, these ideas, like certainly like, like someone like David Myatt, like you could say that his, you can see the influence like of Serrano, like in some of his thought, and even like more broadly. And like to anyone who like, no one should be dismissive of like the importance of Satanism, like on the right wing, like today, like like internationally,
Yeah. There's so many examples like now, but even the Black Sun book that came out in like 2002, it actually does a pretty good job of laying out like the satanic Nazi overlap and the roots. It even talks about like, that intertwining with like Anton LaVey's Church of Satan and Michael Aquino doing a Wewelsburg. By the way, you know who else went to Wewelsburg Castle and did a satanic Nazi ritual in the Black Sun room? Miguel Serrano and his friends.
I mean, like the sort of, you can see that like in the sort of dagger fixation, right? That he has, like the sort of prominence of the dagger, like he's in sort of what he's talking about in that book, The Queen of Sheba, on the Queen of Sheba. You can like, the daggers, like obviously like the sort of brotherhood of people who carry like these daggers, like I feel like that's the SS, right? Yeah.
Mine Ehre ist true. This is the authentic SS dagger from an SS general. Michael Aquino showing off his fucking SS dagger. The book does take him to task for his flirtations with Nazism, even though he finds anti-Semitism intellectually beneath him, Aquino. But because he actually notes because there were a lot of Jewish members of the Temple of Set, so like Aquino really like downplayed like any like anti-Semitic stuff. It was like, I'm just interested. Clearly, the Holocaust was a terrible tragedy, but nonetheless, their scientific investigations into the paranormal were of great value. Like he walks like a fine line, right? Like Aquino does with that. Whereas Miguel Serrano is like, the Holocaust didn't happen. Like that was another thing. I read another academic article that Serrano did have to kind of walk like a little bit of a tightrope like later in the Pinochet years, because Pinochet really turned towards being like a pro-Israel like ally, and so Israel was putting some pressure to kind of like marginalize Miguel Serrano, because he was like really hardcore about like Zog and like Israel. He saw Israel as just an outpost of like the world Jewish conspiracy, right? But you can see in Miguel Serrano also like a kind of trafficking in this like Zog kind of language and like painting Israel in as a, I think he used to, I think he might have, I forget it was him or somebody else. No, it might have been George Lincoln Rockwell that used to say Israel is the only country in the Middle East that has a communist party. And it's like, yeah, all right. Like, yeah, that's why they're bad. Instead of kind of the opposite. But sometimes, I think sometimes, even you have to be vigilant, especially the last few years of like ultra right, even like Nazi friendly like people in the West, like kind of strategically like pivoting against Israel, but like, you know, like everything else about them is like incredibly like sus and evil. You know what I mean? Like, but like because they have a hang up about Jews or something like that, like they, you know, go along for the ride and they try to like win over support to their ideas, right? Like there's a lot of teenagers today that are getting their anti-Zionism from Nick Fuentes, and that's like not ideal, right?
Yeah,
or like Tucker,
right.
or like, you know, something like
Yeah,
that.
because they only see like clips. Yeah, like, and yeah, I mean, like that's like, I mean, it's interesting because like a lot of like Nazis, like, you know, who are like truly Nazis, like are not like principled anti-Zionists, you know, or like not any like, you know,
that's true as well. There's been a growth
like,
in that of like
that's,
just
like, definitely,
pro-Zionist
like,
Nazis.
you know,
like,
I mean, yeah, like Bronze Age Perber being a great example, right? And like Nick Fuentes, I guess, outflanked him to like, I guess, the right, you know, in that respect, or the, you know, I don't know what you would call it, like if you're more anti-Semitic, but then that makes, you know, because I.
Nick Fuentes always re-steers it to world Jewry, right? Like he always stems it, like he tries to make it about just like Jews or like doing stuff, and like, and you know, whereas like, you know, I think the type of anti-Zionism we have is like really looking more at like Zionism as a, you know, as the constituent like movement, the conspiracy, if you will, the open conspiracy.
I mean, I honestly feel that like Zionism like is you know, I don't want to like overblow, because I do think that like I do see when people get upset at like people trying to deflect like you know, blame from and like blame it on kind of evangelical Christians, and you encounter this a lot of the time, you know, and I think that like obviously we gotta, you know, recognize like the capture of like Jewish institutions, and that like especially in the United States and like worldwide, like a lot of kind of the the institutions and like the power in the Jewish community is like for a very long time it's deeply entrenched. There's like there are anti-Zionist Jews, and like some of the like fiercest anti-Zionists actually are of Jewish background, right? Because like they're, you know, I think that part of it is not being like kind of cowed by these strategies that are deployed about like, you know, the sort of Holocaust and things like that, right? It's like kind of not having this sort of mystique around these things, or kind of these sort of you know, aversion to like you know, seeming anti-Semitic or something, that obviously, you know, so that allows for you know, anti-Zionist Jews to be some of the fiercest you know, in opposition to what's happening. But I think you know, like it's yeah, I think like, you know, this is, but like, you know, what I'm saying is that I think really like I think it is true that you like Zionism is kind of like a particular like ideological current that like really does have roots like way back in like Bernard of Clairvaux. Like, you know, some of my friends, like when I first like said like I really think this, like, you know, they were like, oh, I don't know, like, because they were kind of like averse to the idea of like, you know, bringing Christians into it. But if you look at the dynamics of it, it's really true, you know, like it's like like you could see like the integration of like the kind of Christianity of someone like a Pete Hegseth, right, with like the sort of like, or even of like a Mike Huckabee and like a Ted Cruz, like all these people, you know, like this is really like they have the same basic like desideratum, you know, they have like the sort of same like axis of values, the same like vision of the future, you know, like there really is like and this kind of is an idea that was like sort of had its cradle in like medieval Christianity in Europe, and then what was conveniently adopted like by Jewish Zionism, right? Which, like, as we talked about in our episodes on Palestine, like, well, it's not like a super, like, you know, actual like return to like physical return to Palestine was not like a super popular idea in the Jewish community, like at the time. Overall, like, you know, at the time that like Theodor Herzl was first trying to organize this, you know, like there had to be a lot of like work to be done to kind of normalize this idea, right? But like if you really think about like we've read that text by Bernard de Clairvaux in Praise of the New Knighthood, where he's talking about the Templars, right? Also very important to Miguel Serrano, and you can definitely see like the contours of that are so similar to like the sort of Zionist politics, like whether Christian or Jewish or other, you know, that we see now. And that's another thing, like in terms of the sort of broader phenomenon of Zionism, even outside of Christianity and Judaism, is Hinduism, where there's like a huge sort of Hindu right-wing support for Israel, right? And you can totally see, like, again, like that, you know, that book by Savitri Devi, even though she probably like would have been like anti-Zionist in what, you know, the anti-Semitic way, where she would have like, you know, not she probably would have used that to like shore up her general like hatred of Jews. Like she like was not like a friend to Muslims, and in fact like it wasn't about like any kind of actual sympathy for Palestinian Arabs. It was
right.
Like and like her works, like the parts that don't like people are able to like set that aside and focus on her hatred for who they agree is an enemy in the current sort of political situation in India. So that's another kind of
right. There's
there.
a commonality
like
there. Yeah.
Yeah, and you like even like to sort of I guess maybe wrap this up, like the Nick Fuentes thing, and like like the sort of symbology, like the Son and Rad and all this stuff that like these people use,
edits.
like the sort of the edits, exactly. The edits, like the sort of symbology of the edits is the symbology basically of Miguel Serrano.
Yeah.
Like the sort of world of the imaginal world of the edits.
Yeah.
Like they would bring a tear to the eye of Miguel Serrano if he could see. And again,
right.
I think
he'd be one-shotted by them.
He would be,
Did you watch the edit that I found on Twitter that somebody made of like a 90s, it's like an 80s or 90s like TV apparent like interview with Miguel Serrano? It opens with him doing like an open like Nazi parade through like Santiago, and then it cuts to some like respectable journalist like interviewing him, and it's like, what do you mean by esoteric Hitlerism? And then he just goes off on like an insane rant about how he believes that there is life extending technologies that are held by secret beings that like are hiding in Antarctica, and that like if you believe in esoteric Hitlerism enough, like you'll be given the technology to like live forever or like have eternal life. Like he sounds absolutely insane, but in the most like attention seeking way like possible. And like there's just so many comments that are like, wow, based, like amazing, thank you for transcribing this, like this guy, he's so cool. And it's just like the fucking edits, and what he's saying is absolute nonsense. Maybe the final note, we didn't get to bring it up, but the Chilean author Roberto Bolaño, I think a lot of our listeners are fans of, he had this book called Nazi Literature in the Americas, which is a book of like fiction about, it's almost like a survey of various like Nazi literary figures in, like in North and South America. But it's clearly like making fun. It's based on real people, and I guess it was summarized of let's see right here. The literary Nazis, fascists, and alt-right sympathizers and zealots, most from South America, a few from North America, portrayed in the book are a gallery of self-deluded mediocrities, snobs, opportunists, narcissists, and criminals. But he did say cryptically, Bolaño told an interviewer, its focus is on the world of the ultra-right, but much of the time, in reality, I'm talking about the left. When I'm talking about Nazi writers in the Americas, in reality, I'm talking about the world, sometimes heroic, but much more often despicable, of literature in general. And they say, although the writers are invented, they're all carefully situated in real literary worlds. Bolaño's characters rebuff Allen Ginsberg's advances in Greenwich Village, encounter Octavio Paz in Mexico City, and quarrel with Jose Lezama Lima in Cuba. I think it's funny that, is that who he's talking about when he talks about the left? Is like Allen Ginsberg is almost as disgusting as these like Nazis, like Miguel Serrano, who I'm sure is like in some way parodied in this book. But I thought, a gallery of self-deluded mediocrities, snobs, opportunists, narcissists, and criminals. That's certainly how I feel in general about Miguel Serrano and his like esteemed intellectual equals.
Yeah, I wonder, like, the sort of identity of the maestro is like very kind of unclear, like, sort of shifting at various times. I almost wonder if this part from the El Ultimo Avatara is about Carl Jung. He says, if the maestro had ordered me to abandon Hitler, I would have had to obey him. But this never happened. Hitler took me to the maestro, and the maestro brought me to the true Hitler, to the Führer. We shall stay together for all eternity. The maestro understood that Hitler had not obeyed, but he knew he had also not disobeyed. Hitler followed his voice, and the maestro was at his side until the end. He confirmed this to me again 30 years later, repeating the same to me. I have never and never shall see a being like him, an incarnation of absolute will.
Wow.
Kind of like, you know, the sort of thing, like if he told me to abandon Hitler, I would have, but he never did. And he brought me to the true Hitler. And then he repeats exactly what Jung said about Hitler.
Yeah.
Kinda
Yeah. I think shots fired. Low key. Low key shots fired. Bologna got their asses.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but you know, sus people. That's where if you see stuff about Hyperborea, if you see any edits with Hyperborea and little blonde aliens and flugel rods flying around Agartha in Antarctica, it all comes from this psycho. So now you know, right?
Yeah, Flugelrod. All right.
Yeah, Flugelrod. Yeah.
Who came up with the Flugelrod? Because
I think it was
like
an Admiral Byrd
Vignana,
story, right?
Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe. Well, maybe that's who's attributed to.
Yeah.
I don't know if he actually said that about, but yeah, I had to look or remember. But yeah.
I think we covered it in our Atlantis
episode. Yeah, we talked about Welteisler.
Yeah,
which is also a big thing.
Exactly.
World ice theory, you know, Antarctica, etc.
Right. Yeah,
there's
but
ice there, the world's ice.
It's sus. It's always sus.
Yeah.
But yeah. Let me see. Yeah, but we'll be back to talk about more sus shit on Monday on the Patreon stream, patreon.com/subliminal jihad. A whole extra episode every week. How about that?
Yes.
We're maxing out in 2026.
Wow, yeah.
I know. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. And until next time, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.